All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, November 18th. It is 9:05 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'm being joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and we'll be joined later by Board Member Sean McGuire. We're also joined this morning by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Eric Ekdahl, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Susan Reyes. As you can see, this is both a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. If you're joining us online, you're actually viewing us through our customary webcast on the YouTube Live website or the Cal EPA website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link at the top of the agenda with instructions as well on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges doing so, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You won't be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item that you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning, everyone. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be signed up. There is a QR code at the side of the room as well as a laptop, but if you're having any challenges, please do just speak to the clerk of the board. Once you're at the podium, please introduce yourself in any organization if you feel comfortable, and otherwise, please do just silence our phones so we have an uninterrupted meeting today. With that, we can begin with public forum as we customarily do. I believe we have a couple of public forum commenters, both Ray Tahir and Peter Dreckmeyer. I'd like to call up Ray Tahir.
Good morning, board members. Next slide, please. This is in response to Mr. Loffer's comments made at the October 21st board meeting. Just because Mr. Loffer answered my questions on several occasions does not mean that his responses were accurate or truthful. He seems to think that if he repeats something false enough times, it becomes a truth. He boldly asserted that he knew nothing about the changes to SB 965 and Code 13287, despite the fact that he said a few months earlier he had worked with the Brown administration alleged counsel in helping crafting it. Mr. Loffer's reference to the so-called pamphlet and booklets he claims refer to bracketed definitions of general orders and disclosure in 13287 is false. They are not. The question is why the term general order was even mentioned, given that it was not approved by the board or the legislature. Next slide, please. Mr. Loffer at the October meeting said that a general order is a shorthand he created. There's no mention of the term shorthand in his Q&A or anywhere else for that matter. There are a number of other inaccuracies contained in his Q&A, which I will address at a later date. Mr. Loffer at the December 18, 2024 meeting said that the legislature has expressly made a general order and disclosure requirements that were added in Water Code Section 13287. A few months later, Mr. Loffer reversed himself by admitting that the bracketed definitions of certain general orders and disclosure requirements were not added or adopted by the legislature and were not part of the Water Code 13287. There's a mistake here. I mentioned 13297. Instead, the bracketed definitions, which he wrote, were intended to be an aid to the reader. They could not have been because no definitions of general orders or disclosure were provided in the Water Code. More deception. Further, how can a general order be applied to MPDS and non-MPDS permits that have not been legally or administratively adopted? Next slide, please. Mr. Loffer's response to my claim that ex parte disclosure requirements expressed by a state board and regional board are not mutually exclusive is incorrect. RB4's disclosure requirements apply to general permits, while the state board version applies to general orders. Let's start with the fact that the state board's version is invalid because general orders are invalid. To the extent they are not mutually exclusive, Regarding RB4's version, Mr. Loffer says that the regional board taking on disclosure requirements is okay because it was dealing with a general permit. There are four problems with this. First, it does not specifically identify the general permit. Second, while the heading of the disclosure excerpt includes the term general permit, as shown below, it also mentions general order beneath it. despite being invalid, which creates an obvious conflict. Fourth, ex parte community rules must apply to all water boards. RB4 cannot have its own version. You can see here this clip from the RB4's, I guess it was a excerpt from what was posted on its board. It says ex parte communications for pending general permits, but then underneath it mentions general order, so it's in conflict. Next slide, please. There's still confusion over the difference between enrollment permits and permits that do not name discharges in terms of the prohibition on ex parte communication. It is not clear if enrollment permits are not subject to a prohibition on ex parte communication. Specifically, can persons comment on proposed enrollment type permits outside of scheduled hearings or workshops specific to the discussion of enrollment permits and without having to disclose? And what does disclosure as used in the water code really mean? It references it, but it doesn't define it, contrary to what Mr. Loffer has asserted. And who are the named discharges? Are they really subject to prohibited ex parte communication? Mr. Loffer apparently thinks they are because they're subject to MS4 and other stormwater permits. But enrollment permits are also subject to general stormwater permits. For example, general construction, general industrial, and CII. Why is there a disparity? Next slide, please. Just a reminder to Mr. Loffer at the last meeting, I asked him to send me a confirmation that CII permits are not subject to ex parte communication because they are enrollment permits. Could the board please ask him to send this information? And words are wise. Where public agencies seems go wrong is when they make a mistake, they fail to admit to it. Instead, they cover it up. That's what gets them into trouble. And lastly, I wish the board a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Mr. Tahir. I think as we've said previously, we have been clear in responding to your comments, questions, and allegations, and it was no longer going to be productive to respond. But because, and I would ask that you refrain from, attacking our chief counsel, saying that he's being untruthful. That's not the case. And unfortunately, we have a consistent position, Mr. Tahir. You don't appreciate that position, and you keep coming before us. And just thank you for your time, but I will let Mr. Loffer, since you kind of called into question his truthfulness here, a chance to respond.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. And I won't be long. I just want to point out that over the course of the last year, we've been very consistent in our responses to Mr. Tahir, and those responses are based on the language adopted by the legislature that's spelled out in Water Code Section 13287. It contains the disclosure requirements. It describes the actions of the board that trigger those disclosure requirements under 13287. And unless things actions by the regional boards or the state board fall within that language adopted by the legislature, then it is subject, and it's otherwise an adjudicative proceeding, it's subject to the prohibitions. In Mr. Tahir's slide here and in others, what you're not seeing is any of the language of 13287, which is what the water boards rely on. It's what the Q&A is developed on. We've been through these issues many times. We've been consistent about them. The misrepresentation that Mr. Tahir alleges today and says that I'm untruthful about is the characterization of the water board's involvement in 13287. His slide today actually didn't contain the language that I said at the October meeting. At the October meeting, I said the changes were made before, the changes that developed a disclosure model were made before the water board had become involved at all in 13287. Subsequently, we were involved through the governor's office, and those changes actually didn't affect the specific provisions that Mr. Tahir is talking about. There were other issues. The legislature has spoken. We follow what the legislature put down, and I'm happy to sit down with Mr. Tahir and walk through, because it's easier to engage and explain where language comes from in the code section in a dialogue, as opposed to this sort of stilted format. And I will renew once again that we are happy to sit down with the Senate Environmental Quality Committee staff, any others, to walk through those issues. And just finally, I will reiterate the Los Angeles Board CII permit. We have consistently identified it as an enrollment permit. It does not name dischargers, and the Los Angeles Board has treated it as subject to the disclosure requirements of 13287. It is their language that we relied upon, so there was no need to tell them that it is an enrollment type permit because they'd already acknowledged that.
Thank you for the response, Mr. Loffer, and thank you as always, Mr. Tahir. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer.
Thank
morning.
you, Chair Esquivel, and nice to see you all. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the Policy Director for Yosemite Rivers Alliance. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present at the November 5th workshop on the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement. I thought it was a very good workshop. I also want to commend staff again for a really good job on the scientific basis report for the TVA. You have a challenge here because the scientific basis report is quite clear that the VA would not meet the State Water Board's objectives, but there's a lot of pressure on you to go ahead with it, and we know that that would just create CalFed 2.0, and we want to avoid that. But I want to emphasize that there really are solutions to these challenges. You might have noticed that there are maybe a handful of BOSCA representatives who spoke and talked about gloom and doom. Um, I thought we'd put most of those arguments to rest, but they're still reading off the same song sheet. I did do a Public Records Act request to find out who the SFPUC had reached out to try to get them to comment, and there were quite a few legislators and others, and they did show up. So I think we've done a pretty good job convincing them there's not a lot of merit to that gloom and doom scenario. But I'd really like to do is meet with each of the board members to walk you through information that I've been accumulating for the past 18 years that shows that we really can meet the 40% unimpaired flow objective in the Bay Delta Plan without a big risk to running out of water or economic impact. So please expect to hear from me, and I hope you'll accept my invitation and we'll get a chance to chat. Thanks again for your good work.
Thank you for your time and comments this morning and continued contributions, Mr. Dreckmeyer. The door for me, I will say, is always open for everyone. And I think that's the case for everyone here at the dais. So thank you and look forward to further discussion. All right, I think that wraps up our public forum commenters. And again, thank you to everyone who addressed the board here at public forum on an item not pending before the board. It's always helpful. All right, that brings us to our first item of board business, which is consideration of adoption of the November 4th, 5th board meeting minutes. Looking to my colleagues if there's any adjustment or a motion.
I move adoption of the minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes are adopted. Next is our second item, which is now an informational item and will be an update on the Water Board's 2024-25 web-based performance report. And I'll give a moment for folks to come up to the panel. Good morning. Good morning. Great to see you all. Always excited to have this item. Very proud of the work that's gone on the performance report, the continued improvements. I know a leadership shift as well. Good to see you here, Kieran Freed.
It's great to see you, Board Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Greg Gerhart, Deputy Director for Information Management and Analysis at the State Water Board. I am here on behalf of the whole team, and I'm just going to do a quick handover to Karen Cower and Allison Callalang to give a presentation on this year's performance report.
Thank you, Greg. Good morning, Board Chair and members of the board. My name is Kieran Carr, and I'm the lead for the performance reports for the Water Resources Control Board and work in the Office of Information Management and Analysis. We will be presenting a summary of the fiscal year 2024-25 performance report today. Next slide, please. Let me start with a quick overview of the Water Board's performance program. The program was established in 2008 to strengthen accountability, transparency, and continuous improvement across the organization. Over the years, it's matured into a data-driven framework that brings together information from more than 10 enterprise systems to track our work and outcomes statewide. Today, instead of the initial 170 static report cards, the program delivers 26 interactive visualizations with clear targets and measures for all 9 regions, 5 divisions, and our statewide offices. These dashboards give us much more accurate and dynamic picture of our work. The program now includes nearly 290 water quality report cards and a growing collection of success stories that document measurable improvements in water quality. All of this supports the purpose of the performance program to help us learn from our data, direct resources strategically, and strengthen program performance across all regional boards and the state. Next slide, please. Now that we've grounded ourselves in what the performance program is, let's briefly talk about why it matters. The performance report is really how we take the Water Board's mission and translate it into measurable action. It provides a clear, transparent view of what we accomplish each year, both for the public and for our own internal decision-making. It helps us understand not just the numbers, but the story behind them, where programs are meeting or exceeding expectations, where they face challenges, and what external factors may be influencing outcomes. That insight allows us to allocate resources more strategically, align work across regions and divisions, and support consistent statewide performance. It's also a critical accountability tool. The report demonstrates to the legislature, the administration, and the public that we are tracking our progress. We're identifying gaps. We're continually working to improve environmental and equity outcomes. It's a way of ensuring transparency and building trust in the work we do. In short, performance reporting, while it's about data, it's not just about data. It's about learning, improving, and making sure our efforts translate into real environmental results. Next slide, please. Now onto the location of the report. The report can be located from any page on our website by scrolling to the bottom where it's listed under resources. Next slide, please. That link, if you click on it, it'll take you to the most recent performance report with a high-level summary of the data and links to the data under each program category. Next slide, please. We wanted to talk about context for fiscal year 2024-25 performance. As we look at this year's results, it's very important to understand the broader context behind the numbers. While statewide performance overall remained stable, we still saw a temporary dip in performance this year due to several factors, and we'd like to focus on them here. One major influence was the San Francisco versus US EPA Supreme Court ruling. This required additional legal review for NPDES permits that include receiving water limitations, which resulted in several regional permit renewals being delayed. At the same time, regions were implementing significant new regulatory requirements, including the toxicity provisions and the trash amendment. These policy transitions redirected staff capacity towards updating permits and planning for trash implementation, which shifted timelines for other work. Staffing and resource limitations, I'd like to emphasize, also played a key role. Finally, some measures were affected by timing. Several TMDL and basin plan actions were completed just after the reporting cutoff, causing them to fall out of this year's data set. Next slide, please. So keeping that context in mind, at the beginning of each fiscal year, the state and regional boards, divisions, and offices, they established targets for the workload to be achieved in the upcoming year. Then at the end of the fiscal year, we determine the actual work that was completed and compare it to targets to assess program performance. This graph shows the statewide targets achieved across the regional boards and the state water boards, division, and offices by 3 categories: inspections, permitting, and all other program targets. That's adoption of TMDL and basin plan amendments, cleanup activities, funding, et cetera, for the last 3 fiscal years. Generally, inspection targets are more often met. They're easier to plan and schedule. Permitting targets have become more difficult due to the context that we just shared in the previous slide. And all other target category includes, such as TMDL adoption, basin plan amendments, can take several years to complete. So those are difficult to set targets for. For fiscal year 24-25, statewide performance was 83% for inspection targets, 42% for permitting targets, and 56% for all other targets. And again, would like to emphasize that setting targets is important, and understanding why those targets are not met is also key to improving performance. Next slide, please. This slide shows the percent of targets achieved by organization, the 9 regional boards and the state water board for the last 2 fiscal years. you can clearly see on this graph, there's quite a bit of variation across the organizations. And we've heard from programs and regions that some of them have used it as a management tool, checking their status along the way to ensure they're on track to meet their targets. And while not all regions indicate that they directly use the performance reports for management, they all indicated that they feel having the targets help them set their annual work plans and report to their respective boards. I guess it's also important to emphasize here that while we're showing all 9 regions and state board on one graph, the intention is not to compare performance region to region. Resources does differ dramatically, as do regional boards' needs and priorities. But at the same time, regions do establish their targets and should be considering priorities, should be considering existing resources and performance in past years when they do set their targets. Next slide, please. So the last 2 slides showed us how well we set and achieved our targets, achieved our workload goals, but they don't give the picture in terms of the total volume of work that water boards does, which would be probably hard to kind of even capture in like a single slide. So this table shows some big picture numbers of facilities and associated regulatory work, including water rights and drinking water program details. Next slide, please. So very proud of this. We have the link to the report here, which is now live. So I encourage everybody to go and check the 24-25 performance report. Next slide, please. This is another slide that we want to personally emphasize the Office of Information Management and Analysis is extremely proud of. This is another way to look at inspections in a slightly different manner. We've worked with programs to develop a dashboard to track the time it takes to upload an inspection report following an inspection. And you can see how valuable this could be for programs, and especially a performance program. This is an internal dashboard, and the goal has been to move it to a measure and eventually have targets set, and we're committed to doing that. Next slide, please. This is the same dashboard, but you can basically look at programs or regions separately. You can filter for inspection type. You can even see how individual inspectors are doing with report uploads. And again, like to emphasize that the ability to drill into the data to this level can provide insights valuable to management of programs, even accessing inspections by individual inspectors. And that should be the key focus of a program such as performance program. Next slide, please. Another key program which we've worked with over the years is the 401 Water Quality Certification Program, which we would like to emphasize here. This program has had a measures dashboard for several years, which tracks the number of active projects, applications received during fiscal year, and the time it takes to process water quality certification applications. This addition to the performance report several years ago has been extremely helpful to the program, as they had been fielding complaints about how long it takes to get a 401 permit. Being able to show applicants the data and even drill to a project where it's getting held up has been critical to the program. Again, from a performance perspective and in telling the true story and moving conversations to more productive areas. Next slide, please. To add to that success, OIMA worked with the 401 program. We did develop a no net loss dashboard, which allows them to look at permanent impacts to aquatic resources and the mitigation activities to address any losses, including a restoration project page. This allows them to track how the state is progressing on no net loss of wetlands, which goes back to the 1970s. The program has been working extremely hard to clean up the data, which is unfortunately in many formats and several different locations, so the dashboard will be comparing things appropriately. Next slide, please. Another dashboard that Office of Information Management and Analysis is extremely proud of, it's for recycled water. Our office worked closely with the program to capture the data and the changes in data collection methods since the program began in the early 1970s. It's to note that annual recycled water use in recent years is approximately 4 times as much in 1970s when that data collection began. And needless to add, with climatic change impacts and the drought overlook, it becomes even more important. So the amount of recycled water used in different categories does vary widely region to region. Region 5 has the highest agricultural reuse, while Region 4 has the highest industrial and commercial use. In 2019, the program switched to a volumetric annual survey for data collection. We have captured that change in the dashboard. So it's important to note that data prior to that switch is not directly comparable to the volumetric survey data. And again, I'd like to add this dashboard is also a key dashboard that emphasizes the power of improvement and the behind the scenes data work that Office of Information Management Analysis does to get these dashboards ready and presented to programs, public, and we are extremely proud of it. Next slide, please. The new volumetric annual survey data, it could be explored in many different ways. You can filter for use category, you can filter for regions. It does allow you access to the data about specific projects. You can add a geospatial filter that can allow you to see facility locations on an interactive map. You can add additional filters for a closer look at the data for different years, regions, or facility type. Slide, please. A really important part of the performance program is the TMDL program. As you know, this is one area where you can see what water boards' efforts and how they are making a difference in the water. With the total maximum daily load and non-point source measures, you can start to see the results of the various programs, the outcomes of the work that we do. Since 2010 and 11, 291 water quality report cards have been written by the regions, covering about 235 separate projects. Several of the projects have had one or more updates to the cards and data this year. And it's important to note that there are a few things we can learn from this data. There are about 140 projects that show improving conditions or TMDL targets met. We can track the pollutants that show improvement in the most assessments that include bacteria, pesticides, metal, mercury, and those are often tied to direct permit conditions or other direct actions. Slide, please. This is a visual of one of Region 1's water quality report card, which highlights conditions improving for pathogens in Sonoma County beaches. So we wanted to make sure we highlight it here for this year. Slide, please.
So as you can see, these slides are our latest attempts at trying to tell results and outcomes from this report. This is always the ongoing challenge. If you do the math on that first slide of 2008 is when we started giving these public reports. Every year now, it's been 17 years of these performance reports that we've been striving to add more outcome cards and result cards. So this slide is a marker for a conversation we've had in the past about integrating the existing reporting on key results that we make. These SAFER program results are something that we currently not only provide to you in the format of the program updates and annual reports to you as the board, but they are also piped to the governor's office as part of the governor's objectives and key results reporting program. So the goal with the performance report this year is to integrate these three goals. And so the key SAFER goals and metrics that we want to bring in are measuring how people in communities and schools that did not have safe drinking water now get it. Second one would be looking at communities and schools that don't have safe drinking water and how they're getting back on track with lasting solutions. And the third one is looking at California's most vulnerable communities and making sure that they have resilient, safe drinking water sources. So the work this year will be to try to align and integrate and really sort of standardize that reporting so that on the performance report page, it's the same data that's being reported through the SAFER program as well as to the governor's office.
Next slide, please. With this, I would like to include a thank you to Allison Cowlang from my team, who has worked in an extremely dedicated manner this year to be able to continue the performance program and improving the performance program and the data behind it as it changed hands. Extremely grateful to Jeff Staples from DIT for publishing the annual performance report in a timely manner. And that's it from our side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a huge amount of appreciation, Ms. Cowlang, Ms. Kerr, Mr. Gerhart here. We are very fortunate. I know that former chair and board member Tam Dodek really spearheaded this effort when she became chair, and we're fortunate because we then have, this, on the data side, it looks like going all the way to 2011. I know we started reporting 2008, but that's a significant amount of data out there just on our programs, the transparency of their functioning, what we're doing. And I appreciate it because I know we at the dais here have expressed a number of times, like, okay, now how do we keep improving this, and how do we start tying it really to outcomes as well? And so between the no net loss dashboard, the connecting here to our safer goals, I just feel, we just have an incredible engine already built that we are here improving and continuing to expand. And it's at a critical time when folks really are wondering, what does government do for us? What is it that goes on with the thousands of staff that we have here in protecting the state's water quality, ensuring access to drinking water, administering water rights, and how does it all come together in a way that we can kind of see across it? The challenge I know as well, and I just appreciate the good work that's gone into, is, we have 9 regional boards and very different, sometimes flavors of program there as well. So how we aggregate that, make it make sense, and help us really track here at the state level how we're doing on these really critical issues is much appreciated. So thank you all for jumping in there, continue to iterate on this great work. And again, I feel it's so foundational to who we are, how we operate, and the trust that we need to continue to ensure we have with the public and the regulated entities that pay us for the pleasure of regulating them. And I think that's where this work also really comes in handy in our yearly fees discussion, because we're able to show, okay, we are tracking where the time is going, what the outcomes are, and how it all fits together with us as an institution. And so the ability for the performance report to continue to reflect all that work, and importantly then the outcomes, like I said, are just really appreciated. The leadership, the work. I know it's the systems we have are ever evolving on the back end, and that's part of the success here too. I feel the performance report has been a huge driver in better standardizing the information within the institution, better making it actionable, and continuing to just put forward the data as the foundation of so much of what we do. And so just thank you. A lot of appreciation. And the other thing that I would just, I guess, a question I would have is going into the new year. It sounds like we have the safer goals as something that we're going to better kind of track and incorporate across it. Where do you feel, the low-hanging fruit is amongst similar work on some of these outcomes? I will note, the water quality report cards are great. And the other, and are helpful to encapsulate work that goes on in a watershed, the trends and improvements, and being able to narrate that in a way that hopefully folks can digest it, understand it. But yeah, just wondering where you all feel, where we can, even as a board, better, support the work or see improvement.
That's a great question. So I think, there's really a long list of opportunities, potential enhancements to this report that we've either heard about or have thought about ourselves. I think for sure the drinking water program is going to get a lot of our time this year to help work through the safer integration, but also just enhancing some of the other kinds of drinking water reporting and storytelling that we do. There's so much rich data in that program. I think as water rights comes on with their new Cal Waters program, that data ecosystem is there to inform lots of management questions that have sort of been yet unanswered or challenging to answer. And so those are probably 2 big areas that I would like to try to help. And then I think that just predicting more synthesis. I think one of the interesting things that we can do now that we have this really robust sort of backbone to the reporting program, the data in the reporting program, is that we can integrate, synthesize, bring together these different data sets and answer different interesting questions. I think that inspection data set is such an important sleeper of a story. It's the public face of many of our programs. All those programs that were listed on that dashboard are places where our staff interact with public and regulated communities and stakeholders. And so I think there's just a really rich amount of stories that we could tell out of that data by bringing it together with other things. I do, I will say it's an amazing team, and we were down a team member this year. So it is literally to this day that we're still trying to fill Bev's position. So Allison and Kieran have done an incredible amount of work, considering that we were down a team member and we have a report and it tells stories. I think if we overhaul the program we're going to need some support from the regions to really sort of participate in a team, a working group, perhaps. I know that Karen mentioned the feedback we got. A lot of the regions, I think, feel like the targets and some of the metrics that are used to calculate them don't tell their story at all in many ways. So we hear that, we've heard that for years, and I think it's time to try to pay attention to that and see what we can do to sort of modernize that report part, which is just a part of it. It's the targets represents 30-something distinct measures, whereas I think we have over 170 measures as a whole, at least report cards as a whole on our page. So it's a part of it, but it's an important part. And so we're dedicated to trying to work with them to make that better.
Really appreciate all that. And what comes to mind, we have our monthly chairs meeting of all the regional board chairs, and it'd be great to do a presentation on this year's performance report and kind of preview some of this work insofar as really better digging in with the regions, ensuring that their stories are being told through the data and getting their feedback. So I think that'd be a great opportunity to circle back with them. So I'll put a pin in that for sure. To fellow board colleagues for comment. Vice Chair.
Thank you. It's always good to get the update. I agree with what you just said, Chair, about bringing this to the chairs, and appreciate, Mr. Gerhardt, your focus on it. I know this has been an issue for some of the regions for some time. And so it's a tough nut to crack because, it's what makes it easier is, a quantitative analysis. And I think what some of them are looking for is maybe a little more qualitative, but just look forward to hearing your ideas and theirs on how that could be accomplished. My question was going to go to resources, and just curious, since you've been doing this since the inception, I believe, what have you seen are your own resource needs, but also are you getting more efficient on what's been in the report for a while and just maintaining it and building so that you can stay focused or develop focus in other areas? Just curious about efficiencies in your work.
Well, it's a great question. It's a unique program in the sense that our report today leverages thousands of hours of time spent by regional and divisional and office partners that have been doing the work and putting the data into the databases. And so really, in some ways, what the work that we do with our team is a reflection of how well the organization is working as a system, right? In terms of doing the work, collecting the data, and putting it into a thing that we can then pull it out and tell these kinds of stories with. So I just really want to make sure that I acknowledge them, because we haven't really talked about the regions have done an incredible amount of work to keep the data up and going. And so I think the efficiencies that you allude to are starting to be realized. We definitely, I feel, in the last 3 years, we have gotten incredibly good at working on the backbone of this. We're not 100% automated on all of our report cards yet, but most of that data that you see in the report, it flows to those dashboards relatively automated. And so moving that into more automated is another step. We've got a cloud warehouse and some enterprise data governance work that we're going to do to try to move from the database, basically shuttle it to a holding area so that from there it could be almost real time. Someone could look at a program, confined animal facilities or whatever, and find the most recent data, not just last year's data. So that's the kind of stuff that we're getting closer to. And I think having the support of the whole organization to do that is going to be critical. I'm not a believer in silos. I do think our program could use additional support in terms of resources, but it could come in the form of a team that represents our IT, our regional boards, some of the key division people, and executive sponsors that really want to help improve that story. So I do think that there's a way to sort of borrow from that, like we did in 2006. Even though the first report was 2008, there was 2 to 3 years ahead of that I was adjacent to. I wasn't directly involved at that time, but I was adjacent to watching the organization build this. It was an incredible amount of work, and Eric can attest to it. There was some tears and other things left on the floor afterwards that were representing how people felt about being measured and evaluated publicly. But the investment we made is incredible. We're probably the only state that has been doing it, a state agency that's been doing it this long, and for sure doing it this well and consistently.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And on that last point, definitely believe so, and very proud of, again, the history and record we have here when it comes to the transparency of our programs and the continued innovation around it. And you all have a lot to be proud of when it comes to this, and we all collectively do. Board Member Firestone.
Well, I think I echo everything that's been said. Thank you. This is, I think, a real reflection of the transition that we've been making in terms of the data strategy that OEMA has really been helping lead, and I know the chair has been a major part of. But, I think this is one piece of what really is a transformation on overall data strategy and data systems. And this is helping us have a window into that and around key, both, the internal management. I think it's, what maybe the starting focus, it seems like I wasn't around, but my sense was around performance and management and accountability, and so has been focused on the the targets. And I think that I think we're shifting from we still want to enable that, and I think what we've heard is the regional boards and our staff continue to use that. Obviously, we're setting targets and managing our programs and performance, but increasingly looking at how we're improving both internal and external understanding of what are the actions that are protecting and improving water quality and water allocation and rights and drinking water, and funding. What are those actions? What can we learn? And that learning, I think, is really key. And it's not just around performance. I think a lot of what you are showing is just learning you were talking about the water recycling data. That's so important for us to understand. But it's really a reflection of the huge program and both data and regulatory program that went into being able to collect that data. And this piece is sort of enables us to access that in a more understandable format. And anyway, I think it's an incredible tool and also a real evolving one. And I look forward, it's going to probably be longer than we want, but I think we really don't yet have what we need on water rights, but that's because we're focusing on getting the data portion right in terms of Cal Waters. And once we have that, I think we can really start to lean in there. And I think we're right to be doing that on the drinking water and safer side. So those, I think, just as we think about what we share and how we do the updates and discussions, I do feel like the data strategy is something that we don't often talk about, but it's the foundation of it. And so making sure that we're lifting that up and creating some universal buy-in as to continue the momentum on that is really worthwhile. So thanks.
Completely agree and appreciate all those points. And yeah, feel we're fortunate because there's this great foundation, again, that we have, and we're at this moment where there is this larger strategy. It is feeding and is an engine for all of these other discussions we're having. And yeah, when it comes to the data strategy, I completely agree that it is one of our kind of key policy documents insofar as we have our racial equity resolution and strategy. We have a climate change resolution that's in the middle of being updated, and we have our data resolution. And the three very much speak to each other in very important ways and have created, I think, what is kind of the modern policy framework that this board is working off of across all of its, its programs. And just feel very fortunate that we have this opportunity to continue to just do better by a really complex set of issues out there. And I think the other thing that feeds this is the fact that we're unique among state agencies across the nation as well. There's only a couple other states out there that have a regulatory agency like ours that is doing drinking water, water rights, water quality, all and funding all in one space. And I think that that's where these programs, the data, the analysis is so important to us because there are overlaps amongst that regulatory work that we're not even asking questions about yet, perhaps, and that this all starts to highlight for us. So just an incredible amount of thanks. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's anything further. We don't have any commenters on this item. Double checking. Don't believe we do. Yeah. So just thank you. I look forward to the continued improvements, and might, even make sense to whatever extent it's useful to you all to do a mid-year check-in on some of the work, and just to help continue to put a spotlight on it, broadcast it, and help folks connect around. To anyone paying attention, especially in the academic fields, this is a treasure trove of data. Like, please do unpack it, find things that we're not seeing amongst it. Really appreciate the partnerships that are out there. So thank you all. Much appreciation. All right, that wraps item number 2, our first item here, informational item. We will now go to item number 3, which is proposed resolution authorizing use of supplemental environmental project funds for regional monitoring programs in the Santa Ana region. We'll give a moment for folks to swap out the panel.
Maybe use a lot. Can't say them. There you go.
Oh, good morning, and just make sure your mic is on as well.
Good morning.
Apologies. Is the green light down at your mic on?
Hi, I apologize. Can
Oh,
you
no
hear me
problem at
now?
all. No problem at
Okay.
all. You might
Good
want
morning.
to recap that just for folks
Sure.
on the web.
Good morning, board members. Item 3 is a proposed resolution that, if adopted, authorizes a supplemental environmental project program in the Santa Ana region in accordance with the State Water Board's policy on supplemental environmental projects. And just as an introduction, a supplemental environmental project, which will be referred to as a SEP throughout the presentation, is an environmentally beneficial project that a discharger subject to an enforcement action voluntarily agrees to undertake in settlement of the action and to offset a portion of a civil penalty. My name is Paul Ciccarelli. I'm an attorney with the State Water Board Office of Enforcement who assisted the Santa Ana Water Board with this proposal. Also representing the Santa Ana Water Board today are Heraclio Pimentel from the Office of Chief Counsel, and from the region, all of whom are participating remotely today, Supervising Water Resource Control Engineer Nick Amini, and the presenter, Senior Water Resource Control Engineer Chuck Griffin. Also with us is Yvonne West, the Director of the Office of Enforcement, who is available to answer any questions you may have about the Director's determinations and exceptions made in the proposed resolution and in compliance with the SET policy. I will now pass it over to Chuck for the presentation.
Many thanks.
Good morning, board chair and members of the board. Like Paul had mentioned, my name is Chuck Griffin. I am a senior water resources control engineer for the Santa Ana Water Board. And I'm here today to discuss the proposed resolution before this board to authorize the use of the Santa Ana Regional Water Board's supplemental environmental project funds for 2 regional monitoring programs administered by Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, which from this presentation forward, I'll be referring to as SWRCB. Next slide. In 2019, our Santa Ana Water Board adopted Resolution R8 2019-14, which directed staff to seek out a third-party administrator to oversee implementation of supplemental environmental projects, or SEPs, and provide reporting and accountability of money spent on SEPs in the region, reducing the amount of staff time needed to directly oversee SEPs as required by the SEP policy. The Santa Ana Water Board believed that this would allow staff to rely on well-established third-party experts to successfully complete all funded projects. The SEP policy allows this state board to authorize a SEP program that funds regional monitoring programs, or RMPs. As shown in other regions, an approved regional monitoring program, SEP program, simplifies SEP administration and removes barriers to timely settlement, authorizing an account where funds can be deposited and allowing settling parties to immediately resolve their suspended liability, incentivizes settling parties to fund SEPs that benefit the region. The majority of penalties imposed in our region are mandatory minimum penalties, or MMPs, for certain MPDS permits violations. Many MMPs are for smaller amounts, and allowing MMPs and smaller discretionary liability amounts to aggregate until there's sufficient funds to perform a viable project further promotes worthy SEPs within our region. Next slide. So who is SWRCB? SWRCB is a public research and development agency that already performs extensive monitoring work in regions 4, 8, and 9. SWRCB's work carries significant value and credibility for Southern California. The agency develops strategies, tools, and technologies that Southern California water quality management community relies on to more effectively protect and enhance the ecological health of its coastal ocean and watersheds. San Diego's regional board already uses SWRCB as a third-party administrator for specialized SEPs and has a resolution from this board authorizing the same type of regional monitoring program, SEP programs that you're considering today. The proposed resolution expands the SWRCB Regional Monitoring SEP program into Region 8. Next slide. SWRCB facilitates the Southern California BITE Regional Monitoring Program and the Southern California Stormwater Coalition Regional Watershed Monitoring Program, or SMC. The BITE Regional Monitoring Program is an ongoing marine monitoring collaboration and examines how human activities have affected the health of Southern California's coastal waters. The SMC Regional Monitoring Program assesses the health of Southern California's inland streams in 17 coastal watersheds from Ventura to the Tijuana River. Next slide. If approved, this resolution would authorize SWRCB to administer a SEP program that funds the BITE Regional Monitoring Program and the SMC Regional Monitoring Program SEPs with conditions. Unless otherwise specified in this resolution, the SEP policy must be followed. For example, the SEP policy's amounts, the nexus requirements, the project completion within 36 months still applies. If SWRCB does not expend the aggregated money within that 36-month time period, SWRCB will pay that money back to the appropriate statutory account. The resolution authorizes limited exceptions to the SEP policy, and the resolution memorializes the Office of Enforcement Director's approved alternatives to the SEP policy that authorize the release of the settling party's obligation to complete a SEP upon proof of payment to SWRCB. It approves the Regional Monitoring Program SEPs without commitments to address study findings and allows SWRCB to report the SEP results annually. The resolution further provides state board authorization for the regional monitoring programs that do not strictly comply the SEP policy's specific project requirements when payments are associated with mandatory minimum penalty, and allows SEP funds from the mandatory minimum penalty progress and smaller discretionary liability amounts to aggregate to a fund for a complete project. The Santa Ana Water Board is also directed to continue solicitation of other SEPs within the region that further the human right to water, ensure environmental justice, and address climate change. Next slide. This table compares the proposed resolution on your far right to other resolutions this board has approved to also authorize regional monitoring programs, SEP programs, within San Francisco Bay, Central Valley, and the San Diego regions. The proposed resolution is also identical to the resolution approving the San Diego's regional monitoring SEP program, authorizing SEPs that address violations within coastal and ocean waters through the BITE Regional Monitoring Program, and violations within inland surface waters through the SMC Regional Monitoring Program. Both the San Diego and this proposed resolution allows mandatory minimum penalties and discretionary administrative civil liabilities less than $100,000 to aggregate. The proposed resolution would also allow funding for specific regional monitoring programs or projects for discretionary administrative civil liabilities that are $100,000 or more, like that authority provided to the Central Valley and the San Francisco Bay regions. Next slide. So far, the Santa Ana Water Board has an annual average penalty amount that has been collected over the last several years of approximately $770,000 annually. The majority of enforcement settlements have been stormwater mandatory minimum penalties, and the amount of money imposed is approximately 90% of the amount of enforcement penalties collected annually. Over 5 years, the Santa Ana Water Board has not been successful in getting this SEP accepted. At the September Region 8 board meeting, staff presented an information item that informed our board that the staff was requesting this resolution. The County of Orange and San Bernardino commented and that they were in favor of this type of SEP. Both reiterated that they felt that these type of SEPs will lead to information that would encourage collaborative approach to efforts to improve water quality within their jurisdictions. The draft resolution was posted for public comment, and there are no comments submitted during this comment period. The Santa Ana Water Board staff recommend the adoption of this proposed resolution. At this point, are there any questions from the board? Thank you.
Thank you all. Really appreciate the work that's gone into this. I know for me, our regional monitoring programs and just ambient monitoring programs, whether that's surface water or groundwater, are just incredibly important. They provide the basis for our understanding of what's happening in our watersheds and is often underfunded. It's an orphaned activity. It's not well funded across the state. I know that, as you've noted here, a number of regions have moved to this model of using SEP dollars to really fund and be able to have a more robust regional monitoring program. So I'll just say I'm completely supportive, and I know what we had some discussion in our briefing about was really, and I appreciated the table of additional regions that have regional monitoring programs funded by SEPs, but just kind of how the whole fits together, the sum of its parts, how it can actually be of greater benefit to us, and really understanding that continuum of data that we're receiving, both from the regulated entities and their permits and the monitoring that's associated with them, but then where the regional monitoring programs then fit in as well, and how this all can better work together, both at the regional level but across the state. And so I think we have a real opportunity to continue to do that. And funding these regional monitoring programs through the SEPs, I think, helps create a bit more of a consistent backbone, if you will, for all those monitoring and project activities that go on that are just critical and don't often get a lot of attention. So thanks for all the good work that went into this. I think it's fair and balanced, and again, modeled off of a lot of work that other regions have done when it comes to their monitoring programs. Look to fellow board colleagues, though, for questions, comment. Board Member Firestone, Vice Chair.
Yeah, agreed. I definitely support this, and I think it's a great program. And I just want to use this as an opportunity to continue to plug the need to work through our processes for enabling either a new process to better direct cleanup and abatement funds with regions, or a review of the SEP policy, because I think we want to enable programs that are targeted, and the need to approve this kind of highlights that it's otherwise not easy to do that, because you have to come to the board for permission to do something like this. So I think if we can, maybe this is we'll be following up, but I know there's been a lot of discussion about how we can be thinking about utilizing cleanup and abatement in a way that maybe could allow things to go back to regions. One other thing I'll just highlight here is that my understanding, and I think the important thing here is that what this is funding is not just core ongoing regional monitoring, but projects that are kind of above and beyond that core programmatic need. And so I think as we fund, as we look at permits and other requirements that require monitoring and require ongoing monitoring, this is not a substitute for that. This is not a way to fund ongoing monitoring needs. This is a way to build on those and utilize the institutional infrastructure that exists to prioritize projects and utilize expertise and coordination effectively to build on those core programs. But so appreciate this and look forward to more discussion.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
I was just prepared to make a motion, but before doing so, just want to thank Office of Enforcement and the team at the region in putting this together. I think that these programs are really exciting because, you know, they're building on each other, sharing information with the San Diego region and building on the program and the broad regional benefits. So with that, I'd like to move adoption of item number 3.
I'll
Thank-
second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And resolution is adopted. Much appreciation. Thanks again for the good work. All right, before we transition to item number 4, let's go ahead and give ourselves just go ahead and give a 10-minute break, 15-ish minutes, we'll go ahead and say, and we'll come back here at 10:20 and begin on item number 4. All right, everyone, thanks for the break. It's 10:20, we can bring ourselves back. Now we have a proposed resolution before us adopting regulations for on-site treatment and reuse of non-potable water. And I'll kick things over to our great staff here. Good to see you, Randy.
All right, great. Good morning, board chair and board members. Today, we're happy to bring to you the proposed on-site reuse regulations for your consideration and adoption. Next slide, please. You'll be hearing from myself and Shirley Rosalella, the author and technical expert for these regulations. She's been our lead on this for over the last few years, and she's created a very protective regulation. We also have David Rice and Emily Roberts from our Office of Chief Counsel sitting with us in case specific questions come up that fall under their expertise. Next slide, please. So, in the spirit of the big shopping season that's coming up, we're getting a 2-for-1 deal today. Adoption of the proposed regulations is not only a statutory mandate from Senate Bill 966, but is also going to fulfill an important goal of our strategic work plan, which is to increase resilience of local and regional water supplies across California by expanding our water supply portfolio. And we didn't even need to show a coupon for this deal. And now I'm going to pass this over to Shirley so she can discuss some high-level aspects of this regulation.
Next slide, please. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. This figure is from San Francisco PUC's on-site water reuse program page, which nicely shows how various non-potable water sources are generated or collected on site. And here you can see that gray water and black water are collected on site from fixtures like washing machines, toilets, bathtubs, and dishwashers. Rainwater is collected from roof structures. Stormwater is collected from at or below grade surfaces. And foundation drainage is collected from dewatering activity. These sources are then treated and delivered for non-potable uses on site. The proposed on-site reuse regulations will address primarily building scale installations in urban setting that have existing utility services and are subject to local jurisdiction oversight. And these regulations are not intended to overlap with the current framework of California's non-potable reuse regulations in Title 22, or most of us know as purple pipe regulations. The purple pipe regulations in Title 22 focus on requirements for municipal wastewater sources, and although in some cases have been used to address decentralized domestic wastewater recycling. And purple pipe projects are different from on-site reuse projects that they are permitted under some form of a permit from the regional water quality control boards. So these on-site reuse regulations would fill some regulatory gap within the water recycling criteria statewide, since these regulations would, 1, provide criteria for non-potable sources beyond domestic wastewater, and 2, would address projects that are not traditionally permitted by the regional boards, since the disposal of waste from an on-site reuse projects are into the community sewer system. Next slide, please. The goal of Senate Bill 966 is to give the local jurisdictions the tools they need to put alternate water source reuse programs in place. And the bill required state agencies to adopt statewide standards, and the bill gives the local jurisdictions the option and the authority to implement these regulations at local level. The state board's proposed regulations are risk-based as mandated by the Senate bill and are focused on protection of public health. A statewide criteria would remove the burden for local jurisdiction to come up with their own requirements. Currently, we have City and County of San Francisco and County of Los Angeles that are well-known and well-established examples of alternate water source systems permitting program at a local level. So these proposed regulations are intended to help other local jurisdictions that are interested in doing the same to get on board and go forward. Consistent with all of our other reuse criteria in Title 22, these proposed regulations would serve as another tool in a regulatory toolbox to facilitate reuse in California communities. And the regulations are unique for State Board, that our role is limited to adopt the criteria into Title 22 only. Typically, We adopt the regulations into Title 22 and implement them firsthand through reviews and approvals of engineering reports. But for these proposed regulations, the statutes grant the primary implementation authority to the local jurisdiction. And this is consistent with the state's existing approach for permitting gray water and rainwater systems. So along with full authority comes full responsibility. A local jurisdiction that chooses to permit on-site reuse systems is responsible for adopting local ordinances, administering the permitting program, and terminating the program when they can no longer sustain it. And the state board is explicitly prohibited by statutes from taking over a local jurisdiction program. Next slide, please. So our regulatory development journey started when Senate Bill 966 was passed in September 2018. And the bill required that state board, in consultation with the California Building Standards Commission and the Department of Housing and Community Development, to adopt regulations for risk-based water quality standards for on-site treatment and reuse of non-potable water for non-potable end uses in multifamily residential, commercial, and mixed-use buildings. In 2020, we contracted with National Water Research Institute to convene an expert panel to help us establish risk-based pathogen log reduction targets for a set of alternate water sources and non-potable end uses. Our panel provided recommendations for pathogen log reduction targets for on-site wastewater, gray water, stormwater, and roof runoff for indoor and outdoor non-potable uses. The full panel report and the subsequently published peer-reviewed journal took significant time and effort by many experts and practitioners in the field of water reuse. So we want to thank NWRI staff and our panel members, Drs. Adam Oliveri, Nick Ashbolt, Brian Pexon, Harold Leverance, and Sybil Charvel. So around the same time, we started our collaboration efforts with stakeholders and agency partners in 2020. We have many stakeholders to thank for their time and generosity in providing feedback and information throughout our criteria development process. I want to especially thank the ongoing engagement by staff in San Francisco PUC and DPH and Los Angeles County Public Health, our state agency partners, California Building Standards Commission, Housing and Community Development, and Department of Water Resources, and input by industry organizations such as IATMO and Water Reuse California. In 2022, we conducted a statewide staff workshop to present the draft regulatory concepts and to seek public and stakeholder input. Staff took all input received during the workshops and refined the draft regulation text. In 2023, we completed the external scientific peer review process for the scientific basis on the proposed regulations. And we finally embark on rulemaking on March 21st, 2025. Next slide, please. And what you see here is the rulemaking timeline. Our one-year rulemaking clock starts upon publication in the California Notice Register, which also kicked off the minimum 45-day comment period. We held a public hearing on May 8th before the close of our comment period. We received 18 comment letters before the end of the 45-day comment period deadline. After considering the comments received, we determined that revision to the regulation text is necessary. By law, we are required a minimum of 15 days to receive public comments on the revised text, and we held the 15-day comment period in August for the revised regulation text and addition of 2 documents into the rulemaking file. For this comment period, we received 6 comment letters before the deadline. After considering these additional comments received, we determined that no further revision is necessary, which takes us to today's board adoption. And then the rulemaking package is due to the Office of Administrative Law no later than March 21st of 2026. Next slide, please. So we reviewed every comment letter during the 2 public comment periods. We revised the regulation text when the requested changes either enhances the clarity of the requirements, streamlines implementation of the regulations, aligns with the statutory intent, or is within the scope of state board's authority. And the full set of responses is required by Administrative Procedures Act for inclusion in our final statement of reasons, which we will submit with the rulemaking package to Office of Administrative Law. And what you see on the screen here are 3 issues raised during the public comment period that resulted in the revision of the regulation text. We received many comments requesting flexibility on the pathogen control treatment trains criteria. So these criteria are prescriptive and they are necessary for streamlined review by local jurisdiction staff. The idea is to have a simplified set of choices for treatment trains and associated limits. The comments received made us recognize the need for some streamlining on alternative treatment train approval process where it makes sense. So we revised the regulation text for a simplified approval process of alternative treatment train that, 1, would consist of pathogen control treatment train treatment processes, or 2 is identical to an alternative treatment train that has previously been approved for operations by local jurisdiction. And the second set of revisions that we made is to support coordination with water and sewer providers. The revised text requires notification to water and sewer providers during commissioning and decommissioning, and this is in addition to the already required notifications at cross-connection discovery. And finally, we also revised the regulations to allow flexibility in signage color and language, and this is consistent with existing requirements in Title 22 and also the building standards. Next slide, please. And on this slide are 2 issues raised during the public comment period where we did not make regulation text revision. So we received requests on addressing other source waters or types of use that are not currently in the regulations. We received requests to include cooling tower use and foundation drainage water, and both of these would be addressed in a future rulemaking effort, and our risk assessment contract is currently underway. All other sources would require an external contract-funded risk assessment because State Board does not have the in-house expertise. And other types of uses not specified in the proposed regulations are not addressed by the regulations, but may be subject to any other local ordinances or state laws. We also received comments on requiring state-certified operator certification for on-site water reuse systems treating on-site wastewater. Currently, the proposed regulation text provide the flexibility for local jurisdictions to impose additional requirements beyond the minimum set of knowledge specified in the regulation text. And this could include, any state wastewater treatment operator certification or any other type of qualifications. We'd like to note that the proposed regulations have been drafted with the different operational needs in mind. Unlike traditional wastewater treatment plants, an on-site water reuse system will heavily rely on continuous monitoring on automatic diversion. The requirements for treatment train design, commissioning, and operation is to prevent off-spec water delivery. An on-site water reuse system would rely on the operator to bring the system back online instead of taking it offline when an off-spec water has left the plant. We also anticipate that as defined in the proposed regulations, not all on-site water reuse system would fit under the definition of wastewater treatment plant in the statutes, which then could result in unintended consequences of making on-site reuse inaccessible. Lastly, we anticipate an on-site water reuse operator-specific certificate program is forthcoming, and this effort is spearheaded by City of Austin and supported by the National Blue Ribbon Commission for On-Site Water Systems, Water Reuse Association, and Epic Clean Tech. The certification program will be administered by Water Professionals International and is expected to be ready in mid-2026. A Water Reuse Association webinar on this effort is coming in mid-December, and an operator certification program that specifically addresses on-site reuse system has remained on the top of NBRC's research priority. And as one of the commissioners, I'm excited to see this effort coming through. And once it is fully established, we hope many of our local jurisdictions can benefit from it. And then now I'll pass this back to Randy to take us through next steps.
All right, great. Thanks, Shirley. So our next step, if you adopt these regulations today, is to get this package reviewed and signed off by the Department of Finance. Once that's completed, we can submit everything to the Office of Administrative Law, and OAL's review takes about 30 calendar days. Then they get filed with the Secretary of State and become effective, which should be by March of 2026, like Shirley was saying. Then that's our part, the regs, they're done. But it's not the end. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Next slide after this. Once these regs have been filed, a local jurisdiction as defined in the regulations needs to adopt a local ordinance that includes these standards to start their own program. And that allows the projects to operate under this new local jurisdiction. Also, because these regulations are at the building scale, the law requires that Housing and Community Development, HDC, in consultation with us at the State Board, adopt corresponding building standards to support these regulations. DDW staff are working with HCD and the California Building Standards Commission staff on this effort for the upcoming 2027 triennial code adoption. Next slide, please. And the proposed regulations you see here today, well, they're not the absolute final version. As Shirley was talking about, Senate Bill 745 was passed, which requires us to now include foundation drainage and cooling towers into these on-site regulations. These regulations aren't even final yet, and we've already contracted an expert panel to conduct the risk assessments that we need to develop the new parts of the future revision. The next rulemaking for the updated on-site regs should start in early 2028. So this is quite a cutting edge, evolving, and exciting area for everyone. Next slide, please. Now, to wrap up our presentation, we wanted to share with everyone listening how to get more information and be notified of updates and changes. So you can easily just subscribe to our mailing list or just visit the links that you see here. And with that, thank you for listening, and we'd like to turn it back over to the board chair to see if you have any questions for us.
First, just many, many thanks. Shout out to Senator Scott Wiener for first pushing through this legislation. Appreciate that Senator Cortese here as well has some updates to it. It seems always the work is always evolving, and there's always more on the plate. But just a lot of thanks to the sponsors of the legislation, creating this framework, and the advocates that help push for it, and importantly, you all in the great work you've done. And here, building out, again, what is just really cutting edge, because there are no standards that we could pick up. And there are, that to my understanding, aren't other states or jurisdictions that are doing as robust a program here. And it really does complement the suite of tools that the board and the state has developed throughout the years. First with recycled water being to augment groundwater resources, then reservoirs and other drinking water features, and then direct potable reuse just a couple of years ago. And now we have these on-site reuse regulations that are filling a decentralized hole, if you will, an approach to how recycled water can continue to fit in the portfolios that folks are managing, but do so in a way that is protective of public health and create, what are important dividing lines as to what's responsible at the local level, what we at the state board need to keep our eye on, and just appreciate that it's the development of a really critical tool to just kind of fill in those gaps and ensure that we're continuing to maximize the state's water resources. So at first, just off the bat, just a lot of thanks. When you kind of mentioned the follow-on work, obviously, that has to happen at the local level, and just a desire, I think, for myself to track how implementation goes. Thinking it'd be great to circle back at some point whenever you all feel, and here assuming that the resolution is adopted, but really, circling back at some point to see how implementation is going. And would just note, it might be worth actually just having an update on recycled water generally. And this can be kind of one component of it, so as to not create too much work out there, knowing that we have implementation of our direct potable reuse regulations. We have a lot that's happening in that space. So maybe this becomes one aspect of like a yearly recycled water check-in or something. That would just be my suggestion. I don't have any questions completely off the bat. We do have commenters, but I want to look to my fellow board colleagues if they have comment or question. Before. Seeing none, we can go to our commenters here. And so would like to call up our first commenter as I turn my computer back on here. I'd like to call up Richard Ross, be followed by Marty Farwell, Patrick McDonough, and then Jerry Desmond.
Richard Russ with Epic Clean Tech. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words, and really appreciate the collaborative nature in which the whole rulemaking process has been taken so far. Just want to reinforce for cooling tower makeup and indoor irrigation currently allowed under Title 22. That'll be addressed in a future rulemaking effort as described in the process. I would ask for some consideration to be taken for existing systems that need to conform with that are currently utilizing that as a non-potable reuse demand, that they're now in a regulatory gray area, potentially. They're serving the state's goals of reusing as much water as possible, but as these regulations become adopted and the existing systems get rolled into that, where do those sit? And some uncertainty as a result. Second would be if there is a clarification document that can be provided for areas in which a local jurisdiction does not want to establish a program, but there are projects that want to recycle water and use non-potable water on site. What is their path? And it's not unclear as a result of that. Or areas in which they want to enable an on-site project, but do not have a municipal sewer connection. They don't have a publicly owned treatment works that they're connected to. They still have the same criteria, and they are also thrust into that uncertain area. And as a result, an unintended consequence would be they wouldn't be able to implement a project. Or is there a path forward for that? The last piece is about the prescriptive train and the use of stormwater in a membrane bioreactor. Stormwater doesn't support the biology very well. And if there is a clarification statement that can be made about membrane filtration, but without the biology portion, the MBR portion, then that would be great to avoid projects having to do a validation study and the cost for every one of that to be able to implement technology that protects public health, meets the regs, and has that path forward. All of these comments were collected and submitted in the August letter submitted to the board. I just wanted to take some time to reinforce if there's anything that we can do in the interim to remove that uncertainty. It helps move projects forward, more implementation, and more water reuse on a faster timetable. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Appreciate your engagement here in the project, your good comments. I don't know if folks here at the panel want to respond to anything there. I think, to my mind, and don't want to speak for staff, but certainly if a local municipality isn't going to adopt these regulations, as we've heard, we're prohibited from implementing, the program at that local level. So I think that unfortunately cuts off at that moment a pathway for projects. But again, don't want to speak too out of turn there, but since it is a hard requirement that there be a local permitting program, absent that, I don't know what the pathway necessarily would be, or that we can necessarily create one through this process. But
Well, I can say we do appreciate the comments. We will address what he was asking for as we develop more of our implementation of the regulations, and we can map out some pathways that projects can take to make it clear.
that's helpful. That's helpful to know that there may be options for folks, even if the local municipalities don't take up the role of creating a local program. Okay, thank you. All right, next I'd like to call up Marty Farwell, be followed by Patrick McDonough.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Awesome. Gotta adjust this. Good morning, board chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for the presentation and for all the discussion that we're having around these regulations. Just want to bring up a couple of concerns and pose a couple of questions, kind of building off of a couple of things that were brought up during the presentation. Just maybe wondering if we can get some clarity around a few things. So Our overall concern is that the proposed on-site treatment and reuse regulations, as they're written, are so stringent and costly that they may actually discourage the stormwater capture and reuse that we're seeking to achieve. Commercial stormwater is highly variable, and the treatment limits and trains that are set out in Section 60632, combined with the automatic diversion requirements set out in Section 60672, mean that systems will be incredibly costly to implement and will often be forced to discharge water rather than reuse it. So related to this, we have two specific questions. First is wondering if the Division of Water Quality believes that these requirements could ultimately suppress stormwater infiltration and reuse rather than supporting it. And then also wondering with regards to specifically the LA-CII permit. The LA-CII permit has compliance option 2 for capture and infiltration. Would these regulations basically cause a situation where choosing compliance option 2 would be prohibitively expensive or burdensome? And then finally, the proposed rule has implications for a wide range of industrial and commercial operations. We're wondering that under the proposed regulations, would these industrial dischargers be required to pre-treat water for dust suppression and irrigation? And again, just bring it back to our concern is that without these adjustments, the combined cost, expertise, operational demands under these regulations could render projects economically infeasible. And we want to make sure that whatever we're choosing to do is going to support that goal of increasing stormwater reuse throughout the state. Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you as well. Appreciate the questions and concerns around stormwater capture. I think I'll let folks respond, but I know much of this is geared toward on-site use in a building, not necessarily meant to aim at infiltration projects, but I don't know if folks want to respond.
Yeah, I can address that, and you're correct. So it's so this comment came up from a different commenter during the public comment period also. So we consulted with the LA Regional Board's CII Stormwater Permit Program staff. And it's our understanding that the CII Stormwater Permit provides multiple paths for compliance, including option to capture, use, infiltrate, and divert to sanitary sewer, or that would transpire. And the common structural BMPs in urban areas such as bioswales, infiltration basins, rain gardens, and permeable pavements, which are kind of the more common implementation of the permit, those are not subject to the proposed regulations. So, it kind of depends on from site to site on how the stormwater is, collected, treated, and used on site. As we mentioned in our presentation, the proposed regulation has a very specific and narrow definition of what an on-site treated non-potable water systems are. So during implementation, I anticipate that we'll have projects who would come to us or even discussions with the regional boards to kind of hash out if these questions come up to look at whether a project that's, I don't know, permitted under the regional board stormwater program would kind of fit under our proposed regulations. And that's time for really local jurisdiction to step in because the implementation, is as we stated, it's mandated by statute.
Yeah, that's helpful. I really appreciate that. Hopefully that helps clarify. And, to the extent that you have examples of projects that might fall into somewhat of this gray zone where, there might be aspects of it that is for infiltration, but is also then being used on site in the building, again, then, would really want to hear about those to make sure that, we haven't created any challenges. But it sounds like, our definition of what the projects here, is pretty tight, wasn't meant to be expansive and to get into what is a lot of ongoing activity we well know around stormwater capture and reuse, which, we'll have our workshop here in the afternoon and unpack further what is happening in that space. But appreciate those concerns. And again, if you have examples of specific projects, especially we'll say in the LA region, that, is concerned that this process might, then be applied to and not have another pathway at that local level, would be helpful to really kind of understand those. And since we are, making updates to this regulation already, or at least are planned because of legislation, to the extent that you all identifying examples here where the permit is somehow controlling and then is preventing, I think we have opportunity to rectify. Hopefully, it doesn't get to that, but I think our folks are really open to understanding it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Larry. Yeah. And then I think there was just the one other about the, or maybe this discovered. So I guess the goal is to really to not have that effect on these industrial dischargers. It's to avoid them having to kind of be subject to those costs. Is that the idea?
Not,
Or maybe not the idea, but that the intent is that there would be those conversations that would occur.
there will be those conversations, yeah. And also, I also want to note that, existing gray water and rainwater systems, which I believe due to the definitions in the California Plumbing Code, it would cover what roof runoff and be considered stormwater in our regulations. But, if the use is irrigation, then it's not, it's not subject to the proposed regulations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate the questions and the exchange here.
Can I just ask?
Please.
I just
Board
want to
Member
make sure
Firestone.
I'm following is, so if you have, projects that are utilizing just stormwater or rainwater for uses including infiltration or irrigation, those are not, that alone isn't part of this definition, right?
No,
Yeah.
it's not subject to the regulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. Really appreciate the clarification and exchange on it. Next, I'd like to call up Patrick Madonna, be followed by Jerry Desmond, Benjamin Harris, and then our last commenter will be Rosario Cortez.
Hi, this is Patrick McDonough, the senior attorney for San Diego Coastkeeper. Can you repeat? Sorry, I was offered to unmute kind of right when that last exchange was happening, which is very important and relevant to the comment that I may or may not make. So these regs, the question was whether these regulations cover outdoor reuse for captured stormwater. My understanding through these treatment trains and the definitions that I saw in the regulations is that it would and could cover outdoor reuses as well as indoor.
Yeah, please.
You can clarify, Shirley.
Yeah, so the criteria, okay, so the pathogen log reductions are for indoor uses and outdoor uses. And then among all of those pathogen log reduction targets for outdoor uses, it includes irrigation. But then I want to point out that the statutes exclude rainwater and gray water systems that are subject to the California building standards.
So, and I'll
Okay.
just, I think just to repeat my understanding, and I think, and if it's just, if you're just collecting rainwater and stormwater and for just infiltration or irrigation, it doesn't fall within these regulations.
It does not.
Great.
Correct. Yeah, and I think where the confusion is, we anticipate when the project, for most facilities, it's a good chunk of the budget, right? It's pretty significant investment as you would for every other water reuse projects. Although, there may be those that would install a system just for like landscape irrigation, which is the most common. But then there may be those that would be, doing landscape irrigation and then sending water indoors. And then also for, say, for like water features, so like water fountains and courtyards and that sort of thing. So there are criteria for that within the regulations, but the statute specifically excludes use of irrigation, unrestricted irrigation of using rainwater and gray water, because those are already covered under the building standards.
Right. So sorry, this is Patrick again. My concerns are with stormwater, which is different than rainwater. They're regulated differently and addressed differently within this proposed regulation.
If it's just stormwater for outdoor use, and infiltration, it's not covered under this.
It is not covered, but I think
not for infiltration. I'm sorry, I'm hearing a couple different things, so I want to just be very clear. For stormwater capture, that would then be used in an outdoor application like irrigation.
Yes.
That is not regulated by this proposed regulation.
If it's only used for that, and if it's only that source and only used for that, it's not covered by this
It's not covered. Yeah, and I think we're kind of the gap here that I want to offer is the statutes specify rainwater systems, used for irrigation, is not subject to these proposed regulations. And then the proposed regulations have criteria for roof runoff and for stormwater. But then, the statutes override our regulations. And then it specifies the definition of rainwater as defined within the California building standards. So if you look at the definition of rainwater in the building standards, it would cover what we would call that we would consider in these regs as roof runoff and stormwater. So I understand the commenter's question is on stormwater, but then for the purposes of applicability, a stormwater project that's only used for irrigation, under the building standards, it would be considered a rainwater system for irrigation, which is not subject to the proposed regulations.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully that was helpful.
Yes, thank you. That's very helpful. As a very general comment then, again, from San Diego Coastkeeper, we just want to be careful not to so stringently regulate things like stormwater capture and reuse for those outdoor applications, especially in Southern California, where there's just a tremendous still thirst for the irrigated spaces. I'm thinking, park spaces, but also landscapes around your giant big box store parking lots, and the potential for commercial parking lots to provide a tremendous amount of potential water supply, thus offsetting the need for imported water and other expensive water development projects like our what we do not appreciate very much, the desal plant in Carlsbad. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for the detailed explanation and diving into kind of splitting hairs to make sure that we're not making stormwater capture and reuse for those outdoor purposes more difficult and creating barriers, because they're very valuable, needed projects moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you as well, and completely agree. And appreciate the time. I think it is important to make sure and make this distinguishing, factors known here. Especially, again, I think the confusion definitely comes in because as we talk about these on-site treatment systems and the way we're regulating them, they could potentially have stormwater or rainwater in them, and that's what folks are seeing. But again, it's not the type of project we're really talking about here, insofar as you're concerned with just infiltration and reuse of stormwater. And again, we're here to be open and understand, where things might fall through the cracks in there. There are a large number and type of projects out there. Some existing has been noted. So just thanks. This has been really helpful as we go to potentially adopt here, to really understand the nuances. All right, now I'd like to call up Jerry Desmond, be followed by Benjamin Harris, and then our last commenter, Rosario Cortez.
Hi, good morning, Chair and members. My name is Jerry Desmond, and I'm appearing on behalf of Plumbing Manufacturers International, PMI. PMI and our members certainly appreciate the objective of the regulations being considered and adopted today to establish the necessary minimums for providing sufficient disinfection and achieve pathogen log reduction and inactivation. We would just like to take the opportunity today to also note the importance and value of establishing certain maximums so that water quality parameters are supportive of plumbing product performance and ensure that they function as intended by the manufacturers. For example, setting a maximum free chlorine residual level at 4 milligrams per liter would be effective in preventing excessive chlorine concentrations that can accelerate corrosion and damage the plumbing system. Therefore, we look forward to engaging with this board and the local jurisdictions once these regulations are adopted, as the on-site reuse programs are considered and implemented, and sharing our information so that it can benefit local jurisdictions and system owners in protecting their systems. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some brief comments today.
And thank you for those comments and engagement here. I agree. We do our best to get it just right as we can here as we adopt regs. But once we start to implement, we are going to learn a lot. There's a lot still work to be done. And so we'll continue to make sure and iterate and keep an eye on how implementation is going. So appreciate that, Mr. Desmond. Next, I'd like to call up Benjamin Harris, be followed by Rosario Cortez.
Hi, good morning, members of the board. My name is Ben Harris. I am the senior staff attorney at LA Waterkeeper. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I wanted to mostly uplift the concerns raised by my colleagues Marty and Patrick, and kind of elevate what Patrick concluded at the end. There was the importance of making sure we're not disincentivizing stormwater capture for irrigation purposes and just making it a lot harder to accomplish that goal, especially in our urban areas of the state, San Diego, Los Angeles, Bay Area as well. So I think the staff comments more or less address the concerns I was going to raise as well, but there's one kind of gray area that I just wanted to make sure I understand how these regulations will work. I looked up the definition of rainwater in the California Plumbing Code, which was what was referred to as kind of the comfort that would be, stormwater, rainwater captured for irrigation use would be exempted from these regulations. The definition of rainwater is limited to precipitation that's captured on site and that has not entered a storm drain system or channel. So the one area that I think still needs to be addressed is what happens for a regional stormwater capture project at, say, a park that captures offsite stormwater from an MS4 storm drain system and wants to reuse some of that water on site for irrigation. The way I read the regulations as currently written, that would constitute not a rainwater collection. I don't know if that's a gray water collection that would be exempted, but the idea is that it's fundamentally just stormwater being captured, consolidated, and used for irrigation on site. So would that need treatment or not? Our hope is that that would not require all of the degrees of bacterial treatment that's outlined in the regulations, just because that would be really expensive and kind of disincentivize an easy source for on-site irrigation with non-potable stormwater. We just want to make sure that that kind of a concern does not end up presenting a loophole that does make it hard to fulfill these goals in certain projects. And I know Chair Esquivel mentioned if there are examples of projects, maybe in the LA area, that have had these difficulties. I am not an expert on this, but I have heard from various partners that Penmar Park is one example where the city of LA had Prop O funding to do a stormwater capture project. And I believe that included offsite capture as well. I'm not 100% sure. And the goal was to use that water to irrigate a golf course and parks. But ultimately, because of treatment requirements, it ended up being too expensive, and they ended up just abandoning the reuse aspect of it, and it became mostly a water quality project. So, maybe that's something that if anybody on the board or staff has more information about that project, that might be a good example to talk through. But generally speaking, I really just want to emphasize what my colleagues Marty and Patrick said, that we don't want to disincentivize even those kind of, stormwater capture, offsite capture through MS4. We don't want to disincentivize the ability to use that water as well for on-site irrigation. And I would hope that maybe staff can address whether that is also part of the exemption that was discussed earlier, so that these project proponents can actually, in urban areas, try to use the offsite water as a really important resource to, reuse on site for irrigation and other non-potable outdoor uses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I do appreciate the question further, and just look to our folks if they want to further clarify. Mr. Polhamus.
Esquivel. Darren Polhemus, Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water, and just wanted to address Mr. Harris's question. So he is hitting on a spot that actually was brought up through legislation this year, and the Division of Water Quality, along with Division of Drinking Water, is already working to try to address this kind of in the mix situation. These regs do nothing about that, and we also will take a note that we want to be clear that we're not going to apply these regs to those circumstances, but that circumstance that he's mentioning of these larger stormwater gathering projects does need some consideration, and that has been taken note of and already a process that's underway to try to help facilitate those projects in the future.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Polhemus. Yeah, what came to mind is certainly, whatever challenges that project had through the permitting process shows that there is an existing permitting process, certainly, that it needs to try to go through. And there may be ways that we can, and will, I'm sure, be part of this afternoon's conversation, ways that we improve that process and help get through those hurdles on those projects. But appreciate, again, the affirmation. This permitting pathway and this project here is not meant to be applied to or make what is already, it sounds like, difficult, some of these projects coming to fruition.
Correct. Yeah, it really is a very narrow building scale, confined, trying to enhance the ability to do recycling in those instances. It is not touching these other ones. We were very careful about that. And we do recognize, though, that there are, in the continuum of recycling, this example that was brought up, that does need further work. And so that'll have to take place separately.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, what comes to mind is, one of the top examples, and I think is a driver of the legislation and the regs here, is like the Salesforce Tower, where you have, a desire to reuse on site, take what's happening in the building. Maybe you have rainwater as well, but these aren't the landscape level projects of stormwater capture and infiltration that I think folks are concerned about, rightfully so, and are looking to make sure aren't applied. But a lot of complex projects out there, and so I appreciate being mindful of what may fall through the cracks, especially as we actually start to implement. All right, our last commenter is Rosario Cortez. Great background. Good to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Rosario Cortez, Manager of Regulatory Affairs for Water Reuse California. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. Water reuse is, as you know, committed to effective standards that promote on-site reuse where appropriate and in coordination with municipal wastewater and recycled water operations. This draft regulation, it's the result of SB 966 from 2018, which requires that local agencies that wish to establish an on-site reuse program first adopt a local program through a local ordinance. And that bill further requires that local jurisdictions that do not provide water or sewer services to consult with the agencies that do provide services within their jurisdiction. And we just believe this is critical to ensure that there are no adverse impacts to the sewer collection system, planned recycled water projects, existing community scale recycled water systems, or receiving waters. And we also want to thank and express our appreciation for State Board staff, specifically Shirley Rosalella and Randy Barnard. Ms. Rosalella especially tirelessly responded to our members' questions and just with utmost professionalism. And while we understand that not every recommendation we raised will be taken, we certainly felt heard and really appreciate the public process. And thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for yours, Ms. Cortez, throughout this process and aggregating and synthesizing the feedback from the water reuse community. Thanks for your leadership on all this. It means a lot. Thank you. All right. That wraps up our commenters amongst this. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any neurons that connected, any comments folks want to make or questions, but then we may be ready for a motion.
I can make a motion to adopt, and I'll just say, I think in our implementation, as we discussed, both in terms of follow-up conversations that happen, but also any clarifying kind of FAQs or and also we'll just note that the LA region has not yet adopted their CII permit. And so the more that we can do to clarify that pure stormwater projects are not covered under this, the better. So, and otherwise would make a motion to adopt.
Thank you.
I can make a second. I also have a comment. And so just really wanted to thank staff for all the hard work on this. This is really great seeing this move forward. There's where you see gray water reuse in some buildings and rainwater, just throughout the state in some areas a lot more than others throughout the years. It's just really nice now just to, well, will be nice now to see just a standard where other areas can really pick up on this and local jurisdictions and where we can see this utilized more throughout the state. It's just really, really with a hotter, drier future and, just where California is going, this is just another piece of that puzzle of where, something to help with our water resources. And just being a person who has looked into, well, hey, how do I do this? What is necessary? What are the steps? There's some information out there, and there's information of how to do it. But I think just having the state that for large buildings, having this here, this guidance, this this step really will help move it forward. And so this is really exciting. So thank you for all your hard work and really pushing this forward. And so again, happy to make a second on this.
You're here. Thank you, board member. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Excuse me. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Resolution is adopted. Great work, everyone. Congratulations, and look forward to what I know will be a lot of discussion and implementation. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That brings us to essentially an early lunch hour. We will not begin our workshop until 1 o'clock on storms. And so what I'd like to propose is we actually do kind of a hybrid closed session and lunch. Let's go ahead and give ourselves maybe a few minutes to gather. We can gather at 11:30 and maybe go 11:30 to 12:30 on closed session. And folks can kind of either eat during that period or have 30 minutes there before we come back at 1.
Yes, Chair Esquivel, and I believe that the room we're going to be using for closed session, which is 2540, may not be available until right at 11:30, so we may need about a 5-minute setup period. So maybe we can tell folks who are joining from the AHO that we'll start at 11:35.
11:35 makes sense. And we will be covering the UBA closed session item and potentially sites. All right, great. We'll see everyone here at 1 o'clock, and we'll be in closed session soon.
The Orange Memorial Park Project. The Orange Memorial Park. The Orange. The Orange Memorial Park Project, funded by a Caltrans Water Quality Grant.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Hope you had a great lunch. Thanks for joining us back here. We are moving and starting here now on item number 5, which is our afternoon workshop on stormwater capture and use. Really looking forward to this discussion. Thanks, everyone, for your attendance. And I'll kick things over to our folks on the panel. Good to see you, Ms. McGee.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. We're here today to talk all about stormwater capture and use. Before we get started, I do want to give a little bit of explanation as to what we're going to be talking about today and why we're here. Storms likes to push the envelope a little bit and to think outside the box. So we have for you what is not necessarily a normal board item or a normal board workshop. We are going to be hearing from a lot of folks that have success stories that we want to learn from what they've done and potentially, turn this into maybe some statewide projects. And so we very much appreciate you allowing us the time and space today to bring all these experts in and to share these amazing successes and these innovative projects with you all. I think it's going to be a really interesting workshop item. I'm really excited to be here and to share this with all of you today. I'd also like to thank a couple of my staff who are here today who, without whom I would never have been able to pull this off because this is a lot of work. And so I'd like to thank Mr. Robert Kent and Ms. Shulamit Schroeder, who have just been essential in making this happen. This is also Shulamit's last week here at the Water Boards. She's moving to Germany to continue her education. And so this is a great little capstone to her career here with us. So with nothing else to blab on about, we can dive in. So let's go ahead and next slide, please. Maybe. Okay, so storms, the strategy to optimize resource management of stormwater. We were formed in 2016. This is our mission statement, and it reaffirms the idea that stormwater is indeed a resource and not a waste. We do that at Storms by developing policies and plans and tools and guidance to assist stormwater managers, municipalities, regional boards in creating more opportunities for stormwater to be seen as a resource. We do that through all sorts of collaboration with folks both inside and outside the water boards. Next slide, please. So again, why are we here today? There's 3 main objectives that we have. First off, we'd like to familiarize you all with what we're doing at Storms right now as it pertains to stormwater capture and use and our plans for the future. We want to, again, spotlight and celebrate these successful projects across the state and identify why they've been successful and how they've overcome these barriers that we've identified and that are there. And then finally, we'd like to spend some time talking about funding. One of the biggest barriers to implementing stormwater capture and use projects is funding. And so we have some very unique, interesting, different ways to think about funding that we'd like to talk about as well. Next slide, please. Stormwater capture and use. So in the water supply strategy from 2022, we've been directed to increase our stormwater capture and use volumes by 250,000 acre feet by 2030, by 500,000 acre feet by 2040. Back in 2018, Storms released a report that talked about all the barriers to stormwater capture and use. And we've been able to work on breaking down some of those barriers, but a lot of them are still around. And so we're not going to achieve these numbers without doing anything. And so this is where Storms comes in, and this is where we're kind of focusing our next 10 years or so of Storms is to really focus in on stormwater capture and use. Next slide, please. All right, so there are so many benefits to stormwater capture and use, and you'll see in this image here is kind of a rough picture of what happens when you have large-scale infiltration projects in an urban area. The clear one there is the water infiltrating to our groundwater supply aquifers, which is a great source for drinking water. Right now, the storms team is developing a proposed policy for urban and industrial stormwater infiltration that will hopefully make it clear and kind of streamline projects, get rid of all of that kind of regulatory confusion around dry wells and other large-scale infiltration projects that are around now, and make it more clear, streamline these projects so that we can get these projects in the ground while also protecting groundwater quality. Beyond this quantity benefit from stormwater capture and use, there's this improved water quality benefit as well. We have cleaner surface water when water is directed to go through the vadose and mitigate the impacts from stormwater contamination before it hits the groundwater. So all of that water that might not be so clean, it's going through the surface soils and then not directly into our surface waters. There's also loads of multiple benefits that you get when you put in these stormwater capture and use projects in urban areas. With these projects, we're often building parks, we're mitigating heat island effects, we're greening neighborhoods. There's just so many great opportunities that come out of stormwater capture and use projects. If you click on that, or I guess use your phone to click on that QR code there, it takes you to our storms public-facing story map that talks all about the benefits of stormwater capture and use. It's a really cool project, a website that like I said, we published it a couple years ago. It's publicly, it's accessible, it's common language. It has a ton of really cool graphics and it's interactive. It's got maps and statistics. It's really, really neat page. I highly recommend you check it out. It's got all about why stormwater capture and use is needed in California. And if you miss this QR code here or have problems accessing it, it's on the front page of our website. So something we're really proud of, and I encourage you to look at that. Next slide, please. So what are we working on right now beyond that infiltration policy? One of the things that we're developing are some tools that are designed for smaller municipalities who may not have the resources available to hire expensive consultants or buy expensive software, who really want to get an idea of what the potential is for stormwater capture in their city or in their watershed or in their neighborhoods. It is a user-friendly model that we're hoping to host on the Storms website. It runs through ArcGIS, and it gives the user kind of a high-level runoff estimate to be able to inform decision-making when it comes to big-picture questions about stormwater capture and use. And so they could potentially take this to their elected officials, their city council, the public, and just kind of gather support around stormwater capture and use when they have an actual number and they can see the potential for capture in their watershed or in their vicinity. This will be made live by the end of this year. We're finishing this up. Very excited about this. Next slide, please. Another project that we're working on when it comes to capture and use is a project in collaboration with the Sacramento State Office of Water Programs. We're developing an estimate of the actual stormwater, the actual volume of stormwater that is being captured statewide. It is based on a comprehensive database of large-scale stormwater projects, and that will be fed into a model to estimate the amount of stormwater that's captured annually. This database allows for new information to be updated, and we're hoping that we'll be able to then track our progress towards those goals that I talked about earlier in this presentation. This will be completed in spring of 2026. Next slide. All right, so what's next for storms? This workshop really kicks off what we think is going to be about a year-long process of outreach and engagement with the public, with our interested parties, with folks that maybe we haven't connected with in the past to really identify what we should be working on next. We have a number of projects that we're finishing up and we hope to be completed in the next year. And so as we're on the finishing stages of those projects, we're also looking ahead as to figure out what's next. The original storm strategy had a pretty extensive list of projects that were identified back in 2018 or 2016, I'm sorry, but a lot has changed in the last 10 years. Our priorities have shifted. We have new science, new information, new problems. And so we want to really make sure that we're working on the right projects. We want to talk to the public. We want to talk to the stormwater managers. We want to talk to community partners and tribes and really understand what the problems actually are and what we should be focusing on. So that's really what we're going to be doing over the next year. We hope to convene some work groups, potentially coming out of what we talk about today, to really dive into some of these issues and figure out what those projects might look like. And then this time next year, we hope to come back to you all and give you a presentation of what those next few projects might be. So that's the plan for storms. And I think that might be enough of my talking, and I might want to pass it over to everyone else. But Robert, what's the next slide? I was right. Okay, so this is where I want to switch gears a little bit, and I really want to get into the meat of this workshop and pass it off to all of the amazing folks that we have here with me in person and online to really showcase these innovative projects. These people that we have here today have really kind of done such a great job in untangling the regulations and figuring out how to make things work, figuring out how to fund things, how to really make it work in their community. And so what we would like to do is to learn from these people and these success stories and maybe take that and make it into a storms project for the next 10 years and turn something into this statewide playbook so we can yell it from the rooftops of how great these projects work. Next slide. So first off, we're going to kick it off and we're going to talk about irrigating public lands with stormwater. And that actually fits right in with what we talked about this morning with the on-site non-potable reuse regulations. And we will talk a little bit about how confusing those regulations are and why we need to do more work in this space. This is a barrier that has been identified by a lot of stormwater project managers when it comes to what do we need to do to treat stormwater when we're thinking about saving it and reusing it for public irrigation. And so we have two projects that we'd like to highlight, one from the city of Santa Ana and one from South San Francisco, the Orange Park Cistern Project. And so with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Craig Foster. And you want to advance it to the next slide? Craig, are you there?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Yeah, I'm Craig Foster, and I manage the stormwater program for the city of Santa Ana down here in Orange County, California. First off, I want to thank board staff for inviting me to speak today, and also for the board for allowing us to present our great project here. I also want to acknowledge Justin Smith with Tetra Tech. He is the design engineer that helped us on this project, and will both be available for questions after my presentation. Next slide. So a little overview, I'll talk about the city real quick, our location, watersheds, and then we'll dive into the project, the concept and funding, project design, coordination with our local healthcare agency, brief construction update, and then I'll talk about some other stormwater capture projects we have in the city if time allows. Next slide. All right, so the city of Santa Ana is about 27.5 square miles. It's very dense, very urban, one of the most densely populated cities in Orange County. Lots of impervious surfaces, lots of stormwater runoff opportunities to capture and treat it. We're in 3 watersheds. The western part of the city in orange drains to Anaheim Bay, Huntington Harbor. The center drains to Santa Ana River, and then the east side of the city drains to Newport Bay, which is where this Bristol Tolliver project is located. Newport Bay is on the 303D list and has multiple TMDLs. So we tend to target this watershed for stormwater capture projects. Next slide. So the site is right along Bristol Street. It's a major arterial in the city of Santa Ana. We have about 1.3 acres of open space in the city, which is very rare. As I said, it's a very dense populated city, and we don't have much open space. So when we have it, we like to take an opportunity to build a new park for the community. So this project was a collaboration between our Public Works Agency and the Parks Department. We received a $3.5 million grant from the Natural Resources Agency for the project, which was great. It's a good example of utilizing a grant towards, it's geared towards urban greening to implement a stormwater capture project. So we kind of, bumped up the stormwater capture from a typical urban greening project here. The BMPs are designed to capture and treat about 5.2 acres of drainage. And part of that goes to a bioretention basin and part of it goes to an underground system for the reuse and the drip irrigation. And we're kind of looking at this as a pilot project for the city to evaluate the feasibility of reuse for irrigation because it's kind of a smaller scale project. It's currently under construction and it's about 60% complete. Next slide. This is the project concept plan. The stormwater reuse system is underneath that turf area, kind of towards the right in the exhibit. We also have a playground, adult fitness equipment with shade structures, a picnic area. The basketball court was shaded in green because we did not have funding for it. However, that has since changed. So we are building the basketball court, which is great. New pedestrian walkways, architectural fencing, interpretive signage, and lots of drought tolerant landscaping, and a big bioretention basin in the back of the project as well, and onto the right. Next slide. This exhibit, I know it's pretty busy, but it basically just shows the various drainage areas going to the different systems. A and B drain into the bioretention basin, and E, D, C, and E drain into the underground system for the reuse in the irrigation system. So both of these BMPs, the harvest and reuse system and the bioretention basin, are separate, and there's different drainage areas going to each of them. So in total, we're capturing about 3,000 cubic feet during storms for the harvest and reuse, which I'll focus the presentation on. Next slide. So this is a design detail that kind of shows, the flow path for the stormwater. So first, stormwater flows into two catch basins on Hesperian Street. They have filters for pre-treatment, and there's also a slot drain in the alley that the water flows into. From there, it goes into some junction structures that have sumps for additional pretreatment and orifices for flow control, and then through a hydrodynamic separation unit for additional pretreatment, and then into the underground detention system, which is number 4 there in the box, the blue box. So there's 2 9-foot diameter pipes. Those are the 2 underground cisterns. From there, the water is pumped into the irrigation system and through a 100-micron filter for polishing, and then into the underground or the subsurface drip irrigation system for the park. And there's also number 6, a potable makeup supply line for when stormwater is not available. So we have a backflow on that line that pulls water from the city's water system. So when there's no stormwater runoff, the cisterns will be filled with potable water to be used for the irrigation. Next slide. So coordination with the healthcare agency, this was super important for us because we are reusing the runoff, or the project was reviewed by our Orange County Healthcare Agency. The project is not subject to Title 22 advanced treatment because the runoff is being reused in a subsurface drip system instead of a spray system. However, OC Healthcare did have concerns. Their main concern was confirming that the runoff does not backflow into that city potable water line that I mentioned. And there's no cross connection between the stormwater runoff and the drinking fountains at the park. And the way we achieved that was through elevation constraints and using that backflow device on the potable line. And then also there's a separate water service for the drinking fountains that's not, in conjunction at all with the stormwater backflow. So they did do a first inspection to verify the elevation of that potable makeup line. You can see it highlighted on the right there. It comes in at 77-foot elevation, which is above the max water surface elevation in the cisterns. So that was one way that we, kept the system separate. And then during the final inspection, the healthcare agency, they want us to kind of simulate a rain event and test the irrigation, test the drinking fountains, turn off and on things and make sure there's no cross connections. Next slide. Don't want to get too into the weeds on these engineering details, but this is a cross section of the system. So again, you could see the potable makeup line on the right there at 77 feet, which is higher than the inlets that come in from the stormwater runoff on the street at 76.21. So the potable makeup supply line is higher than the stormwater can get. And in addition to that, the inlets into the stormwater system are lower than that line. So there's no way that they can, backflow into the city's water system. But then additionally, there's also the backflow prevention device as well. Also wanted to highlight the groundwater symbol down there. Groundwater was about 18 feet below grade at the surface or at the site, which means we weren't able to do stormwater infiltration, which is always our first goal, is to try and infiltrate. But what's really cool about stormwater capture and reuse for irrigation is the soils and groundwater conditions aren't nearly as important as for an infiltration project. So right off the bat, you're removing two huge engineering constraints for infiltration: the depth to groundwater and the soil type. When you're just installing some sort of underground cistern, it's a closed system and you're reusing that water for irrigation. So if this pans out, this could be a very successful strategy for the city to use in the future, because we're eliminating those potential constraints throughout the city. Next slide. So construction note 33 there, that's just showing the location of that mechanical skid that the stormwater gets pumped into with the 100 micron filter. And then you can see kind of a plan view of it on the right. So the water comes in from the left, goes through the mechanical skid and the filter, and then gets pumped into the 2-inch irrigation line and into the subsurface drip system. Next slide. All right, here's a couple construction photos. So you can kind of see on the left there the scale of the cisterns, right? Those are 9 feet tall. We did install both of these in July, early August, and they're both covered up now. And then on the bottom right is just the contractor doing the pedestrian walkway. Next slide. This is a photo of the mechanical skid. So that's the treated runoff that's going to come up into the skid there. And then on the right, it's going to be pumped out into the irrigation line. And then there's also a line that we can close the valve for the irrigation if we need to, and drain the water back down into the bioretention basin. So that's what that second line is there. Next slide. So that was all I had on the Bristol Tolliver project. So like I said, obviously it's under construction, so we don't have any kind of like lessons learned yet or maintenance challenges. I'm happy to share that in the future, but we're hoping to finish construction in March, and then we'll have some more thoughts on the feasibility and how well this worked in the future. Board staff also asked me to touch on a few other projects we've had success in the city, securing grant funding from several different sources for stormwater capture projects with multiple benefits. This is an example. This is our Ed Carruthers Park project. We have an underground infiltration system and 2 bioretention basins. Next slide. This was a $1.7 million Prop 1 grant. On the left, you can see the bioretention basin full, and then on the right, you could see it 24 hours later with no water in it. So it's working exactly as designed there, drawing down within 24 hours. Next slide. This is our downtown flood reduction project. This is a good example of implementing a multi-benefit stormwater capture project right in the middle of downtown Santa Ana. Obviously, super dense urban area. We got a $5 million Prop 68 urban flood protection grant from the Natural Resources Agency. This project includes an underground detention system. It has a cartridge media filter for pre-treatment, and then it has 13 dry wells. So these are photos of the contractor drilling the dry wells here. Next slide. These are the detention vaults. We installed 47 of these concrete detention vaults underneath a city-owned parking lot in downtown Santa Ana. The vaults are, about 6 feet tall, as you can see us kind of standing upright in there. And yeah, next slide. Is an aerial view, I believe. Yeah, here's an aerial view from a drone of all the detention vaults installed. And you can see those manholes with the concrete around the perimeter of that system. Those are the 13 dry wells that are going to infiltrate the runoff on this project. Next slide. So this is the completed photo of the project, right? So you would never really know that system is there. So we just got a brand new parking lot. new signage, new striping, new landscaping, and we have the system underneath it and an educational sign for the public to understand what's going on there. Next slide. Okay, I think this is the last project. This is actually my favorite project, even though it's the smallest. We had a kind of vacant, unused public right-of-way here, a lot of illegal dumping, drainage issues, and kind of an eyesore for our community. So we applied for a Caltrans Clean California Local Program grant that we got about $1.5 million to do a multi-benefit, kind of another stormwater capture pocket park. Next slide. Here's some photos during construction. This one also has underground infiltration and bioretention. So on the left is just the excavation for the underground infiltration. You can see we had really nice sandy soils here. And then on the right, that's me and my team. Those are the underground infiltration systems that we use for this project. Next slide. And this is the completed project. So there's those 2 bioretention basins. There's some community art, a hand-painted mural by a local artist, a neighborhood monument sign. It's the Artesia Pilar neighborhood. We have pervious concrete for the bike path. There's a new walkway, new lighting, signage, and obviously a lot of drought-tolerant landscaping. We won several awards on this project from Stormwater Solutions Magazine, APWA, and ASCE, and CASCA as well. So this is a really cool project. We're really proud of it. And we're doing a lot of similar things in the city, and we've had a lot of success implementing these multi-benefit projects. Next slide. And that's it. I think that's all I had. I'm happy to answer any questions on the Tolliver project with the reuse or any of our other projects we presented.
Fantastic. Much appreciation, Mr. Foster. These are all amazing projects, and really appreciate the leadership and Santa Ana for all of this work. Wondering just what the permitting process with the Regional Water Quality Control Board looked like for some of these projects, and if you have any sort of thoughts or insights as to the local permitting process with the regional board at least, and wondering, any suggestions there?
Sure. Yeah. So the city is a permittee on the North Orange County Municipal MS4 permit. So we do have permits from the regional board through that. Each project did not require a specific permit from the regional board itself for construction, unless it was subject to the statewide construction general permit, where we're disturbing more than 1 acre. But there was no specific construction permits required for each of these specific projects.
That's great. It sounds like the local permitting program essentially captured or is permissive of these sorts of projects and is under the umbrella then of some streamlining that's gone on at the regional board around it. So that's helpful to know.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Looking to other fellow board colleagues. Vice Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Really interesting, and congratulations to all your good work in the area. I have 2 questions. One, and this is not just for you, but anybody else that presents. I'm really interested in schools, and I know we've got a little more work to do there, but I see the first project that you identified is right next to a school. So did you happen to approach the school? And if so, what sort of response did you get? And then second question is, did you envision a possible expansion of the project to, maybe a later phase?
Sure. Yeah. Maybe we could back up a few slides and we can get that aerial again. The colorful red and green slide. Keep going. Maybe five or so more. This one. Right?
While you're before Mr. Foster, before you answer, just I do want to give a plug. We do have 2 speakers that are going to be specifically speaking about schools. But yeah, Mr. Foster, please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So you can see sub area C right there. It's about 1 acre. That is SAUSD, Santa Ana Unified School District. That is their property. There's a Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School right there. We did coordinate with them. I worked closely with the superintendent of that school. They're very excited. There's obviously going to be a brand new park for kids to play at right next to the school that has direct access from the alley right next to them. And we are incorporating an educational sign that has Dr. Martin Luther King on it that the school helped design.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And then on the last project, just a question for my education here on permeable pavement. What are the maintenance requirements compared to, say, your standard pavement?
Sure, yeah. So there's generally three types of pervious pavement. There's pervious pavers, like the interlocking pavers that have the spaces in between them that water infiltrates through. There's pervious concrete. If you could back up one slide. Yeah, so in the pervious concrete, you can see right here, it's the gray material, looks very rough. And then there's also pervious asphalt. So in general, the pervious pavers or the pervious surfaces, they work pretty well. But typically under low loading of vehicles, if you have a lot of heavy vehicles turning their tires on the pervious pavement, it tends to spall and degrade relatively quickly. We did have some challenges with the pervious concrete at this location. But in general, the maintenance is usually just a pressure washing and sweeping of the fine materials that get deposited inside the pores of the pavers. And they're also not recommended to be installed underneath like a heavy vegetated, like trees that drip a lot of vegetation on them, because that'll help increase the clogging of the pores.
Great looking project on the before and after, the real amenity for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Looking to other board members if there's any questions, comment currently. Seeing none. Thank you again, Mr. Foster. Really appreciate the leadership and hear these examples of these projects. Look forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Great. So let's move on to the next slide. And with that, I'd like to pass it over to Mr. Rob Dusenberry of Lotus Water to talk about the Orange Memorial Park Regional Stormwater Capture Project.
Okay, thank you. My name is, thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having me here to speak today. I am speaking on behalf of the City of South San Francisco, who's the project sponsor for the Orange Memorial Park Regional Stormwater Capture Project. Full project team in the bottom right. My name is Rob Dusenberry. I work with Lotus Water and I was the engineer of record for the project. Next slide, please. So it was originally conceived in the San Mateo County Stormwater Resources Plan, which was mandated by the Water Board through the NPDES permit. And it received $9.5 million in funding through a cooperative implementation agreement with Caltrans, facilitated by the board. They received, at that time, the creek running through the park is Coma Creek. It is a concrete-lined flood control channel owned and operated by the Countywide Flood Control District, which is going on to become a flood control and resiliency district called One Shoreline. They were a key stakeholder in the project. At the 60% design phase, we realized an opportunity to essentially double the capacity of the project and went back in and negotiated additional funding through a second cooperative implementation agreement with additional credits granted to Caltrans, this time for trash capture. They had been hit with a cease and desist order at that point in time, so their priority changed from PCBs and mercury, which are the 303D listed constituents in Coma Creek, towards trash capture. So they got those credits. We received a total of the city of $15.5 million to design and construct and commission this project. And it is more, from its genesis, more of a water quality than a flood control project, although there are some local flood control benefits. Next slide, please. Here's a 2-minute video that hopefully will get everyone oriented and hopefully the audio works. Robert checked it for me, says we're looking good, so let's give it a shot.
The Orange Memorial Park Project, funded by a Caltrans Water Quality Grant and executed by the City of South San Francisco, is part of a larger resilience strategy for the region, one where public open space is at the center of resilient design. The project in San Mateo County, California is in the Coma Creek watershed and is capturing runoff from 6 different jurisdictions. In addition to being an important water quality project, the project is part of a watershed approach to managing multiple challenges in a part of the Bay Area that is vulnerable and includes critical regional infrastructure. The Orange Memorial Park Project is an important first step in building a more resilient Coma Creek watershed in San Francisco Bay. Water from Coma Creek is diverted into the upstream pretreatment structure for sediment, trash, and pollutant removal. Pretreated water flows downstream into the flow splitter structure. When the cistern is empty, the flow splitter directs water into the cistern for storage. Water stored in the cistern flows by gravity into the wet well structure and is then pumped into the water treatment building for final disinfection and treatment, providing 15 million gallons per year of non-potable water for reuse. When the cistern is full, water from the cistern overflows into the infiltration gallery, which allows water to slowly percolate into the underlying soil, providing 80 million gallons per year of groundwater recharge. When both the cistern and infiltration gallery are full, the flow splitter structure directs pre-treated water back to Colma Creek. Construction of this first of its kind in Northern California project was completed in May 2022.
And just some construction pictures in the background. We could probably go to the next slide for the sake of time. So hopefully that presents an idea of how the whole thing functions and what the major components are. We'll look at them piece by piece in a minute, but one of the really key aspects that allowed this project to happen, in addition to the partnership between Caltrans and facilitated by the board with the city of South San Francisco, these projects are space intensive. Craig spoke about that down in Santa Ana, and it's just always hard to find the area to do them. So invariably, you wind up looking at parks and schools. So here we are in Orange Memorial Park. We've done a lot of these feasibility studies throughout the Bay Area. And when you approach a park or a school that don't have stormwater anywhere in their mission, or maybe not even on their mind, you got to share a vision that leaves everybody better off. If you say we're going to come in for a year and turn the place upside down with construction, and then, it'll be just as good as it is today. Oh, we need access for maintenance, and you're restricted on your long-term use of some of the spaces. You're going to get a lot of no's. In this instance, the Parks Department was very cooperative through design and construction, and in turn, the funding was in part able to realize the long-term vision for the park. If you look in the bottom right quadrant where you see the baseball and softball fields, that's where all of the storage for the system went in. And we wound up being able to contribute about somewhere in the range of 15 to 20% towards a full upgrade. We were allowed to contribute replacing kind costs for what was going on at the surface. And that covered about 15 to 20% of a really major upgrade to those facilities: new bleachers, new scoreboard, new lights, new everything, new fields, and a permanent irrigation source for the whole park and a couple adjacent parks. So it was able to present a long-term vision for this project that left everybody better off. And that was really key to its realization. Next slide, please. Here are the areas that are irrigated. The viewports in the top right. View A is Orange Memorial Park itself. There are a couple adjacent linear parks that are also irrigated. We're able to tap into those systems. There's a combination of spray and drip irrigation, all purple piping, all signed. In total, it's just under 7 acres of irrigation area. Although I should say the north half of Orange Memorial Park, where it says recreational fields, is currently under construction to become new natural grass soccer fields. And they'll be brought online next summer. And they're responsible for about half of the total irrigation demand for our project. So it won't realize its full potential for that, and a couple other reasons that I'll touch on later in this presentation. But we hope to see the system realize its full potential this coming summer with the completion of those soccer fields, which would be about 15 million gallons of irrigation per year. Next slide, please. So looking at the components of the system, the video touched on them, and I'll get into them in more detail, so I won't talk through them right now. But just one thing to be aware for this project, its operation and maintenance of the whole thing has come in at about $300,000 a year as a cost to the city. So this is another really key aspect to implementation. sponsoring agency is going to want to understand funding, not just for the design and construction of the project, but can also frequently be done through a grant, but they're going to want to understand the caliber, the magnitude of the ongoing O&M costs and how those are going to be taken care of. I mentioned One Shoreline earlier. So Caltrans covered the first year of commissioning. One Shoreline donated for the next several years, and then the long-term vision for O&M funding is a cost and credit sharing. A very large amount of credits were generated for C3J under the greened acre requirement, so-called greened acre requirement, enough to satisfy for the whole county. And so CCAG, which is the City and County Association of Governments in San Mateo County, is leading the effort to try to create this program that will allow sharing of credits and costs for these programs to really support and give agencies the confidence that they won't be stuck with a big tab on the tail end of this project. So that's another really key aspect for these projects. So we're hopeful that there is a project like that in place in Contra Costa County, and we're hoping that there will also be one in place soon in San Mateo County. Next slide, please. So as we jumped into lessons learned, this project came online almost 3 years ago, these are the two components where we have some lessons learned. And so next slide, and we'll start working through. Next slide, please. So it all starts at the in-stream diversion, cut into the base of the flood control channel. Next slide. Goes into the trash and grit chamber for pre-treatment. Next slide. So that's where we have our first lesson learned. We diverted out of a concrete-lined flood control channel. It's concrete as far as the eye can see in both directions for miles. And we designed primarily for suspended sediment load. Next slide. But what we got was a lot of bed load, a lot of muck. And so that really affected we've been able to manage that through an adaptive maintenance regime, where originally we saw cleaning out the channel probably just a couple times a year when you were cleaning out the whole pre-treatment structure with the trash capture device in the grit chamber. But what's happened is a lot more of the maintenance has shifted into the channel. We find that after a couple good storms, it needs maintenance and cleaning out. So that's become more like once a month. In turn, that has reduced the maintenance load on the main chamber. We thought that would happen twice a year, but it's really more like once a year. Next slide. And so I would say if there's a lesson learned here is be aware, even in this environment, or potentially even coming out of a storm drain system pipe, there could be a heavy load of sediment, not just a suspended sediment. And so we put the trash rack as the first thing that happened once water was diverted into the system. And if I had to do it over again, would take a serious look on it being on the far side of the grit chamber because it gets mucked up with those fines and the silt and, kind of blocks the system after a couple storms. And so it's become a pretty frequent maintenance item. And that is one item lesson learned that we would maybe reconfigure the sequence of the pre-treatment structure. Next slide, please. Coming out of the air water, it's a very long diversion pipe. You might wonder why. One of what I consider real successes of this project, the whole thing is gravity driven and passive up until water gets into the wet well, where there are a couple of duplex pumps that push it through the water treatment system and then another booster pump on the backside. But the diversion, getting into the cistern, overflowing into the infiltration gallery, or being returned into Colma Creek, all of that is passive. There's, of course, a sluice gate at the diversion, so you can kind of turn it off when you need to for maintenance or servicing or what have you. But the water gets through the entire system into the wet well passively. And so from energy consumption, resource consumption standpoint, O&M standpoint, that's a real bonus. Next slide, please. So from the flow splitter, if there is room in the underground storage system, water will go that way. The invert to the pipes leading into the cistern, which is about 230,000 gallons, enough for 3 days of irrigation supply, are the lowest in the flow splitter. So water will go that way if there's room in the storage system. Additional function of the cistern is that the residence time is at least a few hours. I mean, it kind of depends on what the rate of flow through the system is, but get additional settling of fines before water overflows into the infiltration gallery, which is 1.6 million gallons, quite a bit larger. So water from the cistern either overflows into the infiltration gallery or it returns through a pipe to the wet well for reuse in the water treatment shed. Next slide, please. So that brings us to our next lesson learned. So I guess you could say we kind of had challenges at the front end and the back end of the system. Next slide, please. The original system was an ultrafiltration system with UV irradiation. There was, of course, pre-treatment filter. And the system was IATMO 324 pre-certified as a gray water reuse system. These cartridges that you see on the top right just kept exploding. And it happened, at first it was happening because there wasn't adequate protection on the upstream side from the pumps, upstream or downstream side. So we were able to retrofit with non-slam check valves and water hammer arresters. On the front end, we put them in, lost cartridges, put them in on the back end, then it ran better for a while. There were also some programming challenges. The remote monitoring capability, the connection to the city's network was never made, and the pre-programming was continuing to have what I would call false alarms and shutting down the system. Parks was growing frustrated, and some microfilm would grow on the cartridges, and we'd have another rupture of the cartridges, and so it's kind of like perpetual loop of these cartridges having challenges. Next slide, please. So after trying to make that work for a couple of years, we just completed a retrofit. The system would work for periods of time, but I would say for the 2 years that treatment system was in operation, it was operational for less than half of the time. Just not good enough. So we replaced the skid last month. It was brought online. It's been tested throughout the park and the irrigation systems. It's providing excellent pressure to all the irrigation zones within the system. It's been up and running for about a month without any issues. Obviously, we're not in the heavy demand part of the season, but some of the weaker components we don't have plastic cartridges anymore. We have welded steel housings. We're on the verge of having the remote monitoring connected to the city system. That's working this time around. So looking at the overall current treatment train, and I should also probably talk about the permitting pathway for this, but we have some of the physical elements upstream of the water quality treatment shed, the trash rack, the grit chamber, additional substantial settling in the cistern. So the water's already been screened and settled by the time it gets to the building. First thing it hits in the building is the 30 micron sediment filter, followed by a 5 micron cartridge filter array, 99% efficiency there. And then the last level of filtration is a charged membrane filter. Provides 3.5 log disinfection plus very tight 0.002 micron net retention pore size once the filter is, because the membrane is charged, it effectively shrinks down to that level. And then on the tail end, we have it again, UVA dosage. Something we don't have in the system in the backwash tank for backwashing the filters is chlorine dosed on a regular basis. But we don't have really residual chlorine in this system. And that is because it all goes real time. There's no storage on the back end of the treatment system. It goes real time out into the park for application for irrigation. There's also a truck filling station, non-potable water truck filling station on the roadway adjacent to the park. But plants don't like chlorine, and we thought we were, and we think we are meeting all of the performance requirements. But I'll note the system has neither a membrane filter nor residual chlorine. So I have noted here that Senate Bill 966 looms large. It is not clear to me or anyone I talk to whether there's going to be a residual CT requirement, chlorine contact time requirement for water distributed. Would be problematic for our project because there is no storage downstream of treatment, and you would need that large scale storage and mixing and treatment contact time with the chlorine. We don't really have anywhere to put that. So we've performed a couple of years of water quality monitoring, performance monitoring. We're hitting all of the standards. We've submitted our first annual report for 2024 to the Water Board. We'll have another report coming up. We have really 4 parallel monitoring systems. There's flow monitoring, tracking the fatal water through the system. How much are we diverting? How much is infiltrated? How much is reused? And how much is returned to park? There's performance monitoring of how much PCBs, mercury, and trash are we removing. There is environmental monitoring because we're infiltrating above a drinking water aquifer as well as discharging back into Colma Creek. So a very wide array of water quality monitoring to support those uses. And then lastly, we have the reuse system itself and spray irrigation, drip irrigation in the park. It's all done at night when the park is closed, but still the level of treatment is to the point that should be fit for human contact. We just, want to be redundant in our safety measures. On the permitting, we got a 401 cert from the board. That drove most of the monitoring that was required, and we have those programs in place to support it. We also got the 1602 from California Fish and Wildlife and the nationwide permit from the Corps. In terms of the water reuse system, it was, we called the county and said, we are going to irrigate within the park. They said, are you irrigating inside a building? We said, no, we are not. And they said, we have no jurisdiction, left it up to local jurisdiction so the city is their own reuse program, setting the standards and permitting and regulating the water reuse system for the park. And that wraps it up. I hope I didn't go on too long, but that is it for the presentation.
Thank you. Many, many thanks. That was a lot of great information, great project. Appreciate it. And, I know that part of, our discussion here and desire is how do we on our side in the regulatory work continue to ensure that we're incentivizing and creating pathways. The other component is on the funding. And I think just wanted to ask you about the credit trading system that it sounds like it's around green acres, and it's likely, you said it was the C3J requirement. So I imagine this is a local requirement or ordinance, and there is an ability to potentially, trade credits when it comes to these green acreage requirements that are being applied. Just wondering, if you know of any other, and just wondering what other trading schemes may be out there that help fund, particularly say for the ongoing O&M for these projects, some of this work. Also noting, obviously, hearing that a lot of the funding for at least the projects we've heard so far, is coming from greening funds that are out there and also Caltrans. And so I think it speaks to, one, certainly the importance that we're interested in, which is for our funding programs, where does stormwater fit? How do we continue to find pathways? But there's a lot of other dollars out there, especially now that I think of Prop 4 obviously out there. And I guess my note and question is just, these are complex projects. It looks like we're accessing different pots of funding for them. And just wondering if you have anything you'd like to add on how we might continue to ensure that we have appropriate funding and what those different streams might be, and interested in that credit trading program.
Yeah, and the design and construction side, I think there's a lot of funding out there. the pause that I know agencies, or whether it's giving local agencies pause or Bay Area agencies pause in pursuing more of these projects, because there are a lot, well, there are several that have gone into design but have kind of hit the pause button, long-term uncertainty around credits and the burden of costs. So it's the O&M costs. There are, we negotiated with One Shoreline, the owner of the channel, and they were generous in supplying several years as a stopgap measure to get to a permanent source. And Contra Costa County on the other side of the bay has a program in place that does this. It facilitates agreements between agencies to share cost and credit, the burden of O&M costs, ongoing O&M costs, and of course the benefits of permit credits. So Contra Costa County has a working program in that regard. The one in San Mateo County being led by CCAG and Reed Bogert. If anyone familiar with their operation, that is in development. The problem in Contra Costa County, I think, is they're having a lack of.
I'm just going to interrupt. I'm sorry, Mr. Dusenberry, but we actually have Contra Costa County here to speak about that specific credit program.
Great.
So we can probably let them talk about the issues in a few minutes.
Try to speak on their behalf.
Well, fantastic. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that response and look forward to hearing from Contra Costa County on the successes perhaps around their program on credit trading. Looking to other fellow board colleagues if there's anything further. Many thanks. Really appreciate it.
Great. Next slide. So we're going to switch gears and we're going to talk about what Board Member Diadamo asked. One of the great ways that we've seen to encourage stormwater capture and use is to use school grounds. It's really kind of an untapped resource. And so we have two folks to speak about capture and use on school grounds. And I'd like to suggest maybe we keep questions, just for the sake of time, keep questions until the end of the two school use presentations, and then we can move on from there just to keep things moving along. So first off, I will hand it over to the Pacific Institute.
Great.
And go to the next slide.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you to the STORM staff and to the members of the State Water Resources Control Board. We are thrilled to be presenting here today. Next slide, please. This is our agenda for how we will be presenting and the order which we will follow. My name is Shannon Spurlock. I'm a senior engagement specialist with the Pacific Institute, and my partner in crime for today's presentation will be Dr. Sonali Abraham, who is a senior research specialist with the Pacific Institute. Next slide, please. Sorry, I meant to say next, and then you get to see us there, and then next slide again. Thank you. So I want to acknowledge upfront that the work and research that we are highlighting was made possible through wonderful collaborations with our partners, including our technical collaborator, Second Nature, and our community-based collaborators, including the Council for Watershed Health and the Trust for Public Land, LA. It is through them and in that partnership that we will be presenting on our research and framework for prioritizing school-based stormwater capture and use projects. Next slide, please. So one theme I think has been, really repeated today and is always worth repeating again, is that stormwater capture and use projects are inherently multiple benefit use projects. When we speak about schools specifically, we can even expand those benefits. So for example, some of those co-benefits include that we are able to create green spaces in highly urbanized areas. We are able to ensure that the outdoor environment is cool enough for students to come out and run, play, burn off some steam before returning to the classroom to be ready learners. And that is because these green spaces help actively mitigate urban heat islands. A really nice thing about school grounds are also that they are community amenities. They are spread throughout geographies, and so that families are able to easily access their local public school regardless of where they live. Next slide, please. So It's with this knowledge, and I'm going to talk about a little bit about the background and what really inspired Sonali and I and our partners to explore putting together a framework to understand how do we think about the role of school grounds and school greening and the role stormwater capture can play. So, for example, I think someone may have mentioned this earlier, but public school districts are often some of the largest landholders in the communities where they are sited. And this is no different in Los Angeles County, where LAUSD, in fact, is the second largest district in the United States. And if they are not the largest landholder in LA, they're the second or third. And in the last few years, there's been active criticism from parents whose kids are attending the schools about how hot they are. There have been multiple days where it has been so hot outside. There's a public health hazard for kids to go out and play. So how can we expect them to be ready learners, burn off that steam, and be actively engaged in the classroom? Well, this is where stormwater comes in. And one of the previous presenters made a very on-point observation that stormwater is not in the mission of schools. So, for example, LAUSD, their mission is that they want to realize excellence for all students by providing the unique, rigorous, and culturally relevant education that each and every student deserves. When we can see, though, stormwater is not explicitly called out in that, I think we can ask, through the multiple benefits that stormwater capture and use delivers, how can these projects, when sited on school grounds, contribute to school districts achieving their missions? Next slide, please. And with that, I will hand it over to Sonali to talk about our approach and how we help establish a framework to measure that. Sonali?
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate that. Next slide, please. So I guess just to take a step back and kind of ground ourselves first in what we're doing, this project aims to develop a quantitative estimate, a volumetric estimate of stormwater capture potential on school grounds in LA. In order to do this, we kind of took a two-pronged approach where we engaged with community members and with public agencies in LA in order to make sure that all our research resonates with on-the-ground needs and goals in LA. We engaged with community-based organizations, NGO coalitions, the Flood District, folks at the Storms program, as well as LAUSD, but also other school districts as well. We did this through advisory group convenings throughout the course of the project, as well as one-on-one conversations and other little workshop-based things. Specifically, we engaged with the Council for Watershed Health and the Trust for Public Land LA throughout the project in order to make sure that all our research is relevant to on-the-ground needs. Next slide, please. So for the technical piece of this analysis, we collaborated with Second Nature. They are a software and science company based in Santa Cruz, and they provide stormwater management tools for the public and private sector with the goal of informing policy and decision-making. We selected this tool and to work with this entity because they have a tool called Rain Steward, and that's the kind of screenshot that you see on your screen. And this tool quantifies the volumetric potential for stormwater capture at a highly resolved spatial scale, about 30 meters of spatial resolution. And then they also use publicly available data sets in order to estimate some co-benefits. So we use this tool. We estimated annual stormwater runoff volumes and pollutant loading, as well as ranked school campuses on 4 key benefits: water supply, water quality, flood reduction, and urban heat mitigation. And the idea behind this was, one is that a quantitative estimate of the amount of stormwater capture available creates a ground truth for helping folks go out there and say, look at the potential that these strategies can provide and all these co-benefits as well. The ranking of the school districts of the schools is not intended to be a sort of definitive list, but instead it provides a way to use stormwater benefits as a way to figure out where to start, because it can be an overwhelming task to look at all the schools in the county or the state and figure out where to place your stormwater strategies. So the main quantitative outputs of this project was stormwater runoff generated, potential volume for stormwater capture, and pollution mitigation and impervious area, which I'll get into in the next few slides. Next slide, please. You can skip this one for the interest of time. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick overview of how the tool works. You can input. We put in a big data set that showed school parcel areas for the county, and inputted property metrics. Rain Steward then auto-calculated based on their internal software, stormwater and multi-benefit quantification. You're able to rank based on different metrics, based on different co-benefit metrics, and then they can also build a plan based on specifics that you add into the tool. So we used pieces of this to create this big picture understanding of stormwater capture in schools. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the meat of what we wanted to discuss. So some key findings. Next slide, please. So we estimate that total stormwater runoff generated from LA County public school campuses is 3.15 billion gallons per year, which is about 9,500 acre feet. Out of this amount, so this is the total amount generated. Out of this, about 2.04 billion, so 2 billion per year, gallons per year, can be captured potentially to augment water supplies. Now, this can offset municipal demand. It can contribute to greening of school campuses without increasing demand and putting additional pressure on regional and local water supplies. We found in past research, it was found that urban surfaces in LA County, so the entire county, not just schools, generates about 358 million gallons per year. My point in establishing the stat is that school campuses out of that amount generates 2.4% of the volume of stormwater capture comes from schools. Stormwater generated in the county comes from schools. Next slide, please. So this shows you just a distribution across the 10 major watersheds in LA County. On this graph, you see the stormwater capture potential in the dark blue bar. Pollutant load that can be treated is in the light blue bar, and impervious area is the yellow line across the chart. What this kind of shows is that the stormwater capture potential and the potential for pollution mitigation is highly variable across the 10 watersheds, and the benefits that you can get across the watersheds are highly context specific and locally relevant to the region. So kind of grounding yourself in what's happening in the region is super important. The variability also kind of reflects the difference in the number of schools across each watershed, and therefore the amount of impervious area on the school campuses within each watershed as well. Next slide, please. So this is just a spatial distribution of the multiple benefits of stormwater capture across the county. So as I'd said before, we had 4 key benefits that we looked at in this project. That was water supply, quality, flood reduction, and urban heat mitigation. This shows the top ranked school campuses across the county for each of the benefits evaluated. So school campuses with high potential for providing multiple benefits are clustered in kind of the southern portion of the county. Clusters are also apparent for single benefits, and they're caused by a variety of a mixture of factors such as where public supply aquifers are located, impaired water bodies, flood hazard areas, social vulnerability of surrounding communities, etc. I think that's the end of the findings, and we'll jump right into recommendations from Shannon. Next slide, please.
Great. Thank you, Sonali. And I'll be very brief with the recommendations because I know we're at time here. So essentially, what can the role of the State Water Resources Control Board be as far as advancing stormwater capture and use on school grounds? There are so many different opportunities. One of the key recommendations is really under encouraging and helping to facilitate strategic partnerships. I think this has kind of come through very loud and clear, not just in all of the previous presentations prior to ours, but also all the different types of organizations from the school district to parks districts to community-based organizations. How many intentional partners does it take to actually move this forward? And I just want to highlight, I feel like some of what we've been talking about has been very conceptual with what's the amount of stormwater that's available? What are the multiple benefits that it can actually promote? And this is from Jackson Elementary in Pasadena Unified School District. And you'll be hearing from Amigos de los Rios after this, and they're the primary community-based organization partner to support the transformation of the school ground. Next slide, please. As schools are such important and centralized community assets, engaging students, the staff, and the surrounding community is a key portion in the ownership and care of each site and the active engagement after school hours for those communities that use the playgrounds during off hours. And so these are ways to really activate a community in a very healthy way. So the active engagement of all parties involved. Next slide, please. When looking at funding and planning decisions, very much focusing on using a multi-benefit lens and focusing on the outcomes that can come out of each of these projects. And say a benefit of also engagement with broader community and the students and the staff is there are always trade-offs with multiple benefit projects. So this also helps them prioritize what's most important to them when planning transformation on their grounds. And then the final slide, next slide, please, is there's been a lot of talk about new regulatory requirements for schools and best management practices and, potentially preliminary draft MS4 stormwater permits. And so just helping schools be proactive in their planning is something that it would be great to see partnership and support with the board and so that it puts schools and those communities in a better position. And with that, I will finish, and Snelly and I are happy to take any questions.
Why don't we go, just in the interest of time, and we can hold the questions for the schools until after our next school one. So Robert, if you want to move to the next slide, and I would love to introduce Ms. Claire Robinson, the Managing Director of Amigos de los Rios. We're extremely lucky to have her here in person. She's come up from Los Angeles, and we're going to move from, I think, what Pacific Institute talked about for kind of what could be done to what's actually being done. So, Ms. Robinson, I'll pass it off to you.
Great. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how thrilled I am to be here. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity. We've had an awful lot of fun over the past 22 years enjoying stormwater, and we've worked with a number of agency partners from our local conservancy, CAL FIRE, Natural Resources Agency, and our county Safe Clean Water program. And just a little bit about who we are as a nonprofit. We essentially take a landscape scale vision, a watershed scale vision of the LA metro area. And we've taken the Olmsted Bartholomew plan that was Chamber of Commerce commissioned in 1930 for LA. And they talked about protecting the upper watershed, Santa Monica Mountain, Rim of the Valley, Angeles, and making beautiful greenways, multi-benefit greenways along the river corridors. But they were scandalized at the time how many people lived in the LA basin in 1930 versus the acreage of parks that you need for a world-class metro area. So fast forward 95 years, things have gotten a lot better, no worse. we are public health challenged with our the amount of public spaces we have. So our first project was to connect with our local Indigenous First Peoples and understand sustainable living within the watershed. So we got our plant palette and worked with the ethnobotanists of the Tongva Gabrielino tribe. And we started saying, how can we interpret this plan in contemporary real estate? And we hire recent college graduates in engineering, landscape, environmental sciences, et cetera, and they get paid to do complex, what we call green lasagna, real world complex projects with multiple stakeholders. So we really are fueled by the idea of children's right to nature and the Children's Bill of Health that we want to advocate for students, mostly in what we call the asphalt quilt, Title I schools within the LA area. They look at the mountains. Often students within the communities have never been to the mountains. So our first projects were along the San Gabriel River, sort of connecting the Olmsted Plan, the river greening with schools. And a lot of the schools were not benefiting from the river and the presence of connections to public lands. We learned very quickly that if you want to try to connect schools to nature, there are so many of them, and they're such trusted hubs for the community. They're places where people literally drop their students every day. They feel confident and connected. And we see each individual school as the potential to hold the microcosm of the whole watershed and be a place where students from TK on can really be part of what we are looking at with climate resilience and the need to really embody water resilience. So we work with a lot of incredible people like Marcy Rainey from Occidental College and now Public Exchange. Looking at them, before I talk about the stormwater, there's so many human health and developmental benefits of natural infrastructure on school campuses. And we have recently gone through the Altadena fire where we lost our office and many of us lost our homes. This is a school in Altadena, the Mary Jackson Project. It didn't burn down, thank goodness. But we have really enjoyed partnering with the district to see when you convert land cover from grass or asphalt to pervious pavement or add trees, what are the economic benefits? And we're partnering with Earth Economics to look at how ecosystem services can be valued, and that can help boards of education and facilities directors and partners understand the investment. So these are some of the schools we work on within the greater watershed. As I said, this is our 22nd year. We learned very early on, you do not mess with the sacred geometry of sports. Never present a bioswale or a rain garden that would interfere with those. So we follow that rule. The first time we put pervious concrete in 2010, we invited a couple of superintendents. We're working right now with 6 different smaller districts. And they thought, well, will I sink in here like quicksand? So it was really about a quilt. Like if you see pervious concrete can bear the weight of fire engines if you put the right thickness. And the cool pavement or the pervious planters, the infiltration boxes, this is a new material science we need to adopt urgently in order to address multiple challenges we have. This is just kind of like a grid of all the fun benefits that we tapestry weave into our projects. And we have learned that stormwater management is above all extremely fun. Kids love the game of it. And many of the Title I schools are subject to severe drainage challenges, which relate to vector issues, which are no joke. And the heat is hockey sticking up. We're working with UCLA Luskin, and the excessive heat days are going up, which means students are not allowed outside, and that has a big impact. We're doing great on inclusive passive travel if we were in the 18th century, but we are not. So the benefits of pervious and all the other things we're doing makes inclusive connections to everyone available. So we know that from a lot of research across the country. I served on the Urban Community Forestry Committee under the Obama administration, and we know that there's a lot of research about physical fitness, mental health, academic benefits of natural infrastructure. So every school we do is kind of 5 projects in one, because there's the front of the school, there's the main play yard, there's the sports field, there's the quads, and the parking lot. So we have learned, working with Earth Economics, how to codify the benefits of those different investments. And this is a fun slide because knee-jerk reaction, everyone wants to put asphalt to no matter what problem there is, let's just put some asphalt down. So we're showing here in year 9 the differential cost of pervious pavement, which has benefits of heat island mitigation, supporting trees, having that infiltrative capacity. And also in year 9, it's clearly less expensive. So we know that we have a lot of heat to manage in LAUSD, which obviously we're not working in LAUSD, but we want our benefits to scale. In a lot of ways, we've been able to work in the smaller districts with smaller legal teams and less bureaucracy and more urgency. So here's a school in the school that we remove grass and put a rain garden inside and create a lot of opportunities for students to just enjoy themselves outdoors, benefit from legacy trees. During the pandemic, these projects were very important, and the necessity to put a human face on school infrastructure, which has a lot of abstraction. If you love abstraction, this is a beautiful area of asphalt, but not very friendly for children. So here's an example of taking that asphalt and interlacing it with a program to provide meditation gardens, trike trails, places to practice your bike riding safely, and also bring in biodiversity. So the biodiversity is another state mandate, and bringing the plants in, working with us, California Watershed Engineering, to tell us how many areas we needed to capture, what our total cubic feet of stormwater we needed, and then you get these tactile benefits, and the school becomes a park like the Olmsted Vision. So we've done additional ones of these schools, and each one has meaningful health benefits and in the green lasagna arena. And the less advantaged areas are often underserved with storm drain infrastructure. So this school had decades of flooding that were neither the city or the little bit of the county or the school district had the funding or capacity to address. So this is what it looks like, the front of school, large chiropractic bill for the principal pulling students out of the car line so they didn't come into school with wet feet. So we worked with the California Natural Resources Agency, Urban Greening Grant, and did a traditional design for how to capture that stormwater coming out the school. And the nexus with stormwater, although schools are not subject to MS4, we'd love to see them be, we were able to treat and be the interstitial kind of ambassador between these 3 jurisdictions to prevent flooding and provide COVID-safe spaces outdoors and celebrate the next generation of leaders who will hopefully take our places. So this is this particular school where we've removed asphalt, added pervious pavement, added a bioswale, added a number of trees, removed asphalt in favor of tree wells. And so here's just the retrofit of the teacher's parking lot. The part of the treatment train is the water that does come across the parking lot goes into this bioswale. And we've created, instead of this really picturesque swamp for the science class, which was not operational for any other use, an outdoor dining area on pervious pavement in the field. And the students seeing the watershed, seeing the Angeles National Forest, and this is the kindergarten area transformed with a couple of rain gardens. This is our training project where we demystify the process of doing green infrastructure and have training folks making the different aspects of the green lasagna. So another quick run through the issue. If I were on a board of education, I would not sleep knowing the amount of heat and the potential danger to a student, which is not totally codified. But we do talk about how multiple benefit with the students' solutions are absolutely awesome. And the students are getting that drift. Here, another school in Pasadena, legacy flooding, great boots that the principal had to get across to the kindergarten area. We worked with Geosyntac to get the rain harvest box sized and integrated them with pervious concrete into this kinder area at the bottom of the south part of the school. And now this is the landscape that it does not flood anymore, and there's nature-based play. Mary Jackson, which was mentioned by Pacific Institute within the greater watershed. Very traditional, beautiful asphalt, various tones of gray, but deadpan soil, which flooded the science area. We did a facial with local teenagers to the soil, brought that back to life, regraded it as upside down wedding cake, and then expanded to the rest of the campus with a grant from the CNRA, bringing sideways trees, which are also infiltration areas for stormwater, and bringing a number of, capturing 14,000 cubic yards. The outside of the school, we call this a donut project. We work on the inside, but also we want to expand it to the rest of the community we are still working on. But parents are very grateful that these transformations are made because it's more inclusive, it's more humane, and the educational master plans of these schools also coincide with individual learning, complexity on campus. So here you see this kind of park-like setting, which took the place of what used to be just one monotone sweep of asphalt. And here are our pervious paving being cured, and the whole idea of turning classrooms inside out so that we have multivalent spaces. Here's the science teacher going through scope and sequence at the school, entrepreneurs who've developed a chip restaurant at their school, teachers having fun in the recycled urban lumber, and integrating the science scope and sequence into the work at the school. Here's a little river that goes through the school and the pervious pavement on the left. Interpretive science is mission critical because we want to bring the complexity of the bioswale and the connection that students in the upper watershed have to the ocean. This was the picture Sonali showed of a beautiful Monet-like setting in the library, but it also incurred into the library and was a menace. So here's the janitor. We've created a soak it all in area where wildflowers and the rain harvest boxes are underneath, and literally engaged thousands and thousands. We have 4 events every weekend where kids come, they have a lot of fun, making sure the canopy is there and students younger than them can benefit from spaces that are nurturing and inclusive and be very literate. We still don't know all the benefits, haven't monetized all of them. We're working on getting funding for an operation and maintenance training pilot study with a number of amazing experts. And the barriers to systematic adoption and long-term success, a lot of them include what I call the mom. Who's the mom of the project? The monitoring, operations, and maintenance. What exactly does that entail? What exactly are the costs? Who exactly is going to do what part of that? So we're wanting to codify that and work with private sector and different groups to help us be more aware of how that collaboration could really unfold. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly, Ms. Robinson, for that rapid survey of the good work that is going on, but truly for your passion, for your leadership in this space. I agree completely with all the points you've made here when it comes to how these are our most multi-benefit projects and are benefiting the folks that we need it to most, the next generation of our students, and the importance, coming from myself. My dad was a teacher for 36 years over at Oasis Elementary School in the Coachella Valley. My mom worked for the school district as well. I know how challenging the job of educating our future is, and how hard it is when you don't have the facilities that promote that learning and promote that well-being of the students. And so just thank you. This is an incredibly exciting space. What I'm reminded of certainly is our DROPS program, that we were fortunate to have some dollars there in Prop 1 to fund stormwater interns and doing very similar work. And I think to your point as well, incorporating students into the actual work, understanding what's being built, testing, going out, doing water quality testing prior to building these facilities and then after, and really seeing it as a living classroom, to your point, on the outside, even as, these are huge policy issues, huge challenges we have. And as we make headway on those, the children themselves, seeing it, being part of it, being empowered by it, I just can't thank you and the Pacific Institute and our other presenters enough for the work that's being done. I have to give a shout out as well to your point around heat island effects. The Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, I know, is doing a lot of work on heat indexes. And so we have a lot of opportunity here to work closer with our sister agencies, and importantly, to connect and understand the needs, especially of smaller schools that, you know, don't sometimes have the, I know, capacity to access grants or to bring in the funding that is most needed there. So truly consider me and ourselves here partners, and look forward to just figuring out how we do more and how we do better. Vice Chair, and this was your good focus. And so
I feel real strongly about this. I think we've all been on campuses where there are green spaces, amenities, and as you say, Chair, an opportunity to educate the next generation. And then we've been to others, and it is very sad. And I think this is a racial equity issue. When I see those schools, my own sense is that they are in communities that are disadvantaged and with a higher population of people of color. So what my questions are on analysis and mapping this so that we can make a better case that it's not just for the environment, it's not just for public health, but it's also for, to address racial equity. So any comments on, tools that you're working on so that we can help make the case when there's opportunities for funding or policy changes or considerations at the legislature?
Yeah. I'll just say very briefly that our nonprofit, as an environmental justice nonprofit, we only work in Title I schools, with the exception if there's a high special ed population, we'll also look at that school. So all of our work has been in Title I schools, which are often synonymous with areas that do not have tree canopy and are very, the asphalt quilt is a term of art, term of endearment. If you're a child and you live in the asphalt quilt, there's still love and life, but it's, impacted by the hardscape. So we really feel strongly that every Title I school should benefit from this. A lot of parents want this no matter what level socioeconomically the school is, because it has so many educational and mental health benefits, but we're committed to especially the Title I transformations.
Yeah. And I think that it presents an opportunity for storms to really look at the potential schools. I think the work that the Pacific Institute highlighted earlier about what schools are prime and ripe for greening, and then kind of overlaying that with maybe some other data platforms that we can really identify where we need to focus our energy. And I think that's a great point, and something that I'd love to kind of dig into further.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of, comparison tool,
Right.
that shows, your average school or schools in more affluent areas and the amount of green space that they have compared to disadvantaged communities and, where there are people of color. So I think it would be a very stark contrast.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can let Sonali jump in here as well. But when we were looking at this framework and the research and analysis, there's also the opportunity, if I'm recalling, to do an environmental justice overlay.
Yes.
And Sonali, if you want to speak a little bit further.
No, it is very possible, and
Yeah.
it's very important that it's done. We have the wherewithal and the sort of knowledge and tools to do it. It just, we need a project and funding in order to do that. But I think it's a really important thing. I think there's a lot of anecdotal evidence. I think we all sort of know this and have seen it with our own eyes, but having something concrete to point to that does exactly what was described, I think, is very important.
Yeah.
And then I guess along those same lines, on the issue of higher temperatures, is there any work being done to quantify? I think, Chair, I wasn't aware of the project you're talking about at OEHA, but it's a way to quantify when the temperatures are so high, and if the only access is pavement, are those children indoors? Are they being kept indoors compared to other areas of the state where they're able to go outside? And so I think that would be another important metric to consider.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, again, anecdotally, we know that that's happening when it's too hot outside, when the heat index gets too high. But yeah, doing an actual study and identifying kind of where that's happening and why would be fascinating. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Thank you for those responses. Board Member Morgan.
I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation. Definitely going to go back and slow down on a couple of those slides. There's some great information, especially just around just the health impacts overall on students and the heat and not being able to have the canopy and just the reduced temperatures that come along with having whether, tree canopy, less hard pavement, and having just the pervious pavement and concrete. It's all very important to have the mixture of different, loss of words here, but and so just being a mother of a 10-year-old son who does not like to go to school on hot days because he's like, it is hot. If we go outside, it's going to be hot. If it gets over above this temperature, we're going to have to be out indoors, and I'm not going to be able to be outside, and I'm not going to be able to play. And, so just thinking about that and just all the children that are in that category, and also son having asthma and just not being able to really get that break from being in the classroom, that mental break that is needed to then return to the classroom to learn, to get why children go to school, to learn, and that time outside is needed to continue the education. And so just really want to thank you for what you do and just bringing the wide spectrum of what is available for outdoor canvas, what it can look like. And it's not just a one-size-fits-all type of design that goes into it. It really is a wide spectrum based on the school, the size, what is, what the age of the students, just a lot of things that come into effect there. And just having schools be a point within a neighborhood where you can go and have that green space and have a park and have that place. And why it is also important for education and the health, and it is a part of education. So thank you for highlighting that. It's just great to hear. It's great to see, and it's great just to see just it all come together in one cohesive presentation. So thank you.
Do more.
Yes.
Here. Thank you so much, Board Member, and completely agree. I definitely want to do a lot more, Ms. Robinson. Board Member Firestone.
Just a quick question, and I mean, all of these presentations are incredible. I'm so excited about this program so far, and I know there's more to go. But I am curious. I've done a lot of work trying to figure out how we can more proactively get projects done on the ground in the drinking water context. And for the SAFER program, we've done a lot of work around identifying where there's needs. So I think the program's talked about, the tools and research being developed, and the need to engage with communities to have them lead. But a big piece is that was missing on the drinking water side was the technical assistance to be able to work with, maybe you all have been able to do this, but be able to work with the schools and connect it to and develop the projects so that they can be successful in getting the funding that I know we're going to talk about later. But a lot of times when there is funding, it passes by these areas because they haven't been able to do the planning and just initial design work. And so I'm curious what we talked about the DROPS program. That was a great, I'm I'm not going to say one time, but a short-term, limited funding opportunity, but a great model. But I'm interested in whether technical assistance or if there's programs or opportunities, and it's fine to talk about this in the funding section, but I'm curious, particularly for the panelists, are there particular needs that would make a big difference? Is that a roadblock, or is really the need, the implementation funding, which is, or the I think we're going to talk about implementation funding. We've heard about O&M challenges, which is also a funding challenge, but I'm interested if folks have thoughts on whether there's a barrier on this need for technical, what we call technical assistance, but just in the initial project development and design, like getting all the folks on board, being able to develop that. If you can speak to it.
I mean, our group is a little unusual because we're architects, engineers, artists, like our training organization. And so we know some of the best engineers in the business and, some of the best partners, but the cost of doing proper geosyntic work, like where you're getting percolation values, like we can dig a 6-foot hole and put a tape measure in it with a stopwatch, or we can do it properly, and get real, which we have done. But I think the cost of doing those studies is really prohibitive. And so the donut projects we like to do, where we take the Mary Jackson School, then we deal with flooding bigger, we need that funding is too expensive, like to try to do in the streets. So having the county Safe Clean Water program came in with a project where it's technical assistance. So you could apply for multiple schools and get paired with an engineer, and they can help you get the technical work done that you need to move forward. So I think that's really critical. And I think recognizing the role that our and many other nonprofits that are in this space are playing interstitial, because the facilities departments of the school districts are more than overwhelmed. And so being able to, and the bond departments don't often have the right people to execute. So I think really recognizing the role that nonprofits are playing as this messenger between the increasing capacity and bringing best practices in is critical. So the technical assistance is very important.
Yeah, I just wanted to also add that in addition to kind of the technical assistance, I think there's also a piece of sort of everyone on the same page, and there's everyone's kind of all these different, there's a lot of people in the school grading stormwater space coming at it with slightly different objectives and purposes and goals. And we're actually starting to work on this as our next project in the school grading space, which is trying to speak to people in the school districts, within other implementing agencies, including a lot of nonprofits, as Claire mentioned, to understand kind of what the drivers and barriers are, and how we can help connect those motivations and help everyone kind of speak the same language. Because I think especially on the school district side, to your point, I do think there is some resistance, but often it is everyone is speaking a slightly different language, and it's getting everyone talking in the same way. And Shannon, if there's anything you want to add, please do. Oh, she's not able to unmute herself. Okay.
I was just gonna say, no, I think that's spot on. And oh my gosh, there was one piece I was going to add to that, is that one piece of the interviewing process too is working with school staff to understand, and actually Claire had a nice slide in there about a school staff member and community pride, civic engagement, but understanding the role and perception of increased operations and maintenance responsibilities ahead of time. I think there's a lot of sympathy to say it's hard to go from the status quo to something new, especially when you already have so much to do. So we want to understand kind of that before and after, and how things shifted, so we can help tell that story.
Thank you, board member, and thank you for those responses. Yeah, I think to your point, board member Firestone, you think of the drinking water work, and it's through a lot of technical assistance funding that we created the pipeline that we have for drinking water projects in disadvantaged communities. And I think very similar approach here, and needing to really have that intentional technical assistance pipeline, if you will, so that it's not just left up to schools. And I think that, the issue of ongoing maintenance and the costs associated with it, I can see, yeah, it's an additional burden that the school might take on. But I think that's where it is important that schools be part of our thinking on MS4, the MS4 update, at least to ensure that they are part of this planning process. And you could see, potentially when it comes to the costs for these regional infiltration projects or various ongoing need for the sustained funding for this work, that, if schools aren't kind of part of the discussion now, they may kind of be left behind a bit. So I know, we're not here to talk about the MS4 permit, but, I'll be looking to make sure that we strike some sort of balance, even if they're not fully, required within that. But it's for another discussion, another day. But appreciated the notes on needing to be very mindful of the way we proceed on the MS4s. All right. Looking to colleagues if there's anything further. There'll be certainly a lot further, but we can move on to the next presentation at this point. And thank
Great.
you again. That was fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. So we have, just to give you an idea of where we are in the scope of things, we're going to be talking about stormwater diversions. We have one speaker from Monterey One Water, and then we're going to switch over to funding. We have two folks talking about credit lake systems, and then we'll have DFA speak. So we're more than halfway through. Yeah, we're going to switch gears again and talk about stormwater diversions to sewer systems. And this is happening across the state. We only have one speaker here today just for sake of time, but they have a very unique situation going on in Monterey One Water. But I just did want to give recognition to, there's Santa Monica, Los Angeles is happening up and down California. It's a great solution. Still need to kind of work through some barriers, but I'm going to pass it off to Ms. Allison Imamura to talk about Monterey One Water.
Thanks so much. I hope you can hear me okay.
Sure can.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members and staff. My name is Allison Imamura. I'm a principal engineer at Monterey One Water. I just want to reach out and say thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to everyone, but also more generally for the leadership of the State Water Board and the efforts of all the staff at the State Water Board. The State Water Board really has been Monterey One Water's compass toward our work on improving water quality and delivering sustainable water solutions for our region over the past 35 years since we started treating wastewater in our region. And more recently, we've some of you were able to attend our ribbon cutting, our ground ribbon cutting for our Pure Water Monterey expansion. It's really a highlight that I'd like to talk about, and is one of the keys to our stormwater projects. You can go to the next slide. And then, yeah, so basically the State Board has been our key partner. We work with State Board and Regional Water Quality Control Board members continually. We truly appreciate the efforts as we were going through our process for Pure Water Monterey, dealing with our ocean discharge requirements, protection of public health and groundwater quality, achieving legal water rights for stormwater diversions, and funding assistance, of course. Also, I just want to also thank our partners in Pure Water Monterey and our region, Monterey County and the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, Marina Coast Water District, and our key cities in our region. The cities of Salinas, Seaside, and Monterey have been key. It really, truly takes a village to get to the successes that we've had. Today I'm going to share with you some of the challenges that led to us to implement urban stormwater capture and use, and how we've translated that into projects that have had great results. And so the next slide, I'll get into it. So our Central Coast region is somewhat unique. We have no federal or state water supplies. We have no snowpack to rely on for seasonal storage. We must rely solely on precipitation that falls within our watersheds and stored in reservoirs and groundwater basins. Some of the key aspects of our area include that we're the area includes the salad bowl of the world. We have a valley that stretches the length of the county. $5 billion worth of crop production occurs from the valley, and more than half of the leafy greens that are used throughout the country. The Monterey Peninsula hosts millions of tourists every year because of the beaches, golf courses, Monterey Bay Aquarium, and the Big Sur Coast. It's $3 billion per year of economic activity. The Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary is right off the coast, and we have numerous areas of special biological significance and marine protected areas, which are fed from our watersheds. On top of that, the county has dozens of surface water bodies that are listed on the Clean Water Act 303D list of impaired water bodies. And as you all know, we have small disadvantaged communities that have compromised water supplies. Going on with more of our challenges, I can't believe I'm still going, but Northern Salinas Valley overlies the critically overdrafted 400-foot aquifer of the Salinas Valley groundwater basin, and it's critically overdrafted and pushing to comply with the SGMA requirements. Finally, our state water board orders that limit the use of the Carmel River have affected water supplies in our region. And another key supply is subject of a groundwater adjudication, further limiting supplies. So as you can see, our area has immense water resource challenges, and I haven't even listed our floods and droughts and sea level rise and coastal erosion that are affecting Monterey County. Next slide. So a little bit about Monterey One Water. We're a joint powers authority comprised of 8 jurisdictions represented on our board and 3 communities in northern Monterey County. We started as Monterey Regional Water Pollution Control Agency shortly after the Clean Water Act that led us to regionalize our wastewater collection treatment system, and we now serve about 285,000 customers with 100 employees working at Monterey One Water and a $130 million budget. We own, operate, and maintain wastewater and source water collection system pumps and pipelines, regional treatment plant, essentially the heart of our systems, and co-located at our regional treatment plant are a tertiary treatment plant and an advanced water purification facility that's part of the Pure Water Monterey project. In the late 80s, the seawater intrusion into coastal aquifers was already evident. Monterey County and this agency moved to implement the tertiary treatment systems for farmland irrigation. In 1998, we became the first agency to deliver recycled water for edible food crops. About just over a decade later, Monterey One Water began exploring indirect potable reuse. Through groundwater replenishment, we were following in the footsteps of Southern California agencies such as Orange County Water District and their groundwater recharge system. And as you know, by 2020, Monterey One Water and our partners implemented Pure Water Monterey, and it's the first of its kind to do indirect potable reuse in Northern California. Next slide. To unlock the story of our region's stormwater capture and reuse efforts, I wanted to start with just some background on our water planning studies and inflow to our wastewater treatment plant. When the regional treatment plant was first constructed in 1990, we only had 3 sources of water coming in. They were all municipal wastewater from the areas of Castroville, Moss Landing, City of Salinas, and the Monterey Peninsula area. The City of Salinas at the time maintained their own separate industrial wastewater collection and treatment system that was specifically for food processing wastewater, primarily lettuce washing. Next slide. Monterey One Water treats wastewater for 3 reuse customers. One is for farmland receiving tertiary water, as I mentioned, that helps the agricultural interest in the Salinas Valley deal with the threat of seawater intrusion from the ocean. And due to the self-reliance and the Monterey Peninsula's water supply challenges of the State Water Board's cease and desist order on the Carmel River, every drop of water makes a difference for the Monterey Peninsula. Some projects were successfully implemented in our area before Pure Water Monterey, including a golf course irrigation project in the Carmel and Pebble Beach area and a Carmel River Aquifer Storage and Recovery Project, which stores water in the Seaside Basin when excess water is available in the Carmel River. This project is likely going to surpass 5,000 acre-feet of stored water at the end of this water year. Over the past 30 years, numerous seawater desalination projects have been pursued but not implemented. The Pure Water Monterey project, on the other hand, was first suggested as an alternative supply about 15 years ago. And about 5 years ago, it was completed. From conception to operation took about 10 years, which is lightning fast for our region. It's enabled the region to meet legal limits on the Carmel River in recent years. And Pure Water Monterey also provides water for urban irrigation to Marina Coast Water District, one of our key project partners. Next slide. So a little bit about our stormwater nexus. Over the same time frame that I was just discussing, our region has sought to enhance stormwater management for water supply and water quality benefits, and Monterey One Water has been instrumental in many of these related programs. I have highlighted here the Sea Clean program, which is an ambient monitoring program that Monterey One Water is a part of. We've also been administrator for the Monterey Regional Stormwater Management Plan and I have here the Monterey Stormwater Education Alliance. We've also been actively involved in the Integrated Regional Water Management Plans and the Bureau of Reclamation's Drought Contingency and Basin Studies plans. Finally, and most directly related to this workshop today, Monterey One Water sponsored a stormwater resource plan and a deeper dive in a water recovery study for the Monterey Peninsula that's highlighted on this slide. These planning level studies provided the seed for our region to pursue stormwater projects for capture and reuse. Next slide. Okay, so this slide highlights some of our successful projects that we've implemented. Building on the plans that I discussed, Pure Water Monterey received a State Water Board stormwater grant, $10 million, to implement stormwater and dry weather capture and reuse projects. And these projects aim to reduce pollutant loads to downstream water bodies, obviously, and to provide the water supply benefits through recycling. Some of the projects that I've highlighted here include the Blanco Drain and Reclamation Ditch diversions that were co-sponsored with the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. These projects enable us to divert surface waters that drain urban and agricultural land into our treatment plant. Both of them are 303D listed water bodies for multiple pollutants, and some of their watersheds are agricultural and urban land. With the City of Salinas, we've also implemented stormwater diversion and reuse projects that were included as best management practices in the city's MS4 permit. And I know Sean McGuire was critical in getting these projects up and off the ground when he was a staff member at the Water Board. So shout out to Sean for his help on these projects. Finally, more recently, the City of Monterey is implementing an additional diversion project called Lake El Estero, and it's in its permitting stages at the Water Board. Next slide. So this slide shows that we have a lot of different types of water coming into our treatment plant, most of which is municipal wastewater, shown in green. But it highlights in the blue and orange and red some of the waters that we've diverted into our regional treatment plant to reduce pollutant loads on surface waters and to also increase our water supplies for recycled customers. Since the Pure Water Monterey surface water collection systems came online in early 2020, Monterey One Water has reduced the load of nutrient constituents as nitrogen to the Salinas Valley surface waters and the bay by about 800,000 pounds and has increased reuse yield by about 4,000 acre-feet. So moving from that, I'd like to then move to our challenges and lessons learned. So next slide. So going back to our core, we had the 3 areas where we received municipal wastewater. Before Pure Water Monterey was implemented, a local capture project in the city of Pacific Grove began diverting dry weather and first flush stormwater to our regional wastewater system. In addition, in about 2013, we started diverting industrial wastewater to our system periodically to be able to give the city of Salinas' industrial wastewater facility increased capacity and to provide additional water for irrigation of farmland. Next slide. So with Pure Water Monterey and the new source water projects that were built, we needed supplemental water during summer months. And so you see these new sources of water, primarily urban and agricultural runoff, were implemented, including building diversion structures and pipelines and monitoring devices to be able to take those areas of stormwater into our regional treatment system. The permitting and stakeholder processes to implement these projects were extensive. The team worked many years with local stakeholders and landowners, with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, state and regional boards, but ultimately water rights were received and construction permits were received in about 2018, and those projects were successfully constructed. Next slide. So project implementation does have its share of challenges, and I've lived through a lot of it. So the gray area I'm going to focus a little bit on just to give a sense for what these challenges presented. Next slide. So this is a schematic of one portion of our source waters projects called the Salinas Stormwater Projects. And to implement these, we had to figure out a way to convert winter water into summer supplies. We needed to find a way to have some seasonal storage. So we are conjunctively using the city's industrial wastewater treatment facility as a place to store water during the winter and be able to have it be available in the summer months when the recycled water demands are higher. This is highly dependent upon capacity at the Salinas treatment facility. And so we have been working very closely with several of our regional partners and developing plans and operation protocol to be able to use stormwater more effectively. But it does present its challenges. This figure shows how complicated we are in our codependent infrastructure needs, because you see our city infrastructure is as important as the Monterey One water infrastructure in being able to capture stormwater and accrue the benefits. The city does benefit from the stormwater capture due to its MS4 permit and the best management practices, but quantifying those benefits for the city is difficult, and there's not the same level of motivation and resources at times to capture and make sure that those resources are reused effectively. Next slide. To put all this into perspective with Monterey One Water system, this is our One Water approach. It gives you another taste of the complexity with various waters on the left side of the slide, various waters entering our regional treatment plant system. We have an amazing team of laboratory, compliance, operation and maintenance staff at Monterey One Water that is able to monitor closely, adjust treatment plant processes to be able to accommodate changing quality and quantities of waters through our primary and secondary treatment processes. And they've successfully met water quality standards over the time period of the project since 2020, which says a lot about their capabilities and our ability to be adaptable. The treated water from the primary and secondary treatment process also goes to 3 separate purposes, as I briefly discussed, either to our tertiary treatment plant, to our advanced water purification facility, or for safe and water quality protected discharges to the ocean. Next slide. Okay, so details on the lessons learned. Treating a variety of source waters, especially storm water, to enhance recycling comes with its challenges. It's difficult to calculate and recoup fair share costs, making sure that, as other speakers have said, that we have some source of funding for ongoing operations and maintenance. Typically, the water supply side is taking a lot more of the cost load on these projects, not necessarily those that benefit on the water quality side. And so Again, state funding was so critical for paying for the capital costs, but honestly, costs are very high compared to the benefits. Working with multiple stakeholders with disparate interests requires time, money, and patience. Seeking those co-benefits and continual communication is critical. Our regional partnerships continue to be super critical for continued success of the projects. The importance and difficulty of seasonal storage for meeting recycled needs with stormwater cannot be understated. The non-potable recycling demands peak in the summer months and are negligible when stormwater is available. So the critical and the key, I think, the key to unlocking this as a resource and as a successful project is really the Pure Water Monterey project, which uses the groundwater basin for storage of purified recycled water, converting those winter excess stormwater flows to yields in the summer months. Pure Water Monterey was essentially the key to being able to unlock the benefits of stormwater capture. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you incredibly. I know the Monterey One Water Project, the Pure Water Project out there is just an incredible example of the innovative thinking that is going on. And to your point, the peninsula is isolated, and so it's driving a lot of this creative need. And just a lot of thanks. I know that throughout the state, as I've traveled and particularly speaking with folks, say in Orange County, there is a lot of interest in figuring out how to make this work, how to start using stormwater, even dry weather flows, and from urban runoff, and just being able to have additional sources of feedstock, if you will, for our recycled water projects out there, knowing that there's concern around decreasing use and conservation and the impact that ultimately has on projects sized for different use. And so being creative, thinking how these existing systems fit into these future systems we're creating for this century, I think is really important. So just one, thank you for all of that. And I guess my question on the practical side, knowing that, part of the challenge, I think and you did touch on this a bit, for a lot of the existing treatment plants is the variability then in the quality and the constituents that are within stormwater, and how, we all have certainty, and especially in the running of a plant, want to be able to, through pre-treatment programs, et cetera, really try to maintain a certain quality of water coming into the plant. And so on that particular kind of technical challenge, just wondering if you had any sort of insight. It sounds like it's certainly with a lot of ongoing monitoring and pivoting that the system is being run and accounting for then these different sources and their quality issues. But just wondering if there's anything on the technical side you all found that has been more helpful or not, or which constituents you're finding pose the greatest challenge for your treatment trains as you take in and ingest stormwater.
That's a great question. We've learned a lot over the last 5 years. Our operators stay very attentive, I'll say, to different constituents throughout the treatment. One of the key things that we watch very closely are our recycled flows within the plant, making sure that we have enough solids retention time, and also watching to make sure that our total suspended solids in the secondary effluent are maintained at a very flat level. So we are doing a lot more monitoring. We recently installed a Sentry device, which shows some indicators for anything that might disrupt our biological treatment plant processes. So we are starting to do some new and innovative ways of monitoring the treatment plant, recognizing that there are times when our systems get a little bit off due to higher or lower temperatures, or higher or lower biological oxygen demand, for example, is a big part of that. And we are also planning already for a major upgrade to our secondary treatment processes in the next 5 to 10 years. And the type of system that we'd like to have is one that's more set and go, have it be ready to go and be more adaptable to the changing flows. But as it is, we do some modifications to the amount of water that we take based on diurnal trends and things like that. So yeah, our operators do a lot to give tender, loving care to our treatment processes. And then obviously the monitoring proves that we're doing well because we haven't had any violations of our permit conditions for water quality. So they're doing a great job.
Definitely are. That's the ultimate test for sure in meeting your standards. And so just thank you. We really appreciate that quick overview of some of the lessons around the treatment train and work. And just always reminded how just impressed I am by the sector and the work. These are incredibly complex systems, living systems. And so the great care and investment is really appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's anything on this. Seeing none, we can move to the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So now we're going to switch over to the funding side of things. We have two speakers to talk about alternative compliance pathways and stormwater credit systems. So first off, I'd like to hand it over to the Contra Costa Clean Water Program Regional Alternative Compliance System. We have Ms. Renta Perkins and Ms. Lisa Austin to take over. So hand it off.
Okay, thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members and board staff for inviting us here today. We're really happy to be here. I'm Lisa Austin with Geosyntec Consultants here on behalf of the Contra Costa Clean Water Program.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Rinta Perkins, and I am with Geosyntec Consultants, and I serve currently as the interim program manager for the Contra Costa Clean Water Program. So thank you again for inviting us here to present on the Contra Costa County Regional Alternative Compliance. For short, we usually call it as REC system. So if you hear us referring to REC system, that is what the program. So as a background context, the Clean Water Program is a consortium of 19 cities and towns, the unincorporated county, flood control district. Established in 1993, the program's primary objective is to coordinate and implement countywide and regional activities as required by the municipal stormwater permit. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. All right. So our member agency must comply with the Municipal Regional Stormwater Permit, or MRP, issued by the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. This permit contains significant requirements for installing low-impact development facilities, referred in this presentation as green stormwater infrastructure. Any new development or redevelopment projects creating 5,000 square foot or more of impervious areas must treat their runoff with on-site GSI. These requirements applies to roadway reconstruction and frontage improvement. On top of it, our member agency must retrofit a portion of their impervious services before the end of this permit term with GSI. Each city, town, county has their own numeric target goals to achieve. The San Francisco Bay also has mercury and PCB TMDLs. Installing GSI in targeted areas help to meet this goal. Next slide. All right. So many municipalities face challenges in meeting these requirements due to limited land availability, conflicts with underground utilities, or other site constraints. Aside from the initial capital cost of designing and constructing this GSI, municipalities have obligation to maintain, repair, and replace them in perpetuity. Most grant funding can cover construction costs, but unfortunately, it is typically not available to fund ongoing O&M. And I think in the previous speakers, they also mentioned the ongoing O&M is a big deal. I mentioned earlier about the mercury and PCB TMDL. Within Contra Costa County, these pollutants are primarily found in a few municipalities. They are highlighted here in orange color on the map. Many old industrial areas are located around the edges of the San Francisco Bay, and some are within disadvantaged communities. So as a result, this creates an undue financial burden on the few permittees to meet the TMDLs for the region. Next slide. So how can the REC system address these challenges? To meet permit requirement and overcome challenges, the Clean Water Program created the system. The system provides a flexible, cost-effective, and scientifically defensible off-site alternative compliance option for new and redevelopment projects. Aside from public agency and private developers, other entities such as Caltrans and school district can also participate. The REC system provides a framework for funding and building regional GSI to treat runoff from larger areas, instead of building small rain gardens here and there. These projects are generally more cost-effective to construct per treated acreage and can be strategically located where they have the greatest impact, such as in old industrial areas to meet PCB and mercury TMDL. Beyond water quality benefits, this project can revitalize communities by transforming underused spaces into functional GSI. One city manager even described the REC system as a redevelopment tool for her city. Many municipalities struggle to fund ongoing O&M, as we learned previously. This system incorporates a sustainable long-term funding source for maintenance. Later in this presentation, we'll explain how a community facilities district can create a dedicated revenue stream for maintenance. Next slide. So first of all, we'd like to acknowledge the US EPA Region 9 San Francisco Bay Office. The development and implementation of the REC system were funded by the EPA Water Quality Improvement Fund grants. So this system was made possible because there is a provision contained within our permit allowing an alternative compliance option. This became the legal basis. So think of the REC system as a regional in lieu fee arrangement. Its development underwent technical, legal, and regulatory reviews with contributions from numerous partners and stakeholders. And we also would like to acknowledge the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board staff for their support and endorsement of this concept. I am pleased to share that the REC system has been recognized as meeting the MRP requirement. So with that, I'd like to turn the next slide to Lisa.
Thanks, Rinsa. So I'm going to do a quick overview of how the RAC system will work. Next slide. So think of the RAC system as a type of stormwater credit trading or banking system with sellers, buyers, and a centralized RAC administration. How it works is the seller, either a public agency or a private entity, designs and constructs an off-site green stormwater infrastructure project. Then these projects generate compliance units, which represent treated impervious area. The RAC administrator then certifies that these compliance units and enters them into a tracking tool. The system allows potential buyers, such as municipalities, private developers, or other agencies, to view and purchase the available units. The buyer must pay an upfront cost to the seller to purchase the compliance units. This covers the capital cost of constructing the offsite project. In addition to the upfront capital costs, though, buyers are also required to contribute to the ongoing O&M costs and of the offsite GSI facilities that they'd be benefiting from. During the development of the RAC system, we identified a community facility district, or CFD, as the most effective and appropriate mechanism to collect and manage the long-term maintenance costs in a reliable and sustainable manner. Next slide. So this slide illustrates the organizational structure of the RAC system. At the center is a joint powers authority formed by the initial participating RAC members. In this setup, the JPA serves two primary functions. One, forming and administrating a CFD to manage the ongoing O&M costs, and acting as the RAC system administrator, overseeing the transactions, certification of the compliance units, and the compliance tracking system. Under this arrangement, only participating JPA members can buy or sell compliance units through the RAC system for their public capital improvement needs. These members may also enable private developers, nonprofits, or other entities within that jurisdiction to participate. So agencies that were not part of the JPA at its inception, though, may join at a later time, and then everybody in that jurisdiction is allowed to participate. Next slide. So now I'll go over some of the components of the RAC system. Next slide. The units for exchange are called equivalent acres greened, which are calculated based on pollutant generating area adjusted for the rainfall zone and land use associated with each unit. For, excuse me, for offsite treatment to be equivalent, it should reduce the same pollutant load, plus provide a net equivalent, hold on. It has to provide a net environmental benefit. The rainfall and pollutant ratios are used to calculate equivalent load reduction, and the net environmental benefit ratio increases that. Next slide. This slide illustrates the rainfall zones across Contra Costa County. Purple is highest, red is the lowest rainfall depth. Next slide. This table presents the pollutant ratios based on the buyer and seller land uses. Industrial is highest, residential is lowest. And next slide. For the net environmental benefit ratio, the standard is 1.1 to 1, or an additional 10% load reduction. But if the offsite project is treating old industrial areas, so therefore benefiting the TMDLs, or the municipality is buying credit for offsite GSI retrofit compliance, then the ratio is 1 to 1. So no net environmental benefit ratio is required. With that, next slide. Turn it over to Rinta.
All right, thank you. Next slide, please. All right, so where we are today, just a quick overview here. We have completed phase 1 of the project, which was the REC system framework development and initial pilot exchanges within the county. We are currently in phase 2, which is the implementation stage. Out of the 21 member agencies, 12 have confirmed their interest in joining the REC Joint Powers Authority. So we are moving along. We hope to complete the rollout by the end of fiscal year 28-29. Phase 3 will involve making the REC system fully operational. Next slide, please. All right, so this table outlines key tasks and milestones for the next year. We completed informational workshop gear for various stakeholders group. This includes stormwater managers, public works director, planning directors, city managers, and city attorneys. Next month, we will begin our meeting with the 12 interested agency to review the JPA draft agreements, prepare templates for council staff report, and resolutions to form the JPA. Concurrently, we are identifying GSI projects to exchange. We already have one project ready to be exchanged under this system. So this system promotes a public-private partnership. We have one private developer has expressed an interest in building GSI on an underused parking lot within an old industrial area. We also have initiated discussions with Caltrans District 4 office regarding their needs for off-site mitigation measure and potential funding opportunities. So we hope to circulate the community facility district terms and establish the boundary of the future annexation areas beginning spring of 2026, with the goal of completing the CFD formation by the end of this fiscal year. With this schedule, we would like to initiate our first compliance unit exchanges in fiscal year 26-27. Next slide. All right. It has been almost 3 years of this journey, and we have several lessons learned to share, and some recommendation for the State Water Board. So on the compliance and approval, the REC system was made possible because our permit allows for an alternative compliance option if we are not able to construct GSI on site. Stakeholder engagement is important in getting permittees buy-in. And I must admit that having been supported by a diverse group of representatives from the city manager's office, public works, stormwater, and legal experts as the planning task force was essential. We tailored the workshop materials specifically for that group of stakeholders, and we help anticipate the kind of questions and concern that they might have. So I am going to take a detour here a little bit because of the school greening projects. So I mentioned earlier that the REC system foster a public-private partnership. This vehicle can also be used to collaborate with the school district, except there's really no incentive currently under our current permit. So going back to our recommendations is for the State Water Board to provide a clear statewide language in the municipal and PDS permit, allowing similar alternative compliance option. Currently, our compliance metric, as Lisa shared, was equivalent acres green, which is based on pollutants ratio and impervious areas treated. That's it. Now, there is no incentive for reduction in the urban heat or collaboration with the school district. It would be nice to have that compliance metrics expanded. Perhaps an extra bonus if the project happened to be a school grading project in the disadvantaged communities. So currently, that incentive is just non-existent. So another recommendation is to develop a standardized statewide framework outlining the minimum requirements, documentation, and demonstration steps for compliance. This would avoid the need for region-by-region interpretation and negotiation. Now, on the legal and administrative issue, having a clear JPA draft agreements, defined role and responsibility of various entities, as well as a rotation schedule for fiscal agency are necessary to avoid confusion and reduce undue burden on the JPA members. For some city managers, the idea of forming a JPA could mean additional unfunded pension liabilities of JPA employees. We address this concern by presenting the JPA and CFD hierarchy. City managers are also interested in understanding what is their city financial obligation as a JPA member. So our recommendation is for the state to offer model documents related to JPA and CFD with annotated best practices and lessons learned, which could save agency legal costs and time, as well as to ensure consistency. So on the subject of funding, we are so grateful to have received the APA grants to cover the initial cost of developing and implementing the system. Without this grant, there would not be a Contra Costa County REC system. So our recommendation is to establish or promote state-level grants similar to the WQIF grant, specifically for setting up the system, and also develop GSI cost studies and compliant unit equivalency to reduce duplication of effort. So again, if there is possible to expand the compliance metrics to promote collaboration with the school district, that's another way that we would like to see. On the subject of outreach and education, we learned that our member agencies needed assistance with internal communication with city managers and councils. To support this, we created informational materials for various stakeholders along with case studies that demonstrate how the REC system can be applied to specific agency situations. Early and consistent outreach is critical for securing participation and gaining leadership approval. So our recommendation is for the state to host workshops similar to this forum here to share resources, case study, and lessons learned. It would be nice if the state could create a web portal with sample documents for agencies who are considering similar system adoption. And finally, on the technical support and adaptive management, the REC system requires dedicated administrative support for tracking compliance unit, certification of the off-site GSI project, reporting to regional boards, and financial management. Our JPA members will need to plan for consultant or staff time. Adaptive management and periodic reviews by a technical committee are necessary to resolve operational challenges and policy issue. Our recommendation is for the state to establish a statewide technical advisory committee to assist with similar system implementation, adaptive management, and troubleshooting. Standardized annual reporting to regional boards, 9 regional boards, using templates and recommended metrics to simplify compliance reporting and enable statewide data aggregations. So this concludes our presentations. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly for just the real cutting edge work ultimately when it comes to establishing a program like this. And I know all the effort and work that's going on in the county to make this work. It's really appreciated because I feel it's an important approach when it comes to just developing a more comprehensive tool out in the watershed that really helps us get the most benefit for all the work that's going on and not kind of left to have a piecemeal of small projects, but really ensure that the resources being expended at the local level and even the state and all amongst us are really going to the most effect. And so this credit trading program is fantastic to see, and really excited to see how implementation goes here in the next years as you are really spooling up. But really appreciate the groundwork. As you said, it took years to even get to this moment, and it seems like you're all at a really exciting moment and opportunity for us as a state to learn how it's working at the local level there, but to your point, synthesizing it up into maybe some actions that we can take as a board. So I really appreciate the recommendations as well on actions that we could further take. Looking to see if fellow board colleagues have anything further right now. Hearing none, we can continue on. Thank you.
So now we have another example of a stormwater credit program on the other southern side of the state. Similar, but different. So I will pass it off to Mr. Keith Linker with the City of Anaheim to take it away.
Thanks, Amanda. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So again, I'm Keith Linker. I'm the Stormwater Program Manager here at the great City of Anaheim. I want to thank you, Chair Esquivel, and board members for your time. It's truly a privilege to be here today. Also, a big thank you to the storm staff, particularly Robert Kent and Amanda McGee. Next slide, please. So it's interesting, before I get into this, you mentioned implementation, and we are in implementation right now. So we've got some lessons learned, Chair Esquivel, to share with you. But before we do, this is kind of a teaser slide. So we're talking really about what the benefits are before we talk about the program. But I want to thank Lisa for going ahead of me and kind of setting the stage. So it'll save me some breath and everybody here some time. So a lot of benefits to this program, obviously listed here. One of the biggest, and it's consistent with the storm's mission, which is more stormwater is captured through this program's implementation. And we put greater funding provided, but really, frankly, this is a self-supporting program. So, grant programs are amazing, but they're a drop in the bucket to what we really need. And this is kind of this could be a path forward to generating very significant amounts of funding to move projects forward more quickly. And I mentioned quickly, of course, this is in fact a faster path to clean water than the current status quo with the permit requirements. Also, we have broad support. I'll get to that later and detail what that is in a moment, and other benefits are listed here. Next slide, please. So this was already teed up for me, but we love our acronyms. The new development program requires plans to be developed, WQMPs and SUSUMPs. We use the term BMPs, so just to explain those, really a WQMP and SUSUMP, they're the same thing. They are the plan that's required by certain projects that trip regulatory triggers, it was mentioned earlier. And they specify that stormwater needs to be captured on site, the 85th percentile storm. And this goes, it's a broad range of projects, private projects, municipal projects, right-of-way projects, runs the gamut. And the BMPs that we're talking about are best management practices. They're either capture and treat on the left, which is a tree well design, or on the right, capture and infiltrate type approaches. Next slide, please. So this is all working well. We, are moving forward at expanding the footprint of pollutant removal through this process of new development and redevelopment. However, the challenge really, there are multiple challenges. We have thousands of these BMPs throughout Anaheim. They're expensive. They're expensive to design. They're expensive to construct, and O&M is expensive. But beyond that, through our permit, we, the city, are required through code enforcement. We utilize code enforcement to enforce. So inspect and require improvements or corrections should it be needed. And of course, that's a burden on our staff, as you can well imagine. Next slide, please. So is there a better way? We think so. This graph or exhibit shows, similar to the RAC program, how the credit program works simplistically. So the city goes and builds, and incidentally, just to make note, the city is the only one who can generate these credits. The RAC system, I believe, is open to private, but ours is not. So we build what's called a regional stormwater capture system, and then we verify that after it's completed into a fairly rigorous monitoring and testing process. Then credits generated. It resides in a bank. When a new development project comes through and is required to implement BMPs as described in either a WQMP or a SUSUMP, they can choose. This is a voluntary program. Nobody's required to participate. If they choose to purchase credit, they're welcome to do so. That money goes back into an account, and then it pays for more regional capture projects or for the maintenance of existing projects, as well as, you can see down at the bottom, inspection, audit, the oversight of the program, of course, is an expense as well. Next slide, please. So what does this look like? This is our first credit generating project. We call it the Majeska Park project. We're very creative. It happens to reside in Majeska Park. It's substantial. You can see by the numbers, captures about 150 acre feet per year, contributed from a 220 acre drainage area. Depending on what numbers you run, our estimate is about 5 times less expensive than individual on-site systems. Next slide, please. So this is a pretty rough graph, and it's an estimate. These are not precise numbers, but all we mean to demonstrate here and depict with this is that with a credit program, you would see the acceleration of water quality improvement similar to what you see on the left, the bar graph. So each time a credit generator is put into place, we have a step up in that graph. So we're capturing more pollutants. Whereas if we just leave development to itself, it's a much slower process. Obviously, it's a little more incremental, which is the graph on the right. Next slide, please. So to give you an idea of the scale of what we're talking about, and this is obviously going to take us a long time, much like the new development program was envisioned to take a long time, but more quickly through the credit program. These are, so this is an outline of the city boundaries. Within here, the Majeska Park project I mentioned, you can see is the blue, roughly in the west of the city, kind of teal color. We did complete another credit generating project, which is in what we call the canyon area, which is in the narrow portion, roughly in the center of the screen, the black or dark gray footprint. That's the watershed for what we call the La Palma Richfield project. again, we're very creative with our names. It's at the intersection of La Palma and Richfield. And this coming year, we will construct what's called the State College Trunk Line Improvement. And that is the red watershed in the middle of the city. We also are gaining traction with what's called Chantilly Storm Drain Diversion. That's the light green, and there's a few others that we're envisioning. But this is just to give you an idea as to the scale of the drainage areas that we're actually capturing and hope to capture in the near future. Next slide, please. So the concept, it's not a new concept per se. Of course, it's somewhat new in California, but we started thinking about this in 2015. We started developing the program documents in 2017, started outreach 2020. We did get regional board EO approval, which was required in 2023. 24, we sold our first credit, and as of today, we have almost $5 million in credit sold. Obviously, moving ahead, we will use that money to leverage and generate more credit generators, as well as maintain the existing ones. Next slide, thanks. So I mentioned I would discuss broad support, and this is critical, and the Contra Costa program mentioned this as well. Our outreach was as broad as we could get. We wanted all stakeholders we could contact and wanted support from them, and frankly, we got it. When we say broad support, we're talking about a wide range of interests and perspectives. Of course, we have keeper groups here. We have business interests represented, developers effectively. Next slide, please. We also have agency support. Of course, this is a water quality and water supply benefit. The projects that we put in the ground are capture, treat, and infiltrate. We don't have direct reuse, but of course, indirect is, in some ways, just as good, if not better. So Orange County Water District, OC San District, now called OC San, Orange County Transportation Authority, IRWD, just to name a few. Next slide, please. So I mentioned we got regional board support, Santa Ana region in 2023. I want to pause here and really thank Jane Joy, who recently retired. Thank her and her staff. They were amazing. They were supportive. They had a willingness to go above and beyond, frankly, and spend the time outside their normal duties to review, comment on, and eventually approve this innovative program. Since Jane retired, we're looking forward to the same cooperation with Eric Lindbergh, the new EO in Region 8. Next slide, please. So now I get to the difficult part. I usually do extemporaneous, but I'm going to read this because this is a little bit complicated and it is important. So this is one of the focuses or takeaways from this presentation, if you bear with me. So I mentioned regulatory support is critical when it comes to MS4 permits and credit programs. The credit programs must define a credit trading area, which is linked to a watershed. You can see the three here that Anaheim overlaps. So the credits that are generated can only be sold in that same watershed. And we discovered that if the credit trading area is defined as a smaller watershed, that becomes a problem for many reasons. And I'll list two here. The two biggest are, first, water quality improvement will be slowed, since watersheds won't have enough credit to sell until a credit generator is built in that watershed. As we know, it takes a lot of time to build these stormwater capture projects that serve as credit generators. The smaller the watersheds in a credit program, the longer it will take to have credits become available. This in turn means the longer it will take to improve water quality. Secondly, credits could be stranded if there's no buyers in that watershed. As an agency, we can't spend money without reasonable assurance it'll be reimbursed. Therefore, it may be impossible to justify building a credit generator, and therefore would make no sense to develop a credit program in the first place. So defining larger watersheds for a stormwater credit program results in more potential credit buyers in those watersheds, which means quicker purchase of credits, and therefore expediting the construction of additional credit generators, again, resulting to a faster path to clean water. Next slide, please. So getting back to the regulatory conversation. So the draft tentative order for our region's MS4 permit, which is now a tri-county permit between San Bernardino, Orange, and Riverside counties. The language that was in that tentative order would have resulted, or potentially could result in 8 watersheds. And that frankly will kill our credit program. Of course, that's kind of a scary concept considering you spent a decade and quite a bit of money to put this program in place, as you can well imagine. Next slide, please. So what we're looking for is regulatory congruence, and that's a really made up term, but what it really means is that we're looking for the credit program. The credit program is supportive of the storm's goal, and we hope that the MS4 language can also be supportive of the credit program. It's just a cyclic process. So our ask is that the MS4 permit language should not preclude, but rather incentivize credit programs. For example, watershed size should be as big as possible, as was discussed earlier. Additionally, permit consistency and clarity, and this was discussed earlier in this workshop, permit consistency and clarity at the state level will help the credit programs be developed and implemented sooner, again, speeding the path to water quality improvement. Next slide is it. I kept it quick, and thank you, Contra Costa, for helping me speed through this.
Thank you both, and really appreciate hearing about the good work that has gone on down in the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board's area here and in Anaheim. Wondering when it came to that approval at the executive officer and kind of working through elements of your program, what were the sort of the major sticking points, if you will? What took the most time to get through? Just wondering, what friction may have been there.
Yeah, great question. There are a number of items. I guess one of the biggest challenges is envisioning a program that hasn't been put in place. So it was really sort of a matter of speculating on what the challenges would be, or where, for example, the permit requirements would not be implemented, and plugging those holes, again, with sort of a speculative approach. And one of the ways that we did that, it was suggested and we accepted to have the program implemented for a year, as we don't like to use the term pilot, but that's really effectively what it was. For a year, we could only sell credit to city projects. And then that was sort of our test case to demonstrate that to staff that, yes, this will work. And we went through that process and showed them how it worked, and it's been successful.
Yeah, being the first is oftentimes just in of itself the source of why things might take a while. So I appreciate that, and appreciate just the work that's gone on here in the watershed. Looking to fellow board colleagues, Vice Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Really interesting. I have just a couple of questions. So first of all, there was a slide, and I don't see numbers, so I'm going to try, and it was the slide right before regulatory congruence, where you said that it could, a certain action could actually kill the program, and I got lost on that. Could you spend a little more time on this slide?
For sure. So the language, I apologize, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it referenced nearest the watershed credit training area would be defined as the watershed that flows to the nearest receiving water body of the state of the U.S. So that creates several issues, not the least of which is what is the U.S. is not well defined. We used I think what was called a HUC 8 rather than that description that was in the permit language to delineate our watersheds, which obviously allowed us to use a larger size. I hope that answered your question.
You were able to work through the issue?
So we're still, I'm sorry,
You're still, okay.
The order is still tentative. So we're looking forward to a new draft coming out. We're hoping that language is modified in order to allow us to continue with our program and not impede future programs, but is yet to be seen.
Great. Okay. And I just really appreciate both presentations and the thoughtfulness and, just highlighting issues, starting off stranded credits and that sort of thing. But, and I think it's great that you have such a broad partnership, NGOs and the business community. So it looks like folks are fairly confident in this. However, just, assuming the worst here, I mean, you're saying it's 5 times less expensive than on-site, but in light of the fact that it's a city-run project and the city is the one that's issuing development permits, is there a concern that this could turn into runaway costs? And how best to manage that? Have you considered a third party managing it? Or I think one of you mentioned an audit. And so, how best to keep costs controlled so that you continue to tell this good story, that it's less expensive and you can generate water quality benefits sooner than just having on-site treatment?
It's a great question. We spent a lot of time in the preliminary stage in the 2017 to 2020 period talking about money. I didn't realize that an engineer who is focused on stormwater would end up spending so much time in the financial world, but we did. As was mentioned earlier, it turned out that we estimate most of our credit generating facilities will cost 5 times as much to maintain as the capital cost. As we move forward, each time we bring online a new credit generator, the cost for credit will change. So I guess to answer your question, we have confidence in what our estimates were initially. I think we've been careful in determining what the ongoing expenditure will be, the largest of which being just the O&M. And when we, put more credit generators in the ground, we're going to have different numbers come out. So the money that we accrue will be commensurate with that additional cost or reduced cost, depending on the case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Seeing no further comment, I think now we move on to further funding, but from our folks now.
Absolutely. So I'd like to hand it over to Ms. Jennifer Toney to talk about stormwater funding at the Division of Financial Assistance.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Jennifer Toney, Senior Engineer in DFA, and my team in DFA is responsible for the Stormwater Grant Program, and the Storms team asked me to come talk about our funding sources for stormwater projects. So next slide. So we have 3 major sources of funding for stormwater projects. So we've heard a lot about all the great stormwater projects that have been funded. So how can we keep those stormwater projects going? So we have 3 major sources. We have bonds. We have Proposition 4, which was passed in November of 2024. We also have Clean Water State Revolving Fund that can fund stormwater projects. Under that umbrella, we have low interest loans. Currently, the interest rate is 2.2%. And we also have principal forgiveness, which is non-repayable funding. So under this program, we have funded projects that have received low interest loans and principal forgiveness, or we have had projects that have come to us and received principal forgiveness only. So we will work with applicants on the best funding package for them and their project. We also have sewer overflow and stormwater reuse municipal grant funds, which we, as at the State Water Board, apply to US EPA for. And they give us grant funds, and we award that to our applicants. Next slide, please. And here is a comparison chart of all those funding programs. So the Clean Water SRF funding program and principal forgiveness is federal funding. We currently have $20 million in principal forgiveness available for stormwater projects this fiscal year. The maximum amount a stormwater project can receive in principal forgiveness is $5 million. It's not a guarantee that we get this every year. It's decided each year in the intended use plan when we go to the board. We do fund planning and implementation projects under this funding source. You can apply anytime. And we do require complete environmental documents before we can issue a funding agreement under these programs. For OSG, it's also federal funding. We receive about $4.5 million each federal fiscal year from EPA. EPA asks us to prioritize disadvantaged communities for this funding source. But if we don't have enough disadvantaged communities that are applying, we can fund non-disadvantaged communities. Also, we can fund planning and implementation under this source. You can apply anytime. And much like Clean Water SRF and Principal Forgiveness, we do require complete environmental documents. For Prop 4, it's state funding. We have $101.5 million available for projects. We are planning on doing implementation funding only for this source and running it as an open and closed solicitation. You do not need complete environmental documents. You will apply and you can finish your environmental documents after you execute your agreement. Next slide, please. So for our federal funding sources listed above, Clean Water, Principal Forgiveness, OSG, one application will get you access to all three sources. And when you apply, we will meet with you during a project kickoff meeting, and we will help guide you through which funding source is the best for you and your project. You will submit an application online through our FAST system, which stands for Financial Assistance Application Submittal Tool. And I have the link here online. When you log in, you'll see an option for either construction or planning. And you can submit a partial application. When you submit that application, when they notice that it's a stormwater project, it will get triaged to my unit, and we'll assign a project manager, and they can help you with filling out the remainder of the application packages. For the construction application, it does consist of 4 application packages: the general, technical, financial, and environmental. The Clean Water SRF application package is set up so it's primarily geared towards wastewater projects. So I do recommend that if you have a stormwater project, it might be helpful to submit a partial application and have that project manager help you through the rest of it, because there might be pieces that are not applicable to stormwater projects. So if you haven't used FAST, don't worry. There's tutorial videos and project managers can help you. And the link for the application is listed here. Next slide, please. So the rest of my presentation is on Prop 4 because I know there's a lot of interest on Prop 4. If you have more questions on the federal funding, please reach out to me. My information's at the end of the slide. So Prop 4 stormwater funding, Prop 4 allocated $110 million for urban stormwater projects. It did allow for 7% in admin costs and bond costs, and that's where we came up with the $101.5 million for projects. So Prop 4 also stated that 40% of the funds had to go to projects that benefited disadvantaged communities or vulnerable populations. Match is not required under Prop 4, but also said that state agencies should give priority to projects that leveraged private, federal, and local funding. So we'll be looking at how we do this when we score our projects. Next slide. So when Prop 4 passed, we noticed that there was no exemption language to the Administrative Procedures Act, which was in our previous bond funds that we had received before. The exemption language allowed us to do guidelines instead of regulations. So when we noticed this, the Department of Finance introduced a trailer bill that introduced this exemption language. The exemption language did not pass. Instead, at the end of September, legislature approved a bill that instead required all Prop 4 programs to go through the emergency regulation process. So what we've been doing since then is we have been learning about this new process and going through trainings and laying out the new process and timeline. So at the end of my slides, I do have a next steps slide, and apologize that I don't have that new timeline. We will have it soon. But what we are planning on doing is we are planning on still doing guidelines and putting out draft guidelines for public comment, and then those draft guidelines will go through that emergency regulation process. So when I talk about guidelines later on in the presentation, that's why we are doing both. We're doing draft guidelines and emergency regulations. Next slide, please. So eligibility, here's the list of eligible applicants. In the interest of time, I won't read them off. This comes straight out of Prop 4. To be eligible, your project must be in a stormwater resource plan. I have a whole slide dedicated to this where we'll go through the ins and outs of what that entails. Stormwater fund requirements list that your project has to provide multiple benefits. And I also have a slide where we go into what we're proposing for that. Also, you have to have an urban stormwater project. I have urban starred because Prop 4 did not define urban for us. So that means that we're going to have to define urban in our guidelines. Your project also must address flooding. Next slide, please. Stormwater resource plans. So stormwater and dry weather runoff capture projects funded with bond funds must have a stormwater resource plan. This was a requirement starting with Proposition 1. And so we did this for all Prop 1 projects. And so we're doing it also for Prop 4. And so to be eligible for Prop 4, your stormwater resource plan has to have concurrence from the State Water Board. So many of you might have concurrence already. We have a website of all the stormwater resource plans that we have reviewed and concurred with. And at the end of my slide, I have the link to where you can check that. The project that you're applying to us for must be listed in the stormwater resource plan. If you need to update your SWRP, your stormwater resource plan, we don't need to reconcur. Many agencies have dynamic lists where they're online and they can just add those lists. And that's fine. If you have a hard copy stormwater resource plan, you might want to recheck with your local IRWM group to see if you need to resubmit to them. We don't get involved with that. I would check with them. If you're a small DAC, you are exempt from this requirement per SB 985. Next slide, please. So, as I said, staff are drafting the guidelines. These are our possible multiple benefits. We've heard a lot about multiple benefits from all the rate projects today. And I know everyone's seeing this for the first time, but if you get back to the office and you're like, hey, I have some ideas, feel free to reach out to me. This is a staff, at the staff level, wanted to let everybody know that this hasn't been proposed to management or the board, but wanted to get the conversation started. It's very similar to what we had in our Proposition 1 guidelines. We did add some additional multiple benefits to this list. Next slide, please. So, like I said, there's no definition listed in Prop 4 for urban. So we did some research. We wanted to be inclusive because of that 40% requirement to disadvantaged communities and to vulnerable populations. So we did see that there was in US EPA guidance document for urban areas and small MS4 permits, the definition of an area is considered urban if it has a minimum of 2,000 housing units or a population of at least 5,000. So again, this is what staff have in the draft guidelines. It's just a conversation starter and it's subject to change until, management reviews it and we post it for draft guidelines. So wanted to just get the conversation started, get some input Next slide, please. And here's the next steps and timeline that we talked about. So we are proposing to do draft guidelines, and will post those for a 30-day public comment period. And then we will take those for board adoption. And those guidelines will also go through the emergency regulation process through the Office of Administrative Law. As part of that emergency regulation process, there is also another very short period for a public comment period. I believe it's 5 days. So there's another opportunity to comment. Once the emergency regulation process is complete, we will start solicitation for applications. And that will be an open and closed solicitation. Once it's closed, then we will start scoring and ranking the applications. And then we will prepare a project funding list. And then those who score high enough to receive funding will receive notification, and then we will issue funding agreements. And again, because it's fairly new that we found out we were doing the emergency regulations, I apologize that we don't have the timeline on there, but that is coming soon. So, next slide, please. Here's a list of our helpful websites. Our email subscription list, if you haven't signed up, this is where we will send out notification when we post the draft guidelines for public comment, when we open our solicitation for applications, our stormwater resource plan guidelines. If you haven't started your stormwater resource plan, I highly recommend you start that now. It will be required before we can execute an agreement. Our concurrence list for stormwater resource plans is here, and then our stormwater grant program homepage. So we'll be updating that frequently as we have more information. Next slide. Questions, and then my contact info is the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tony. Really appreciate the great work I know the Division of Financial Assistance does, your unit and folks. And important to know, it's been a bit since we had dedicated stormwater dollars like this. And so glad that we do, because I think it is a really important project solicitation moment where we can kind of shake out and understand what is out there, what might folks be here planning and looking for funding for, and just a really good opportunity to aggregate ourselves around that data and that information, even if and here knowing very well that the 100 million is going to dwarf the need that we find out there, or at least hopefully so, because it means that there's things driving. So just a quick question. I imagine this will be a single solicitation on the Prop 4 bond dollars. Again, it's only 100 million. I don't think it makes sense that we parse it out, but just wanted to see what initial thinking is, knowing that we're still.
We think it's going to be pretty competitive, and it's going to go in one solicitation.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And then note on the application, as you noted, we have our FAST portal, and we have a kind of single application there. It is really important for us to continue always streamline and kind of send folks to one place. But I have heard and do acknowledge, and as you said, a lot of the requirements in there are for traditional sort of wastewater treatment, clean water projects, not necessarily stormwater capture. And appreciated your note, and hopefully folks are listening. Don't take the time to do a complete application. Just get information you do have, get it in there so that you can just get into the system and then start that conversation with us around what all do you actually need to do for that particular project and where it fits in the funding space. So hopefully folks heard that, and to the extent we find it's useful, especially if we're going to be able to start to really see say the state Clean Water State Revolving Fund and other financial programs start to try to get to more of these types of projects, maybe worth thinking what does, not necessarily a separate application process at all, but a little more of a streamlined one, or one more pertinent to stormwater capture projects that are out there. So I know it's kind of a balance of the benefit to our processes and everyone's, and I think it can just help kind of isolate, but identify these stormwater projects a little more easier in our kind of system, or at least make it easier for folks to kind of come in the door without feeling that our programs maybe aren't as aligned for the sorts of projects that they may be coming to us on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it helps to submit at least the general application or the form and then get a project manager and then have a kickoff meeting and have that conversation of which route to go for funding and try and triage it that way before a whole lot of time and effort is put in and
Yeah,
have somebody to
having a full-
help walk them through the process
Yeah.
is my thought.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, for folks that are out there, they're thinking of this, just get in. And again, it may be that there are opportunities with some of the other funding pots and not all necessarily on Prop 4, but this is great to have a specific solicitation for it. Again, I think we'll learn a lot. We'll get a lot of folks and interest out there for sure. All right, looking to fellow board colleagues if they have anything further on funding, which is a big component of this. And thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long afternoon here on this topic, but just so well worth it and worthwhile to be able to do this deep dive and give this preview to what is going to be a lot of work in the coming years, and kind of resetting, if you will, this discussion. So it's appreciated. Board Member Firestone.
Agreed. I've really appreciated this space and overview. I think I just wanted to put a plug in because, there's a lot of process still to develop guidelines for this new funding source, and we're really excited to actually have more significant funding for this. Of course, need a lot more. But I do want to just put a plug in for thinking about how we might incorporate a really targeted technical assistance program for stormwater for particular priorities in underserved areas, particularly for schools or parks with disadvantaged communities, and think about, are there particular providers that like Amigos de los Rios or Trust for Public Land or Pacific Institute. I don't know the different ones. I think there are some consultants out there, but that have really specialized expertise in that can help those projects get developed. I know there's a timeline. There's probably plenty of projects that are shovel ready and ready to go that can use that 100 million. But if we don't start the pipeline, those won't get done and they won't be, we won't be able to take advantage of future ones. So I just want to make sure we don't miss the opportunity to invest in that. And I think a lot of one of the things that's really been many things that are great about the presentations we've had today is that it highlights the importance of both these really small, targeted, distributed projects, like we heard from Ms. Robinson, and in schools or some pocket parks that just really make a difference in local lives and neighborhoods, but also these really much bigger scale projects that may be more cost effective on a large scale, and that we need both. And we need to make sure that we're enabling both types of projects to happen, and want to make sure as we develop funding guidelines, I know we're used to doing that, but just utilize this opportunity to flag it. And thank you so much. This has been incredible. And I think we probably have public comments too, and look forward to that, but this is great.
Yeah, still have commenters for sure. And thank you for that, board member.
I'll just quickly chime in and say I absolutely agree. I was actually going to bring up the same thing, not necessarily technical assistance, but different project types, including schools. And I guess I would throw in there also, I looked at the slide, but didn't see anything right off, but also looking for geographic dispersion, because as Board Member Firestone is indicating, getting these pipelines started, and there's a lot of activity already in certain areas of the state, but trying to spread this around. Keeping in mind there's only so much money, and so we can't have the wish list that goes on. Then it'll end up chopping it up so quickly. But just keeping that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Morgan, just checking if you wanted to, and any comment on funding? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, well, we do have some commenters, and so we can start to get to them. Again, thank you so much for our presenters This has been very fantastic, and looking forward here to some further feedback from folks. We have about 7 commenters. I'd like first to call up Grant Sharp, followed by Blake Peters, then Michael Scandudo.
Thank you very much, Chair Esquivel and board members. And I'm going to be very brief. Just want to thank the Storms Unit led by Amanda McGee for their leadership in this area. What a great workshop this afternoon. And, as a representative of a municipal stormwater program, I can't understate the value of those recommendations by the Contra Costa team and also by Keith Linker representing City of Anaheim. The potential we have with regional alternative compliance programs, doing things on a regional scale is enormous, and I want to thank those parties for putting in the work and doing some really I think groundbreaking work in terms of putting some stormwater credit programs on the map for others to follow. I want to thank them, and then also just support for their recommendations to develop a framework or maybe statewide guidance on how this can be done in other areas. And thank you very much, Chair and board members.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Really appreciate you sticking with us here, all the work that you're doing at the local level and your contributions to this, and agree that this has been just incredibly well worth it, and good to hear about the innovations that are happening out there, and appreciate the support for us to try to better synthesize, especially on the credit trading side. My mind certainly goes, it's really important, I feel, to see these successes around credit trading on stormwater, because there's other issues out there like nutrients and other pollutants. And I think that once you really start to create the infrastructure, people infrastructure, agency infrastructure to do this work, it lends itself to a lot of these other challenges we're facing as well, especially around non-points pollution. And so just thank you. Really appreciate it, Mr. Sharp. All right, next I'd like to call up Blake Peters, be followed by Michael Scadudo, and then followed by Monica Politia. Okay, looks like Mr. Peters and Mr. Scadudo are not on, so we can go next to Monica Palta, and then Karen Cowan.
Thank you so much. This was absolutely fascinating. So I'm Monica Palta. I'm a cooperative extension specialist with the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources. And I'm based at UC Irvine. I work in urban water. It's very exciting to hear about all of these projects going on. So thank you so much for the opportunity to learn so much this afternoon. I had a question for some of the speakers, particularly maybe those who are involved in some of these on-the-ground projects. 2 questions. One being, it does seem like a lot of these projects are on a smaller scale, understandable in an urban setting with high-end real estate involved. And the speaker spoke really eloquently about some of the challenges involved in locating spots for these projects. I'm wondering if there's a sense of the extent to which these projects would need to be scaled to make a substantial difference in mitigating the stormwater runoff problems in these municipalities, and what plans are in place maybe for planning for that future. And then my other question was about, for some of these demonstration projects, what is the level or nature of community engagement or input that goes into the design? So the multi-benefit aspect of these projects was emphasized, which I think there's a lot of potential for. So for example, urban heat mitigation and recreation opportunities and education opportunities. But how much input is given by the users of the park in the process of the design, not just for the stormwater component, but maybe for the recreational facilities, or is this something that communities are identifying as problems that they would like solved? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Malta. Really appreciate your contributions here for tracking the discussion and for just your work out there as a researcher working on these important issues. Look to the panel if any folks want to try to take a crack at, the question around scale. How are we, what is the goal ultimately? What percentage can we get to on recapture? And then any community process input and or lessons learned around that. Yes, please, Ms. Austin.
Yeah, so I do want to say that one of the issues that comes up when we're trying to cite regional capture facilities is the restriction when we're planning to public parcels or public right-of-way. And one of the ways we're trying to get around that, in Contra Costa, we have yet another WQIF grant, thank you, EPA, and to move our RAC system implementation along. And one of the things we've done is to look at public-private partnerships so we're looking at privately owned parcels that are underused or not used at all in old industrial areas and disadvantaged communities, and encouraging or actually trying to work with those property owners to bring a use to that, like a regional facility, like a community center, like urban greening, and these little pockets that are just sitting unused and causing problems in neighborhoods. So that's one way in these really built-out urban environments to get around the fact that there's just not a lot of publicly owned land available to use.
Really great points. Appreciate that, Ms. Austin. Ms. McGee.
And I think it's a really good question too to think about the different scales, and it's something that I've been curious about. It's something that we've talked about, even encouraging people to study. Where does that benefit lie between those distributed systems versus the big large scale systems? And I don't know that there's an answer yet, but it's something that I think would be super interesting to look into and try and identify kind of where that balance plays out. And then as to the second question, as far as the community engagement, I think that's really dependent on the community, and I think each project is going to be very different. From what I've heard, there's been more and more engagement with the community and getting them, getting community members to provide input during the development phase of the project. I think that's more and more common. I think we still have a long ways to go on making that normal, but it's certainly, it's a great point and something we should all remember.
Yeah.
Just really quickly on
please.
the
Yes,
schools.
Ms. Robinson.
Sorry, they are tiny, but they have huge impact to the students and the community and to our society. And I think if we can look at systemic change and really elaborating this new material science and maybe disallowing black asphalt on campuses in favor of, the porous, pervious concrete, et cetera, the community is absolutely integral. We talk about a spiral where we start small. We spend 5-10 years with the community. It's not like a contractor go and leave, but this is integrated with sister agencies and other issues that are big. So it's really an opportunity for deep collaboration that I'm very excited about.
I really appreciate that and completely agree, Ms. Robinson. Again, kind of reflecting, say, on the drinking water work and, around, say, difficult conversations, I know around like regionalization or consolidation, we know that, we basically have a step zero, and that step zero is actually engaging the community first and listening to the community and knowing, to your point, that it's not like a checkbox amongst the process, but it's actually the most important through line that we can possibly establish, and often gets, underfunded or isn't given as much attention. But I agree that it is, the important step zero is that community engagement and community support, because that's in the long term who are the lasting advocates and who are the impacted and are beneficiaries from all this. So appreciate all those points. All right, I think we have some further commenters here, and I think next we'd like to go to Karen Cowan, followed by Sean Bothwell, and then Daniel Apt.
Mic is live. No need to press. I will not press it.
Good to see
Good
you.
afternoon, Chair Escobar, members of the board. I'm Karen Cowan. I'm CASCWA's Executive Director. I wanted to start today with a project that we completed, I think it was last year. It's very relevant to this. It's the socioeconomic value of urban stormwater capture. As I always say, that just rolls right off the tongue. You can say that very quickly. But it was a really important project because we set aside the things that we all intrinsically know bring value to stormwater capture, like flood control, water quality benefits, water supply. We set that aside, and we wanted to actually talk about the value, the socioeconomic value, just that alone. And what we found, looking at projects all over the state, all different types of stormwater capture, that the value is big. It's returned in the first year. And whether that's a small, quote unquote, small urban stormwater capture project in a green street or like a mega groundwater infiltration project at a huge park, whatever that investment is, it's returned in the first year. And that's almost unheard of in environmental economics. So it's a way to just re-emphasize how valuable these projects are and why we should be doing them. But another key takeaway we got out of that report is it matters where you put the project. And this is kind of one of my food for thoughts for everybody when we talk about our regulatory ecosystem, this live thing that you turn one thing here and there's all these other things that come off of it. But it really matters where it goes. And if you, again, intrinsically, this should make sense, but we have the economic data that validates it. If you put the project in a disadvantaged community, the value goes through the roof. And it's basically because you're putting green space and public health benefits in a space that doesn't necessarily have it compared to other communities. So when we think about what we're writing into our regulations and into our policies, particularly the MS4 permit, things like if you put a numeric effluent limit in a permit and it's at a particular spot in the watershed, that's going to drive where projects go. And it's probably not in a coastal community anywhere close to a disadvantaged community. So just some general food for thought that A, that report's out there, and B, how we can think about that. I think perhaps Doreen, you had maybe said something about that earlier about the equity. That's one thing, place the report I could get to and looking at the equity. We're also trying to operationalize that because we started at a high scale just to convince everybody that we really should be investing. Now we want to take it down to a project scale. So when your city engineer is trying to convince the public works director that they should do this project, they're not just going to say, look at this $15 million project that we should do because the water board said I have to exist in my permit. They're going to say, look at the value and this is going to bring to our community. So we're going to get all this huge value. We should be doing it. So that's our next level that we hope to take that report to. I also want to mention our CASCO awards. A lot of the folks talking today, like Contra Costa County got one this year. A lot of the other projects have got awards. And the number of stormwater capture awards that we've been giving is going higher and higher every year. We had 5 projects this year that we gave an Outstanding Service Award to. And they all can do 2-minute video clips. So this is digestible. It's not hours of technical presentations to sit through. But if you want to see them, we do have them pretty sure on our website. If not, they'll be there soon to watch those 2-minute video clips and get a sense of what those projects are. Okay, so there's an awful lot that we talked about today that to me really is CASCWA's vision for sustainable stormwater management. And if you talk about stormwater capture, by default, you have to talk about the rest of the vision because they all go hand in hand. You can't do stormwater capture without thinking about the rest of them. Funding's obvious, right? We talked about that. But I also want to make another plug for true source control. So water quality and water supply are both equally important, right? So if we are looking at putting water in the ground, we have to care about the quality of that water, and that comes from thinking about true source control and getting to problems at their source before they make a problem in our waterways. So we are looking in this big year, was one of our, big year, sorry, put my glasses on before I read my text. In the next year, at the big picture, working across agencies at Cal EPA, there's a lot of true source control work embedded in the Cal EPA agencies. Whether or not that's what it's called, that's what it is. So we've talked to Amanda McGee through storms and talking to DPR, Cal Recycle, DTSC, bringing everybody together, even just at a quarterly basis, and to just talk through what our shared goals are to build that interagency collaboration and communication. So when it does get to, here's a policy action we need to take, we all are talking kind of the same language and can see those shared opportunities. And in terms of future actions, I know Amanda's looking at what storms could be in the future. That is one thing I think we would like to see. Again, in policy decisions, how do we put true source control into permits as well? So we're not just thinking about infrastructure, we're also thinking about what's going to solve big picture problems. So if we have a statewide problem, we probably have a statewide solution. That's not something an individual or city or county are going to tackle. A very obvious one is trash. There's obviously things everyone can do at the local scale, but the city of XYZ is not going to go and solve what is honestly a global trash crisis. Okay, next is public education. So if we think of stormwater capture and true source control, as you know, you've heard it from me, we have a public education campaign, Rain Ready California, with the tagline of protecting and collecting water for our future. That is fundamentally important because you talk about community buy-in. What does the community want? The community has to understand that the funding for these projects is critical and they should support them, and that the project itself is important. There were projects when I started at Casqua 7 years ago in my own local community that got nixed because the community was like, oh, this is terrible. This is going to lead to liquefaction. I know, right? We all giggled, but the project got killed. They had a grant from you all and the money came back. So we went to very much go the other direction. And we are really launching that program bigger this year. In March, we're launching our version of it and pushing that out publicly. And hopefully our other municipalities are going to start pushing that messaging as well. Related to education, this was sort of, you experienced a Casqua seminar in a state public format today. So we do seminars on a quarterly basis like this. We used to be able to have water board staff come, so it's a little bit of a plug to hopefully get water board staff to be able to come again, because this kind of educational value is huge for everyone. So we're all learning and growing from sharing this information with each other. On an annual basis, obviously, we have our conference. I think that's another important space to get people there as much as possible. I mean, these are folks that are presenting at our conference all the time. And then we have our programs that meet monthly. We have a stormwater capture and use subcommittee. We have a funding subcommittee. These are really important places. And I do want to definitely plug staff. They are involved on those subcommittees and making sure that they're getting that information as well and going back and forth both directions. So that brings me to funding. So not only do we have a subcommittee for that, there's a lot of thanks I'm going to have on the funding side. So the first is here with you with the board. When we talk about what decisions you can make, you made one last year when you restored the principal forgiveness for a couple projects, and then you reinvested the principal forgiveness again in stormwater. So there aren't many times I know you guys have chances to actually make decisions like at that level. So I want to thank you very much for supporting the stormwater capture programs. I also want to thank Jennifer Toney. She's been amazing from DFA, working with Carmel Brown, who's our relatively new assistant executive director, who comes from DWR, who this was her day job, was getting money out. And it's just a wonderful add to Casqua to have her there, and working with Jennifer to work on things like Prop 4 guidelines and to just get people talking, again, even from DWR, CNRA, the State Water Board, with our members, and getting that information out to support all these things that we really want to have happen. I might have to fall on the sword for the lack of definition of urban stormwater in Prop 4. I'm sorry, that's probably me, because I was advocating for the money to go to urban stormwater, and I can tell you what the intent is, and you can all come up with a draft definition. But the intent was these communities it's hard for them to get money. They're not the big financial players, right? So reservoirs need money, they really, really do, but we didn't want that to be construed as stormwater capture is rain in a reservoir. We wanted that funding to really go towards urban stormwater communities. So folks who are regulated by a phase 1 or phase 2 permit. That was generally the intention. I also want to give a plug for a priority we have right now, and that's a needs assessment. And we've talked about that before. This is picking up steam, and it is a high priority for us in 2026. And that's so we can actually put a dollar amount on what the need is. So we just don't say, hey, could you give us some principal forgiveness because you know there's a big need. We want to be able to say, here's why you should invest. Here's why the legislature should invest, and really put a dollar amount on it. Some of the programs you heard about today, there's a phrase that gets thrown around a lot in stormwater terms called alternative compliance. And what that means in a permit could mean actually 4 different programs within one permit. So I just want to make sure you're all clear on that, because it confuses the heck out of even us, right? So there's different parts of a permit, and what it basically means is we say you should have to do this, or alternatively, you could do that. So the programs talking today, we're talking about, for lack of a better phrase, because it's called different things, different permits, post-construction requirements. That's their alternative compliance path. And those programs have been obviously wonderfully successful in creating these credit trading programs, but that's for things that are being built as opposed to dealing with your built environment. And I want to draw a line of distinction there because that is the one place where we're making really good progress. But the urban environment that's just built, that's a bigger nut to crack. And that's where I would say dedicated funding comes in, and that's where we need stormwater fees in the communities where they're funding everything that you functionally put into the permit, right? Things like true source control, trash control devices, all the things that everybody needs to do. So that is, as other things come in the regulatory landscape and you have some decisions to make, you might hear some more from me on how those things all play together. But I do think it's really important that we keep the door open for communities to actually have a stormwater fee, and we don't accidentally implement things that may cut that pathway off for people in the short term and the long term. We obviously have Prop 218 as a barrier. We're going to try. We're starting to have some conversations. We'll see if we have any takers on it. We're not going to solve this ourselves. We're going to have to bring the whole water community with us because stormwater is not going to sell Prop 218 reform as much as I would like it to. But we're trying. We're going to try because I think that, again, it's the thing we need to do, whether it's today or tomorrow, or I won't make it go longer because it needs to be soon. And that brings me to permits, policies, and legislation. So that's the other part, last part of our vision. And that's where you, again, have lots of influence on the decisions that you make. And again, we're in this very complicated regulatory ecosystem. So what I would say is some basic questions I think I try to ask myself and would ask you to ask yourself as you're looking at these different choices is, how does this permit, policy, or legislation, and that's not your space, how does it incentivize or advance stormwater capture, true source control, funding, or the Rain Ready California messaging? And I bring that one up separately because there are permits that do the opposite. They actually tell their communities to tell everybody that stormwater is like, be scared of it. And that's, that's not the messaging we want. That's old school messaging. That's not going to help us in our goals for stormwater capture or funding. And I would say the other one, is this the right tool? You all have a lot of regulatory tools, and NPDES permits one. There are others. And I think it's a good idea, again, in the regulatory ecosystem we have, to really think through, if you're going to turn a knob, is it the right knob to turn, or do you have another better tool that can get you to the goal the same way? So that's it. I have a plane to catch, so I think I should probably wrap it up there. Thank you all for hosting the workshop. Thank you to the Storms Unit for elevating this very important issue, and thank you for taking the time to hear about these wonderful projects. Thank you.
Well, all that thanks is echoed back to you for your leadership, for your being a thought partner with us, for understanding our regulatory work, and really just working with our folks in a way that is a model, I feel, for a lot of others with in the regulated community out with, just how to engage, which is, specific, meaningful, and just ongoing engagement. And so just thank you for that. Thank you for the economic work as well. I know Ms. Robinson made the point, when it comes to the return on investment and, what's actually more costly, it's easy to look at just the initial cost, the initial, investment, and it's really over that, longer term life of the projects and all of this work that all of this is cheaper ultimately, and the approach. And agree with you on true source control ultimately, and how we need to continue to be systems thinkers. Our programs, our regulatory programs are but one component, the funding as well, but it's being sensitive and aware of just the landscape that project implementers at the local level are experiencing amongst those kind of compounding tools, and always the opportunity to innovate with them. So just thank you. Your leadership, your approach is just really appreciated, and thank you for being just an incredible advocate for all of this work and a partner to us amongst it.
Thank you. Right back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next, I'd like to call up Sean Bothwell, another really great advocate in the space. And then our last commenter, I believe, here is Daniel Apt.
Good afternoon/evening, Chair and board members. Sean Bothwell, I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. Sorry I can't be in the room anymore. I had to leave. I have a sticky baby waiting for me and no one else to pick her up. So, but thank you for this time. I want to take a step back and kind of think of where we're at in stormwater management. I think the first generation of stormwater permits really was just trying to get folks into permits under the tent, look at minimum BMPs, and really just how do we regulate stormwater. It's not like traditional, industry with a pipe. It takes a little more work than that. The second generation of permits really started to value stormwater capture, and that was part of the reason we have storms. and started to look at alternative compliance and look at it at a watershed scale, right? What does alternative compliance look like, capturing stormwater for the full watershed? And I would say we're going into our third generation of stormwater management. And I think it's really going to be focused on offsite compliance and having all parties, responsible parties, collaborate together to work towards, a bigger goal of more regional stormwater capture projects. And so that's where I think we're going. And we are supportive of that. If you look at the Anaheim's presentation, we supported the Anaheim offsite compliance program. I don't love the word credit trading, just because that makes NGOs nervous when it comes to credit trading. But in this context, we've been supportive, and I've really been trying to push us to think about it in that watershed scale. So often we are really just focused on end of pipe compliance and accountability. But I'm really trying to push us to think broadly about, what this next generation looks like, given Prop 218, given the need to capture stormwater, more green infrastructure for highly urbanized communities. I think Vice Chair Diadamo, called the school issue a racial equity issue, and I couldn't agree more. So that's why we're pushing ourselves to be supportive. I will say we have two kind of overarching concerns, and I have two recommendations for how we can address those. One is sacrifice zones, and you've heard me say that before in the context of the Caltrans permit. We don't want to see communities get left behind. That said, I agree with Ms. Cowan about focusing on disadvantaged communities, because those are the most highly urbanized areas largely. And so, we need to come up with a balance. I think you also heard Anaheim say, like, the size of the watershed matters. And so what is that right size so that we're not leaving communities behind? And then the second thing is water board oversight, quite frankly. And the LACII is up for adoption on Thursday. And I think there is concern, and then there's not just the LA permit, but just broadly speaking about offsite compliance. I've talked to the industrial and the commercial folks who just want business certainty that they're going to pay a certain amount and they're going to be in compliance. And not to put words in Casco's mouth, but I've talked to MS4s who also don't want to be caught in the middle of offsite compliance programs and have to come up with the legal agreements and what exactly do you charge them and where are the permits. Like, they don't want to be the ones responsible in the middle of all that. And so the water board really needs to step in and help kind of provide, and you've heard this as recommendations, of providing more guidance about what does offsite compliance look like. And so I have two kind of suggestions recommendations for the way the water board can move forward to fix these two issues. The first is just, and you've heard this before, but guidance on what offsite compliance looks like. If you look at the industrial stormwater permit, a lot of people don't know this, but there's an alternative compliance, offsite compliance provision in there. And no one has ever taken that provision up because there's no rules around it. There's no meat on the bone. There's no guidance on exactly what that looks like. And so I would recommend 4 steps. And some of this is stuff just stakeholders can do without necessarily the water boards. One is just, we need to come up with what are the issues that need to be addressed in offsite compliance guidance. What are they? What does the O&M look like? What does liability look like? Who can participate? Who can't participate? What does the watershed size look like? I think the stakeholders can come up with that list on our own. And then where do we have common areas of agreement? I think there's a lot of overlap of areas we all agree upon. And I think we need to identify those and then identify the areas where we don't agree. And then dig in. Step 3 would be dig into the areas where we have commonality and come up with language and propose it to the water board of like, look, we all are in agreement that for these certain issues, we agree on this for offsite compliance. And then lastly, the water board is going to have to be the adult in the room. And for the areas where we don't come to agreement, the stakeholders, you'll have to ultimately make some decisions on what that guidance looks like. So that's kind of the first project that I would propose that needs to get done so that this offsite compliance generation is successful. The second one is a little more bolder, and that is, I think we need to come up with a general fund for this funding. So if you take the LACII, right now what's being proposed in the permit is the commercial property just directly pays the watershed management group or the municipality to develop a project. And I think everyone has concerns about that. Like I said, the permittees have concerns about regulatory certainty and what the cost is going to be. I have concerns that they're not going to get charged enough, or the project isn't going to be put in the right spot, or that the water management groups don't come up with guidance in a timely fashion to make that option feasible. And by the way, I have not vetted this with CASCWA, I've talked to the permittees a little bit, the IGP and the commercial folks. I haven't even talked to my water keepers. So this is really something just moving very quickly because of the adoption hearing on Thursday. But I think we need a state general fund. And I think we need to look at SAFER, to be honest, as an example and a model of how to distribute that money. And so I would recommend an advisory group be created of the stakeholders. And each year, they look at the projects being proposed, and there be a expenditure plan that ultimately the water board approves and then sends that money back to the municipalities to build these type of projects that you've been hearing about today. I really think we need that oversight from the water board, or else this isn't going to work going forward. We're going to lose transparency and some confidence. And I think the water board just needs to step in and do this so we have this long-term vision. So I'll stop there. Really appreciate the time, and happy to talk more about this later. Thanks.
Really appreciate those great comments, as always, and good contributions, Mr. Bothwell. Sorry, you weren't still here in person, but it is why I really appreciate the flexibility of all the technology we use these days. It was good to be able to make sure your voice was still part of this and those recommendations. I want to say further, but I may just go to Daniel Apt first, so we get our final commenter in, and then it maybe as part of wrap and just some further kind of feedback, I'll touch on the two requests you explicitly made there, Mr. Bothwell. Appreciate that. All right. I think our last commenter here will be Daniel Apt.
Great, thank you. My name is Daniel Apt with Alania, and I want to thank Chair Esquivel, members of the board, as well as Storm staff for the opportunity to provide a short public comment presentation on behalf of the Stormwater Credit Think Tank. Next slide, please. So who is the think tank? So we were established in 2023 after a storms workshop entitled Building Blocks for Offsite Stormwater Credit Programs. So there was quite a bit of interest in the stormwater credit concept. You've heard some presentations today on programs that have actually moved forward. But there was no group that was established to be a forum to talk about these programs. So we established this program. It was established by myself, Dave Smith, formerly with EPA, now with Water Innovation Services, and Chris Crompton with Michael Baker International. So the think tank provides an ongoing forum to promote and develop offsite stormwater credit capacity in California. We bring together regulators. We have representatives from a variety of different regional boards, as well as storm staff, variety of different MS4 permittees, the building industry, NGOs such as Coast Keeper, Sean Bothwell is part of our think tank, as well as a variety of different consultants that work in the stormwater capture space, as well as stormwater credits. We currently have about 95 participants on the think tank, and anybody that's interested can participate. Next slide, please. So some of the accomplishments of the think tank, we've engaged stormwater environmental professionals. We've had 13 well-attended meetings. We've done quite a bit of outreach with storms. I mentioned the webinar. We've presented to the Regional Board Roundtable, presented a couple times at the CASCA conference, and also done presentations to more regional groups like the SMC and BAMSC. Also coordinating at the national level with the National Municipal Stormwater Alliance, and with the Coast Keeper groups as well. So we've also had a variety of different case study presentations, similar to the ones that you've seen today, on established stormwater credit programs, not just from California, but those from across the country, including some from Washington, D.C. and Grand Rapids. We've compiled a variety of different credit reference documents, and we've put together a stormwater credit basic principles and conceptual model white paper, a glossary for standardizing terms around stormwater credit terminology, and we've developed a roadmap of future actions to build stormwater credit capacity in California. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. We've also developed a website and recently posted that. Next slide, please. So based on our experience in the development of stormwater credit programs, we developed a white paper that's focused on stormwater credit basic principles and a conceptual model. The paper provides the basics of stormwater credits, including an overview of the concept, why the concept is important, and why you would think about developing a credit program, as well as considerations and key decision points in developing a program, as well as some resources. Next slide, please. So why consider a credit program? And why is it that we're talking about this in an urban stormwater capture and use workshop? Well, you've heard a little bit of this today, but in a nutshell, stormwater credit programs help to achieve more stormwater capture. Credit programs provide a funding source. The primary benefit of these programs is providing a funding source for stormwater capture projects, which, as you heard earlier today from Amanda McGee, is the biggest barrier to stormwater capture. Credit programs also accelerate water quality and watershed improvement through incentivizing implementation of stormwater capture projects. Credit programs also provide help to build multi-benefit stormwater capture projects, including some of the benefits like water supply and groundwater recharge, flood control, urban greening, recreation, and many others. Credit programs also improve the effectiveness and efficiency of stormwater capture by replacing on-site systems with more efficiently managed systems on a larger scale with more reliable operation and maintenance. Another benefit of credit programs is that they help to reduce the burden on municipalities and the development community and potential other dischargers of small-scale BMPs, especially from a cost perspective. Credit programs provide credit users more cost-efficient land development and redevelopment options and more flexibility with the use of land. This becomes really important when we're looking at affordable housing. Credit programs also provide an alternative to public stormwater capture projects, allowing the private sector to assist with stormwater capture, reducing the burden on municipalities to do all the stormwater capture in the state. And finally, credit programs provide collaborative opportunities for regulators, dischargers, NGOs to work together, which will help to improve regulatory and other relationships. Next slide, please. So this concept, and you've seen a little bit of this presentation today, is where stormwater credits are generated through stormwater capture credit generator projects. The credits are placed in a bank where they can be purchased by credit users, and the funds from those purchases are put into an account that can help to reimburse capital costs and O&M costs for credit generators and help to build additional credit generators, improving water quality. Next slide, please. So the think tank, we've developed a roadmap of where we need to go to help incentivize more stormwater credit programs in California, which will help to achieve more stormwater capture in California. Next slide, please. The think tank has identified with input from our think tank participants what are the actions that are needed to help incentivize and make stormwater credit programs easier to develop and implement. This includes development of outreach and educational materials, development of stormwater credit program design guidance, as well as stormwater credit regulatory guidance that we can integrate into permits. Also providing regulatory training for water board staff, as well as identifying research and development needs and continue to maintain a stormwater credit community of practice. Next slide, please. As mentioned before, we welcome all to the Stormwater Credit Think Tank, and you can visit our website at casctt.com and sign up. Thank you again for the opportunity to present today.
And thank you, Mr. Abt. I really appreciate the work here to organize folks here interested in the topic of stormwater credit trading into, a more formal group, and appreciate that there's sounds like broad participation from a number of the agencies we've heard from here, and also advocates out there. So thank you. It's important, and I think very helpful that we obviously have a ready-made group that's out there kind of working on this along with CASQA and all of our partners. To maybe, and to circle back on, I know would have been, multiple requests at this point for the board to develop guidance or to look at, how we might aggregate better the work that's going on and maybe start to even put, some more definitive, requirements. And, I think what that document ends up being, how, how enforceable, I guess it is, or how much of it is an education document, I think we can all leave for further discussion and kind of balancing on what exactly is most helpful. But I think it'd be great to, to Mr. Bothwell, your in part suggestion, really getting the municipalities, the entities most involved in all of this discussion together and advocates, and see what can be worked out, what can be agreed, and winnow down what might be the workload for us at the state water boards when it comes to developing that guidance. Because, I can imagine, I think of the cost of reporting project that we just all recently finished and how long that took, and want to be just realistic, I guess, on what it is that we can accomplish, what we should bite off that makes the most sense, that we could, see soon, as opposed to a multi-year process, which, if that's what we need, that's fine. But I think I'll leave, to further discussion around everyone around what that looks like, but certainly interested in seeing if, there is something we can further develop guidance-wise. On the funding side, I will say that, what I know, as Ms. Cowan said, there's talk around what was Prop 218 doing? How is that a limit? Is there a fix there? I know that there is also an affordability discussion that's ongoing amongst a number of the water agencies out there and advocates looking to, figure out, how we ensure low-income rate assistance programs statewide, or all of that. And that all costs dollars. And so I know what is also out there is a discussion writ large around funding in the water space. And so I think when we think of funding for stormwater as like a subset of the larger funding needs, how it fits in with the affordability discussions, maybe Prop 218, maybe there is kind of a mix of possibility out there with folks, and importantly, the legislature and the governor's office around what is the future of funding and affordability look like for the water space? How do we address the orphaned funding issue of stormwater capture amongst it? And, maybe there's a there amongst everything. So glad to hear that's where everyone's mind is. I think we're here to be thought partners, as always, around how we do better in these programs and how we try to address these multiple pressures and needs around affordability, around the need to invest in our water infrastructure for this century, all of it. There may be, and interesting to see Texas come up with their water development fund recently as well. So I think we're all kind of jamming around the same work. And so just thank you across all that. Look to fellow board colleagues. Again, I think, it'd be great to get actually an update, maybe sometime mid next year, on kind of where things are. Just keep the bully pulpit, if you will, of this forum and this opportunity for us to circle back on what we've heard, continue to emphasize the opportunities that are out there. And here, importantly, what specific guidance documents or further work we might entertain. And I think that's where we are with, as Ms. McGee said, with storms generally. We're thinking of what the future is. So this has been incredibly helpful and empowering. And I know I'm full of thoughts and learning here because of everyone's great participation. So just thank you. Anything further from board members? Board Member Morgan.
I just quickly wanted to say thank you to everyone who participated today. It was just a really informative workshop, and just really highlight the good work that's going on out there, and just a really opportunity for us to learn and for others to learn from the good work that's occurring. So thank you.
Here. Thank you, board member. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate this. Look forward to further discussion. And so this item is wrapped. And we're nearly to the end of our board meeting generally as well. We just have board member reports here. So looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's anyone that has anything quick off the top that they'd like to.
I have no report.
That is. Thank you, board members. Thank you.
I want to jump in because my only report is I got to visit the Urban Orchard project, which is a great stormwater project that board member Morgan was at the ribbon cutting and already gave a great summary of, and that we helped fund, or were one of the major funders of, as an awesome project. And it was really great. What a compliment to this workshop and all the types of amazing projects out there. So it was great.
Thank you, board member. Nothing from the vice chair, and for myself, I can't seem to pull up my schedule fast enough. And so I'll just say I'm good on my board member. I'm good on my board member report. Board member McGuire.
Yes. Sorry, I know I've been very quiet today. But my report is last week I had the opportunity to spend some time with Self-Help Enterprises for a couple of days, actually, on the road. Saw a whole bunch of sites, really got the lay of the land in terms of all the great work they're doing when it comes to technical assistance, bottled and hauled water activities, met with some community members, learned about their experiences in that area, and also about interim and long-term solutions, and also some crosstalk amongst their work they also have going on with as it relates to Sigma, working with GSAs and CV salts. So for me, it was very insightful. I learned a lot. I saw a lot, and worthwhile a couple of days. If you haven't done it, I encourage you to go and spend some time with Self-Help.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, board member. And just quickly for myself, actually, on the 7th, I was down in the border region in Calexico, met there with the mayor, talked about, the obviously Prop 4 bond dollars and their interests and the ongoing work that's there. We toured the New River Improvement Project a bit. And then that evening, actually attended a Sonoran Institute celebration of their 35th anniversary and received an award on behalf of the board here for the Mexicali Fluya project, which I know board member McGuire was able to go down for the ribbon kitting on. And so they send their greetings and their thanks for your attendance there and just the support of the board for the great water quality improvement projects and work that are going on both, importantly there in the Mexicali Valley. So I was really appreciated attending, and it was great to be able to celebrate the Sonoran Institute and the great work that they're doing. All right, that brings us to the end of board member reports and brings us actually to the end of our meeting. We will not have further closed session today. We do have an hour of closed session scheduled for tomorrow. I don't know if that technically means we're holding over till tomorrow for closed session.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'll just provide some clarification. That is actually a separate board meeting, so this board meeting will adjourn when the board is done.
I appreciate that then. We will adjourn, and our next board meeting is on December 2nd. It is our last of the year. We won't have a second December board meeting, so look forward to seeing everyone there. Hard to believe we're at our last board meeting for the year. It has been an incredible one, but we'll see you all in a couple of weeks. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Much to be thankful for at this time. Be safe, be well. See you in 2 weeks. And this meeting is now